when डे नंबर द्वितीय ऑफ उज्बेकिस्तान चेस कप भाई ओहो एंड कल डे वन क्या ही क्रेजी तो नहीं था उतना मतलब अर्जुन ने जल्दी ड्रॉ ले लिया बट विदित भाई ने क्या ही डिफेंस किया था एक चाल और खेल देते तो भाई स्कोर बोर्ड पे उनका इनॉग्रेशन हो चुका होता बट कोई ना कई बार धूम धड़ाके से इनॉग्रेशन करना होता है एंड इफ पॉसिबल लेट्स जूम इन टू द कैमरा समय भाई बिकॉज वी आर रेडी फॉर डे नंबर 2 एंड अर्जुन एनिगेसी शुरुआत कर रहे हैं आज के दिन की अगेंस्ट याकुबोव जिन्होंने कल नोदिरबेक को ऑलमोस्ट हरा दिया था भाई सो दैट वाज द एंड लुक एट द फर्स्ट मूव पॉन टू C4 खेल दिया अर्जुन ने अरे बाप रे भाई मतलब कंप्लीट सरप्राइज आई थिंक फॉर याकुबोव फॉर मी फॉर एवरीवन इन द चैट लेट मी नो चैट कैसे हो फाइनली ब्रो इज हियर यो भाई आ जाओ आगे भाई बिल्कुल अगले मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट मैच इज अब्दू वर्सेस चेक भाई आई डिसएग्री यू नो मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट मैच मेरे हिसाब से इज एक्चुअली नेपो वर्सेस विदित भाई आई एम टेलिंग यू नेपो कल हारा है and he was already not happy before this tournament. Now Vidit is also lost. He was not happy. I'm telling you, this is the star game of today by far. As you can see, camera bhi tilted hai bhai. Pawn to D4, knight F6, C4, E6, knight C3 and Nimzo Indian defense खेलते हैं विदित गुजराती एंड यहां मेन लाइन खेलते हैं इयान नेपोम्नियाची उर्फ नेपो भाई नेपो जी की बहुत क्वालिटीज हमें पता ही है बट आई थिंक ओवरऑल ही इज बिन लूजिंग अ बंच ऑफ रेटिंग इन द लास्ट ईयर और टू कैंडिडेट्स में 2 बार जीत चुके थे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए खेले तीसरी बार भी ऑलमोस्ट लास्ट मिनट तक फाइट कर रहे थे कुडंट रियली क्वालिफाई एंड अब समहाउ उनका डिक्लाइन चल रहा है उन्होंने इनफैक्ट कहा था ड्यूरिंग दिस कैंडिडेट्स की भाई अभी मैं अच्छा है मैं खेल नहीं रहा हूं 2 साल बाद खेलने आऊंगा तो ही स्टिल हैज होप्स ऑफ क्वालिफाइंग फॉर द नेक्स्ट कैंडिडेट्स ही हैज ह्यूज बिलीफ ह्यूज फेथ एंड ह्यूज कॉन्फिडेंस बट क्या वो ओवर द बोर्ड जस्टिफाई कर पाएंगे बिकॉज येस्टरडे ही लॉस्ट टू सिंदारोव सेकंड मदमीनोव जो उनकी हाईएस्ट विक्ट्री एवर थी आज तक की सो इयान नेपोम्नियाची जी आज बड़े तगड़े प्रेशर में होंगे बिकॉज 7 रेटिंग ऑलरेडी खो चुके हैं इन जस्ट 1 राउंड अगर विदित यहां जीतते हैं तो भाई विदित के लिए कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट होगा लेकिन लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट विदित गुजराती हिमसेल्फ इज एट 2703 भाई 2703 सो अगर वो इयान नेपोम्नियाची से हार गए ही विल गो बिलो 2700 He will go below 2700. I'm not sure how I feel about that actually. VD भाई एक टाइम पे इंडिया नंबर 1 हो गए थे टाटा स्टील 2025 I think it was and now he is kind of at the brink of falling below 2700. I want him to win at all cost today, at least a draw. So super important game. यहाँ पे VD having his first think of the game. E3 के बाद he's trying to remember his lines. And of course some people blocking the camera as well. So let's jump back to the Arjun game. Meanwhile, quickly देखते हैं क्या चल रहा है. अरे वाह 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 भाई ये देखो भाई जीत C4 E5 and pawn to G3 खेला है अर्जुन ने भाई C4 के बाद इस पोजीशन में नाइट C3 इज द मोस्ट पॉपुलर मूव बट ऑफ कोर्स G3 वेरी वेरी नॉर्मल मेन लाइन सेटअप है देखते हैं यहां पे क्या खेलेंगे आई थिंक दिस शुड बी अ सरप्राइज दिस शुड डेफिनेटली बी अ सरप्राइज फॉर याकुबोव एंड ऑलरेडी मूव नंबर 2 पे वो सोच रहे हैं हर्ष सिंह ही वाज इंडियन नंबर 1 फॉर 1 डे भाई 1 डे इज इनफ imagine if you are the PM for 1 day you can change a lot of stuff yeah being anything for 1 day anything substantial really means a lot and of course ऐसा नहीं है ना कि भाई he was 2000 rated then Indian number 1 then 2000 he was still 2700 plus throughout the entire time. By the way, yeah, I agree with Joy Life. By Prague has been 150 lakhs. Great news, I think. ऐसा सपोर्ट सारे टॉप प्लेयर्स को मिलना चाहिए व्हाई डू भाई पर यही है ना यार सी नोबडी विल अवॉर्ड यू बिफोर यू अचीव द रिजल्ट्स इंडिया इज नॉट लाइक I know of course there should be more support for talent at the grassroots levels which even if there is we don't see it often कई बार दिखता नहीं है वो because results में नहीं आता हम भी तभी प्लेयर्स को नोटिस करते हैं जब वो रिजल्ट्स अचीव करते हैं दैट्स जस्ट कॉमन नॉलेज आई थिंक इसमें अब फॉर एग्जांपल हम किसकी गेम्स देख रहे हैं वी लुकिंग एट अर्जुन विदित बोथ हैव accomplished huge things in life already challenges में अनिता मित्तल खेल रहा है he's a very very strong player but nobody even asked for his games it's just that's how it operates yeah I think humans we talk about certain stuff but in reality we focus on the results and I think 50 लाख मिले बहुत बड़ी बात है it's at least something recognition for Parag that he achieved something substantial won Norway chess at the end ahead of Magnus Carlsen himself. how many time players Arvind Pranav get the support? Yeah, I mean they do get some support. ऐसा नहीं है भाई. I think there's very strong players. It not everything makes the headlines, I feel, and I think chess in India now is absolutely growing and is getting more support. भाई Hans even ने tweet किया था कि काश हमारे पास वो support होता जो Indian players के पास है. Imagine US का बंदा ये tweet कर रहा है, US number 4. तुम खुद ही imagine कर लो आगे. US number 5, 4, 3, I don't know, whatever it is. By the way, chat, we have g3, knight f6, bishop g2, d5, मार दिया central pawn, very logical. Basically, white ने अपने side वाले pawn से black का central pawn मारा है. So it's a good trade for white because I still have two pawns in the center. But of course, black in return gets a knight in the center and of course has more space with the e5 pawn. ये गलती कभी मत करना भाई. You don't want to give your bishop, of course, damage your castling rights as well very quickly. So knight f3, very logical move, attacking the pawn. And अगर यहाँ black overextend करता है with pawn to e4, you can always attack this pawn with knight g5 ideas at some point. अभी blocked है, अभी नहीं कर सकते. Knight e5 feels tempting, but यहाँ पे तो queen a4 ही आ रहा है with queen takes e4 next. So it's not possible. तो black को knight c6 खेलना पड़ेगा, and then of course white will castle, probably play a3, d3 at some point as well. d4 also possible. देखते हैं अर्जुन कैसे खेलेंगे. Nepo versus Vidit. Yeah, that's a crazy match actually, man. I'm very excited for this matchup because both players lost round 1. So they clearly need a win under their belt. In fact, याद होगा chat, पहले सवाल पूछूंगा, ठीक है? कौन सा प्लेयर है जिसने हिकारू का 2024 कैंडिडेट्स खराब कर दिया था? अगर वो प्लेयर ना होता तो ही वुड हैव वन द कैंडिडेट्स. कौन है वो प्लेयर? उसका नाम बताओ पहले, जल्दी. Yes, Roman Shog. I'm not going to pronounce that correctly, but I don't think he became the youngest grandmaster. I think he became like the youngest guy to get a GM norm, basically. Yes, it is VD. You guys remember that. But VD का tournament किसने खराब किया था? अब ये याद है तुम्हें? Because if I'm not mistaken, I might be mistaken here, but I think Nepo defeated Vidit twice. I will check up on this, but एक बार तो मुझे 100% याद है, and दूसरा also, so I think Nepo अगर नहीं होता तो Vidit would have had a better candidates as well. So I think इनकी rivalry बहुत खतरनाक है. In fact, Vidit knocked out Ian from the World Cup when he won the World. I think not when he won the World Cup. When he lost to Abbasov, in fact, that was the case scenario. He knocked out Nepo from the World Cup as well. So ऐसे बहुत high stakes match इन दोनों के हो चुके हैं, and there's this rivalry now between the two players. So कहीं ना कहीं पे this is a high stakes game. By the way, A3 खेला यहाँ पे Nepo ने, not the most commonly played move because कई बार लोग A3 directly खेल लेते हैं. But okay. Transposition very likely, takes and pawn takes, and usually white के पास एक बहुत बड़ा center हो जाता है यहाँ पे. And then he might even push e4 at some point with combined with f3, bishop g5, and एक attack बनाने के chances. But usually black can attack this pawn. So d6, knight c6, b6, bishop a6, knight a5 to pressure this pawn. So black can get a pawn and white can get attack. So देखते क्या होगा. अरे सुपर मतलब है कि some player won against GM Prague but received no recognition. That player is commenting on chess tournament nowadays. Yeah, thanks, bhai. But I definitely deserve more recognition for that one. But I feel like, again, Prague उस time पे was not a top player. So उस time पे हारने के लिए no recognition. But you beat Prague now, that's when you get the recognition. It's always that way, bhai. Bhai, Olympics, honestly था, ठीक है? Olympics 4 साल में एक बार आते हैं. कितने प्लेयर हैं जिन्होंने इस पूरे 6 महीने में साल एक ओलंपिक स्पोर्ट की कोई गेम देखी हो? Honestly बताना, yes or no? I feel majority of the population watches Olympics once in 4 years. They go and watch the matches, they enjoy it, and then they forget about it. It's just human psychology. We have very limited time here. Vidit is very strong. याद है Hikaru game. Exactly why he's very strong, and when he's very well prepared, he's an absolute beast. He can beat anybody in the world, including Magnus Carlsen. But लेकिन अभी पहली गेम हारे हैं तो थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस उनका would have taken a hit. And also, I think the main reason why he lost yesterday was not the end game itself. It's also time, I think. I think थोड़ा सा काफी टाइम बाद खेल रहे हैं, so time management was a big issue. He had literally had no time to calculate that rook b2 move we saw yesterday. याद है? Like he genuinely could have drawn that game. If in this position, I'm quickly gonna switch there. I think this was the moment. जहां पे, yes, somewhere here. Yeah, he found these like rook e1 only move, rook g1 only move. यहाँ king f7, king e6, rook king e, सब कुछ निकाला. And यहाँ rook b2 अगर वो निकाल देते, he would have likely drawn. So एक मूव से रह गए. अगर यहाँ देखो ना, इनका टाइम 2 मिनट है भाई क्लॉक पे. अगर यहाँ पे 10 मिनट होते, he would have likely drawn the game. So I think time really matters. So let's see क्या होता है. Hopefully he will have noticed that flaw and will manage his time better today. Um, Vidit can win every game if he's doing commentary. अरे भाई भाई ऐसा नहीं होता यार. I think Vidit is a great commentator of course, but I think Vidit is looking at somebody. कुछ तो उसको distract किया या उसका attention हटाया. Yesterday I was 700 yellow, now 950 yellow. अरे crazy भाई 250 yellow क्या है आपका secret हमें बता दो यार. What is your secret भाई of getting 250 yellow in one day? Chat को बताओ ताकि वो भी gain करे. Easy as he's a grandmaster, indeed. Said yesterday that today his time is Samay. Bhai, it is, I think, the time on the clock. I have to agree. He has to manage it well. Already thinking for 8 or 9 minutes on this move. So thoda pressure bante hue. Not actually 5 minutes. Okay, interesting. So going back to Arjun's game in the meantime, by the way, we have a few moves after knight takes d5, knight f3 khela, and now bishop to d6. So e5 pawn को bishop से defend किया. भाई ऐसा क्यों करेगा कोई? मतलब chat, look at this. इस position में लगभग 1800 गेम्स खेली गई चेसकॉम पे अमंग मास्टर टॉप लेवल गेम्स, ठीक है. और 1800 गेम्स में से 1700 गेम में नाइट c6 खेला गया है. And only in 16 games, compare it to 1700 games versus 16 games जहां Bishop D6 खेला गया है. So this is already completely uncharted territory. And Arjun यहाँ Bishop D6 के बाद खेलते हैं Knight to C3, attacking the Knight. And I think ये clearly याकूबोव की prep लग रही है मुझे. कुछ घर पे एक धमाकेदार देख के आए हैं. Vidit is very strong. याद है बिशप सैक अगेंस्ट नाका. बिल्कुल भाई, बिशप h3 एब्सोल्युटली दैट मेमोरेबल मूव आई थिंक फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. जहां राउंड 2 में ही, राउंड 1 था कि राउंड 2, आई थिंक इट वाज राउंड 2, जहां पे उन्होंने सबको ऐसे जगा दिया था भाई कि भाई ही कुड विन द कैंडिडेट्स. Today we'll watch badminton, especially the finals. Yeah, I agree. I think badminton is a popular sport. अच्छा रे भाई, अब इतने सवालों का जवाब दे रहे भाई. बिल्कुल, आज वॉचिंग कम है और इंटरेस्ट भी कम है, तो वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम. कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है, हमें 4-4 5-5 इंडियन की गेम भी नहीं देखनी, तो वी कैन रियली इंटरेक्ट चैट with a lot of discussion. By the way, a few moves in the Vidit game. After b takes c3, b6 खेला Vidit ने. After what seems to be a 6-minute think, bishop to d3, bishop b7. अब ये pawn hanging है, so he plays pawn to f3, and जैसा मैंने कहा यहाँ पे e4 is gonna happen very very soon. Then knight e2, castles, bishop g5, and यहाँ खतरनाक अटैक बन सकता है white की तरफ से. दोनों players 100% accuracy से खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पे. 100% accuracy so far. Yo Suresh bhai, what's up? We were Nepo in World Cup 2. Exactly भाई. तो वो भी I think rapid में आया था. I think rapid tie breaks में, if I remember correctly. Yes, rapid tie breaks 2-0. I think he defeated him. Who's your board for Olympiad? I think it has to be Nihal yaar. Right now Nihal is literally ahead of Gukesh in the ratings, even though it's by 1 point. I think Nihal का एक rise आ रहा है पिछले एक साल के अंदर. He's really, in fact 2026 में he might be the most consistent player, and also he's very good at rapid chess and faster chess. So time pressure में बहुत बढ़िया खेलते हैं. So Nihal I think will be about 4, but of course they can change, yeah, depending on team. With Nihal both should be playing half the games I think, ताकि critical rounds में they can choose कि कौन सा बंदा ज़्यादा अच्छी form में है, and he can play those critical rounds, because VD also has experience of playing the Olympiad. That matters a lot. Tell the Pakistan team. यार I don't know the Pakistan team. Even though मेरा birthday आता है 14th अगस्त को, that's hilarious. But I would say कि I think उनका max rated player would be like 2021, so is my guess, somewhere around that rating. So they will not really be a contender I think for. We might not even face them. काश खेल पाते राउंड में, मजा आता यार. अगर राउंड 1 इंडिया पाकिस्तान होता, ओहो. उज्बेकिस्तान जाइए और सिंदारोव को उठा लीजिए. भाई सिंदारोव को टूर्नामेंट खेलना चाहिए था यार. वुड हैव बीन सो कूल टू सी हिम प्ले उज्बेकिस्तान चेस. आई रियली डोंट नो व्हाई ही इज नॉट प्लेइंग. इट वुड हैव बीन ऑसम टू सी हिम प्ले दिस इवेंट यार. Yep, we don't even have a GM. अरे भाई, people from Pakistan in the chat. I think that will answer your questions, chat. I have defeated Sola so multiple times, but I'm not able to cross Chada. So why होता है यार? I think I have defeated many grandmasters, but I'm not a grandmaster. आपकी rating जो होती है ना, it varies. Let's say मेरी rating 2186 है. On some days I will play like a 2400, some days I will play like a 1900. वो range रहती है, and the average is 2186 per day. Same for you, I think, and same for online chess. अबे भाई भाई, ये पॉलिटिक्स कहां से चालू हो गई भाई? चेस के लिए दिमाग की जरूरत है. अरे भाई 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 भाई. ओके, गोइंग बैक टू द मूव्स ऑफ अर्जुन्स गेम. बाय द वे, नाइट c3 के बाद अर्जुन इज अगेन थिंकिंग, आई थिंक इज मेकिंग दैट चॉइस कि मुझे डी पॉन से मारना है कि बी पॉन से मारना है. यूजुअली यू वांट टू टेक विद द बी पॉन, बिकॉज आप पॉन टुवर्ड्स द सेंटर कैप्चर कर रहे हो. यूजुअली अ ग्रेट डिसीजन. एंड देन यू कैन प्ले पॉन टू d4, टेक दैट सेंटर, एंड या I think it's the normal choice. Arjun सोच रहा है is already very interesting to me. क्या सोच रहा है भाई? Finally he takes. I think good choice. My team: Parag, Gukesh, Arjun, Nihal, VD. Parag, Gukesh. I would put Gukesh on board one still. I feel like होता है ना, like I don't know. Let's say कि you've been to a place holiday पे, or you have a relative you really love. Whenever you go to their home now, you will already be in a good mood because you have pleasant memories. Gukesh, I think, having crushed the Olympiad last 2 times, I think should be on board one. Even if there's a chance that he falters, I would still put him on board one. But I think it depends. उसकी rating क्या है, उसकी form क्या है, bunch of factors there. एंड बाय द वे बीटेक सी मारने के बाद नाउ ब्लैक इज थिंकिंग, आई थिंक बिल्कुल नहीं सोचेंगे, जल्दी खेलेंगे बिकॉज दिस इज क्लियरली हिज प्रिपरेशन. नाउ नाइट C6, कैसल्स सीम टू बी द टू बेस्ट मूव इन द पोजिशन. इंजन H6 भी कह रहा है, विच इज ऑल्सो इंटरेस्टिंग, बट आई थिंक कैसल्स मे बी इज द बेटर मूव played on the board. Vidit should not waste his. अरे ऐसे नहीं होता यार. See, the thing is, you can't have spots based on potential. पोटेंशियल तो मेरे अंदर ही बहुत है भाई, एटलीस्ट आई एम बनने का, एंड आई कुड टोटली डू इट इन 1 year, बट मैं कर नहीं रहा हूं ना भाई. दैट्स अ डिफरेंस. तभी मेरा नाम क्या NM लिखा है, IM नहीं लिखा है. पोटेंशियल के बेस पे नहीं. आई थिंक प्रीटी सून दे आर यंगस्टर्स. वंस Pranesh, Pranav and all these guys, even other players, Ronak man is very strong, Leon and all these guys cross 2700, reach the top 4, they will get their chance. You can't base the spots on potential. अब इंडिया में ओलंपियाड होता और 2-3 टीमें होती, then of course I think it makes sense, they should get that opportunity. But purely based on potential to ignore what's been done before by the other players would be kind of wrong in my opinion. Prag is board one. Yes, I think that could be possible, but I think Prag abhi, okay, he's not playing UzChess though. Okay, second in world championship be Vishy. I think Arjun lovingly. Arjun nahi hoga. That I can guarantee you. I think Arjun, Prag, Gukesh, ये तीनों एक दूसरे के दोस्त हैं, but competitors भी हैं. So ideally, what Arjun and Gukesh and Prag are thinking is, someday I'm going to beat Gukesh for the world championship. Chahe Gukesh or Sindaro, whatever it is. So helping them, is not the first thing up on their sleeve or even something they're considering, I think. Very unlikely. Held by please right, Rakesh Bhai says. Rakesh Bhai आएंगे आज, by the way, he'll be joining us today. And as I mentioned, I think we'd love to have Sahaj Bhai and others also. But वही मैंने कहा ना, this event is an odd timing. And it's not possible to have everybody in every stream because of the budget constraints, because of timing constraints and so on. But we'll try to do our best, chat. Check out Nicholas's board. Bhai, Nicholas Bhai ने कल Hans को हराया था, so I'm really excited about his game. Okay. तो इन्होंने ये कब मिडिल गेम से क्यों चालू करी गेम? मतलब ओपनिंग स्किप कर दिया क्या? मतलब क्लियरली 25 मूव हो चुके हैं, सो बीच से ही चालू किया होगा गेम. लेट्स हैव अ लुक. ये कैसाब्लांका चेस है क्या? मतलब क्या चल रहा है भाई? ये भाई क्या थ्योरी खेल रहे हैं भाई लोग. ये थ्योरी पे थ्योरी, थ्योरी पे थ्योरी, थ्योरी पे थ्योरी, थ्योरी पे थ्योरी, थ्योरी पे थ्योरी. देख रहे हो G5 कैजुअली विद द मोस्ट कैजुअल मूव इन द पोजीशन. थ्योरी पे थ्योरी, 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 थ्योरी. क्या है भाई? व्हाट इज दिस? ये चल क्या रहा है भाई? ओके, दिस इज व्हाई आई समटाइम्स हेट टॉप लेवल चेस भाई. ये क्या है भाई? ये तो पूरा घर की प्रिपरेशन है भाई. इनसेन. एंड ऑफ कोर्स लाइक निकोलस हैज अ tough task at hand, right? Because he's playing the second of Sindarov, who possibly has like the best opening prep in the world right now. So unfortunately for him, I think this is still tough because white has 1 2 3 4 5 pawns, 1 2 3 4 5, so pawns barabar hai, but I'm going to capture C7 pawn, then B7 is hanging. डबल पॉन्स की शायद ड्रॉ हो जाएगा, बट दिस इज गोना बी सम सॉर्ट ऑफ डिफेंस. यहां पे डिफेंस करना पड़ेगा. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. सो दैट्स वन प्रॉब्लम हियर. सो लेट्स सी क्या होगा. मीनवाइल, I think, by the way, look at the time that Madamino has. He's gained 7 minutes on the clock. He's gained 7 minutes. 1 hour 30 minutes से चालू किए थे, अब 1 hour 37 minutes है. भाई मदमीनव को लगता है सिंदर ने बोला है कि भाई ये सब टूर्नामेंट खेलते रहियो, तू बस पहले प्रेप कर ले मेरे साथ. तो ही हैज नो टाइम. उसको 1 घंटा दिया गेम खत्म करने के लिए. वाओ. वैसे जस्ट क्यूरियस, जब मदमीनव 2650 2700 हो जाएगा एंड देन ही स्टार्ट्स प्लेइंग फॉर द कैंडिडेट्स, तो क्या ये जोड़ी टिकेगी? इंटरेस्टिंग. भाई मैं ड्रामा कितना क्रिएट करता हूं ना. बाय द वे, एनीवेज, गोइंग टू द अर्जुन गेम. आई थिंक आफ्टर BC3 castles was played, D4 काफी लॉजिकल चाल, एंड E4 आई थिंक लुक्स टेम्पटिंग, बट आई थिंक आफ्टर नाइट D2 और नाइट G5 ये पॉन बहुत वीक रहेगा. सो नाइट C6 प्लेड एंड नाउ कैसल्स. काफी सॉलिड चॉइस बाय बोथ द प्लेयर्स. भैया मैग्नस को बुलाओ यार गेम मैनेज करने के लिए। हाँ हाँ हाँ, मैग्नस के पास क्लासिकल चेस और ऑनलाइन चेस के लिए टाइम नहीं है, बट हमारे लिए कमेंट्री करने के लिए टाइम जरूर निकालेगा वो। अपने पेरेंटल ड्यूटीज छोड़ के, अपने हस्बैंड ड्यूटीज छोड़ के यहाँ कमेंट्री करने जरूर आएगा ऑन द गेम्स ऑफ अर्जुन याकुबोव। दैट मेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ सेंस भाई। इट्स फाइन। अरे ये क्या है भाई, ये कब से, 1 साल से न्यूज चल रही है, बट मेक्स नो सेंस। गुकेश सेकंड टिक्कू, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, यही यही मतलब गुकेश की टीम का लेटेस्ट एडिशन। बाय द वे मैं ही हूँ। मैंने एक शॉट बनाया इसके ऊपर, आएगा इस हफ्ते में कभी ना कभी, डू देखना। मैंने सारे गुकेश सेकंड रिवील कर दिए उसके अंदर। सो मेरे इंस्टाग्राम में मिल जाएगा आपको बहुत जल्दी इन दिस वीक। बलराज भाई तो आ जाते भाई। बलराज भाई आई थिंक विल बी वेरी सीरियस फॉर नेक्स्ट सीओबी। आई थिंक ही डिडंट लाइक लूजिंग 7 games in a row, and totally understandable. I think he was very jovial and relaxed and looked happy, but यार 7 गेम चुभी होंगी। सो अगले सीओबी के लिए ही इज गोना प्ले एंड ही इज गोना बी प्रिपेयर्ड। सो भाई आसान नहीं होगा कराना अगली बार। नेपो क्या कर रहा है भाई? नेपो गेम भी देखते हैं, बिल्कुल भाई। नेपो गेम में नजर मारेंगे जल्दी से। नेपो वर्सेस विदित। सो वी सॉ टिल बिशप D3, बिशप B7, F3 देखा था, एंड वी सॉ द प्लान्स। तब भी विदित कहते हैं भाई, बिफोर यू कैन बिल्ड अप दिस ह्यूज सेंटर, आई एम गोना इंस्टेंटली प्ले C5, ताकि मैं चैलेंज कर पाऊं सेंटर को। तो वाइट कहता है कोई गल नहीं यार, सानू अटैक करो, सेंटर नहीं, हम तो खेलेंगे भाई E4 सेंटर लेंगे। So of C takes D4, C takes D4, knight C6, knight E2, bishop E3, and the center is defended. So black का choice tough है यार. White already has this huge pawn mass. I'm gonna flip the board. देखो कितना डर लग रहा है ना देख के। इसको लग रहा है कि भाई मतलब ये पॉन मतलब यही मेट कर देंगे, पीस की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी। सो इट्स वेरी टफ टू हैंडल दिस स्ट्रक्चर इज ब्लैक समटाइम्स। आपको थ्योरी पता होनी चाहिए। Do you think it's necessary for government to give cash while he's on funding? I think it's not. I personally feel कि he has a sponsor which likely came due to his own efforts. ऐसा मुझे लगता है। I don't know how he got Adani as a sponsor. I'm guessing. And अगर खुद के efforts से आया है, then the government should also do something, right, to support. I think Norway chess में first आना, the if you have done something which no Indian has done before, and it's something positive, I think that in itself is worthy of recognition, right? And I think Norway chess, कार्लसन को 2 बार हराना एक टूर्नामेंट में, जस्ट इमेजिन कितनी बड़ी अकम्पलिशमेंट है वो। भाई मैग्नस ये स्ट्रीम नहीं देख रहा है, आई नो भाई नहीं देख रहा है भाई, मैग्नस भाई तो नहीं देख रहा, लेकिन सिंधारो देख रहा है भाई। दैट्स अ गुड न्यूज। बार तो देखो भाई, बार आई नो, बार सेइंग इट्स इक्वल, बट अगर आप ये बिना प्रिपरेशन की ओपनिंग खेलोगे तो भाई लग जाएंगे, ध्यान रखना। विंसेंट निकोलो बलराज बोथ है भाई। विंसेंट भाई वर्ल्ड नंबर 6 है, एंड बलराज भाई सीओबी नंबर 6 नहीं थे। तो डिफरेंस तो है, बट यस आई थिंक बोथ आर जेंटलमैन फॉर श्योर। मस्त है वैसे विंसेंट यार, वेरी वेरी डाउन टू अर्थ, आई लव दैट गाय। Check the features challenges, यार वो बाद में चेक करेंगे। आई थिंक we'll check the, I'll check if I have the games of actually the, do I have the games? I don't see them in this link. So मेरे को याद ना, लास्ट में चेक करेंगे दिन के एंड पे। By the way, see already knight to E8 played by Vidit, and it's a very thematic move in these structures because black can sometimes even prepare F5 if need be, but also like it's preempting E5 so to speak। E5 को पहले से हमने देख लिया है, and if now E5 for example, I have queen H4 ideas, I have knight C6, and you can't play D5 because E5 is hanging, so it's kind of a bait कि भाई मैंने knight हटा दिया है, and if you play E5 then I can challenge the center instantly। सहज भाई फ्री में आ जाएंगे आप बोला, अरे भाई उनको वो तो कभी आ सकते हैं भाई, he can come at any point। Also it's huge responsibility, right? I mean to ask somebody to come for free, it's not always nice। So I mean he's always welcome to join at any point। Also like भाई it's very tiring man, like honestly like we are also thinking कि maybe we can start the stream a bit late भाई, बिकॉज नॉर्वे सीओबी, फिर इसके इंस्टेंटली बाद बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप, इंस्टेंटली बाद देन जीसीटी जागरेब, इंस्टेंटली बाद इट इज चेन्नई जीएम इंस्टेंट। अरे भाई मतलब दिस ईयर इज एब्सोल्युटली पैक्ड। सो एज अ चेस फैन इतने टूर्नामेंट है ना कि मतलब सांस लेने को टाइम नहीं है। यू शुड हैव प्लेड सीओबी, यू आर अ कॉमेडियन, घंटा कॉमेडियन भाई। आई थिंक although when me and Prakhar played some practice games, भाई we played it on every day, but एक दिन पे तो भाई प्रखर मुझे हराया जा रहा था यार, like he was getting these nice positions, nice tactics। I was like भाई मैं चेस खेलना भूल गया हूँ क्या? बट ओके नेक्स्ट डे आई काइंड ऑफ स्टार्टेड बीटिंग हिम, तो फिर मैं खुश हो गया। तो बट एक चीज है, आफ्टर ट्रेनिंग प्रखर आई केम बैक एंड प्लेड सम ब्लिट्स एंड आई गेन लाइक 50 पॉइंट्स इन वन सिटिंग, एंड आई टच माई पीक इन ब्लिट्स ऑल्सो विच इज 2651। सो आई काइंड ऑफ अंडरस्टूड कि भाई आई थिंक chess improvement is not tough. The hack to chess improvement, for me at least, what I understood is doing with someone. Akele chess practice karna na, it's very tough. You don't remember stuff. It gets boring. But if you're doing it with someone na, I think it gets very, very easy. Like I remember all of the stuff I discussed with Prakhar. Like मुझे openings याद है. And that never happens with me. My memory is not that great. But जो मैंने उसके prepare किया ना, for him, I remember everything. So I think doing it with someone is very nice. And yeah, find someone near you who knows chess and prepare with them. Bye. समय ने ना कंफर्म सेकंड गुकेश, हाँ तभी समय ने कहा दिस इज द लास्ट स्ट्रीम ऑफ द ईयर या फॉर हिम बिकॉज ही इज बिजी विद गुकेश नाउ. मेक सेंस. साहिल इज प्राउड मछली यूजर. अरे भाई भाई कमेंट्री के लिए ऑलवेज. बाय द वे 9-3 बेस्ट मूव प्लेड बाय इयान नेपोम्नियाची. सो देखेंगे क्या करेंगे यहां पे. फिलहाल के लिए प्रेशर बिल्डअप करते हुए ऑन विदित गुजराती. नाइट यहां नहीं आ सकता तो भाई यहां खेलते हैं उसको. एंड बिशप G5 नाउ कुड बी अ थ्रेट. एंड ऑफ कोर्स कैसल्स की तैयारी कर रहे हैं. जंपिंग बैक. विदित का टाइम देखो भाई, ही इज ओनली 21 मिनट्स बिहाइंड एंड इट्स ओनली बीन व्हाट 10 मूव्स. 98 9 टेस्ट खेला है भाई. ही हैज टू प्ले क्विकली. नो टाइम ऑन द बोर्ड फॉर हिम. Yep, going back to the game of Mr. Arjun Erigesi, देखते क्या हुआ. Oh, very interesting. So after BC3 castles, D4 is what we saw. Knight C6, काफी logical. हमने pawn को बचाया. White ने castle किया. And now this weird move, Rook to B8, which by the way, we have reached this position only thrice in Chesscom history ever. This is very interesting. Rook to B8. So getting out of this pin, and now the bishop is more free to move. Very interesting idea and clearly preparation by Yakubov. So Yakubov looks like very well prepared for this tournament. Napoleon Vidit continues to think. I agree. I think Vidit को time management clearly better करनी पड़ेगी. Position does not even matter, man. Arjun is clear winner of this tournament. I disagree because Nodirbek भी खेल रहे हैं. Let's not forget. We have Nodirbek with the white pieces against Mamidyarov with the black pieces. And Nodirbek right now is world number 5, just 1 point behind Sindarov, who's world number 4. And unko pura incentive hai to try and win the tournament at his home turf. Imagine, bhai. First of all, Sindarov crossed Nodirbek, right? So Sindarov Nodirbek under pressure ki bhai, main Uzbekistan number 1 tha, and now Sindarov is crossing me. Now, if he doesn't win the tournament on his home turf, that's another point that you're going to put pressure on, lot of pressure on him. So I think kahin na kahin Sindarov under pressure, he would love to win this event. It's very important for him psychologically, for his confidence to win this event. Highly important. So going back to the Arjun game, jahan pe Rook B8 ke baad he's thinking. Mandabhai, thanks for the chat by Tikkun field Prague defeated Knights 2 times, Tikkun Knights 2 times. Yes, bhai. I think ऐसे ही अगर correlation हम करते चलते तो I think लाइफ में बहुत बहुत आगे जाते हम लोग. Then CE में काफी चीजें ऐड करने को मिलती भाई. बट मैग्नस जी को मेरा नाम भी याद है कि नहीं, पता नहीं. बाय द वे आई स्टिल हैव टू आस्क प्रग फॉर दैट गेम मैन. आई एम 100% श्योर जब मैंने प्रग को हराया था वो गेम प्रग के पास होगी, मेरे पास नहीं है. बट बिकॉज प्रग इज अ सीरियस प्लेयर, ही विल हैव दैट गेम. सो मुझे वैव सूरी को मैसेज करना चाहिए. आई विल मैसेज हिम राइट नाउ एक्चुअली. रुको, नहीं अभी प्रग अभी खेल नहीं रहा ना प्रग. अभी करूं क्या उसको मैसेज, या बाद में करता हूँ. अभी डिस्टर्ब नहीं करते भाई, अभी नॉर्मल से वापस आ रहे होंगे. अभी सीएम चीफ मिनिस्टर से मिलने जा रहे हैं भाई. बताओ भाई, अब मैं उसको अपनी गेम मांगू, कभी और मांगूंगा भाई. By the way, look at this. So Arjun Erigesi plays pawn to e4, takes that center, but ye pawn is also blocking the bishop on g2. So can be double-edged. Can Vishnu play the Olympiad? He can. If he wants to, he can. But I don't think he will. I think Vishnu sir now is the FIDE deputy vice president. He also has other commitments. He might play a role of the mentor to some of the players. That's more likely than him playing himself. I think Vishnu sir plays, sometimes he's playing the FIDE team Rapid and Blitz that starts in 10 days. But वो हर tournament नहीं खेलते यार. And I like it also because he's kind of given pass on the baton to the younger generation and ki bhai chalo now you lead India, and he has faith in them, they can kind of pull through, and that they showed that that the faith was placed in the right hands. जब उन्होंने Olympiad जीता, candidate जीता, world champ जीता, and Prague won a bunch of events in 2025. So they've shown that confidence is well placed. ठीक है, मैग्नस को मीट किया है और किसी प्लेयर से मीट किया है मतलब साउंड्स अ बिट वियर्ड. मीट किया है मतलब मीट एंड ग्रीट क्या हो गया. आई हैव मेट सम टॉप प्लेयर्स. आई थिंक आई हैव प्लेड मैग्नस ऑफ कोर्स इन अ simul. I have met Hikaru because we shot some content with him during GCL. Top players कौन है? I've met Fabi also, but okay, only once. Fabi not really that closely because it was just a content shoot. Um, और कौन है भाई top players? Parag of course, Gukesh of course, um, Nihal little bit. और top में कौन है भाई? Sindarov I have not met. I've asked him a question, but I've not really met him. Um, Big question: will Arjun shake hands with Yak? Of course, he will shake hands by. Sindarov second, Shaktiman. आई डाउट इट, आई डाउट इट कि उन्होंने अपने चेस में अपना इन्फ्लुएंस बढ़ाने का सोचा है। ऑरियो कब ला रहे हो भाई? यार मैं ऑरी को फॉलो करता नहीं। आई हर्ड दैट ही इज अ बिग इन्फ्लुएंसर। आई हैव नॉट फॉलोड हिज कंटेंट टू मच। Maybe I should follow. Let me know if I should. Why this game looks like 400 yellow playing? नहीं भाई, the thing is ये रुक भी, ये जो चाल है ना, this is the awkward move. ये चाल या तो 400 येलो वाले या फिर 4000 येलो वाले ही खेलते हैं। मतलब या तो दिस इज इंजन प्रिपरेशन या फिर दिस इज सम 400 येलो गेम। ये कोई नॉर्मल इंसान मैं कभी नहीं खेलूंगा। फॉर एग्जांपल यहाँ पे मूव, यहाँ पे कम से कम आपको लाइक 2700 रेटिंग चाहिए मूव खेलने के लिए, या फिर आपको 400 रेटिंग चाहिए। डायमंड मेंबरशिप दे दो टिकवाई फ्री में। हाँ भाई, फ्री में मैं भी चीजें मांगने लग जाऊँ, ऐसे मिलती थोड़ी है भाई। अगर 1000 लाइक आज की स्ट्रीम पे हो जाए, जो नहीं होंगे मुझे पता है, बट अगर हो जाए तो हम कुछ कर सकते हैं भाई। देन मे बी समथिंग इज पॉसिबल। डायमंड में ओके तो हो गया। हैव यू मेट टॉप नेट पे? ओके, ये भी हो गया। अज्जू भाई आई हैव प्लेड आल्सो ट्वाइस। आई प्लेड अर्जुन व्हेन ही वाज 2100, देन आई लॉस्ट। आई थिंक कुछ बेनोनी स्ट्रक्चर था। आई गॉट कंफ्यूज इन द मूव ऑर्डर एंड आई लैंडेड इन बेनोनी एंड आई लॉस्ट। एंड सेकंड टाइम आई थिंक इट वाज क्वींस गैम्बिट जहां पे ड्रॉ हुआ था। एट दैट पॉइंट ही वाज 2350 आई थिंक। सो 2 बार खेला हूं आई थिंक अर्जुन से। ब्रो वीडी गेम में क्या हुआ? ओके लेट्स हैव अ लुक। वीडी गेम, लुक एट दिस। After knight to e8, knight h3, Vidit, after a 4-minute think, plays queen to h4 check. Now, it's obvious कि knight f2 is the only move, right? मैं अपने castling rights क्यों खराब करूंगा? king f1, then f5, and ऐसा लग रहा है कि black के pieces, सपने, perfect सपने की तरह बैठे हुए हैं. So knight f2, but what was the point of queen h4 then? Because it doesn't feel like a move which does anything, right? Because I'm happy with knight f2. I don't care about playing this move at all. And I mean, is he planning f5? That feels very risky right now. Black ke pieces develop nahi hai. I will just castle, still maintain this center. And if not f5, then knight c6 maybe. But I'm not sure how queen h4 helps knight c6. कुछ तो पका रहे हैं विदित, कुछ तो पका रहे हैं. Let's see what he's cooking. So knight c6 on the board, by the way, after another 5-minute think. Yeah, I think f5 is the plan, but direct f5 feels like it's too hurried. Let's see how he challenges this. Now knight c6 played. Played bishop e3, okay, logical move. And now is f5 the plan? Because queen h4, f5 kind of sinks, because queen h4 also supports the f4 square. So you can now play f5, f4, for example, attack the bishop. And knight आप यहाँ आ गया तो knight doesn't control f4, so makes sense कि queen h4 यहाँ पे आएगी if you want to play f5 f4. Why did you not become a grand? Because I didn't try, bhai. I mean, I did try technically, but GM बनना is tough, man. It requires a lot of money investment. I think coaching, ये वो करोड़ों रुपया लगाओ फिर GM बनो. I think you can do it as a kid, or I think if you're younger than 8 when you start chess, or if you need like crores of rupees. I think दो तरीके हैं GM बनने के, and दोनों बहुत tough. समय देखो 15 मिनट के लिए बुला लो, एक के लाइक हो जाएंगे। हाँ मतलब समय रहना कि 15 मिनट का वैल्यू तुम्हें पता है राइट? आई डोंट नो, यू कैन टेक योर गेसेस ऑन हाउ मच समय अर्न्स पर आवर इफ अ ब्रांड कोलैबोरेट्स विद हिम, उसको 4 से डिवाइड कर दो एंड बताओ कि मेरा नेटवर्थ भी उतना है कि नहीं। आई थिंक टफ टफ ब्रदर टफ। हैंड्स गेम भाई, हैंड्स कल बुरी तरह हारा था, एंड टू बी ऑनेस्ट आज भी कुछ पोजीशन कुछ क्रेजी नहीं लग रही मुझे उसकी अगेंस्ट वोकीडोव। So hands की game last में देखेंगे, but right now I think he has some chances, but black has a lot of counterplay. So I think देखने में मजा आएगा ये गेम भी। And एक गेम हमने नजर नहीं मारी, नहीं सारी नजर मारी actually. Surprisingly, we've looked at all the games at least once, so that's interesting. Now going back to the Arjun game, जहाँ पे E4 के बाद Yakubov is still thinking. I mean उनकी prep थी. I think E4 maybe was a surprise for him. अबे मॉड होता है, मॉन्ड क्या होता है? Why not IM? IM, I think, is possible, yeah. Honestly, I think IM with 1 year of effort, I think is possible. Wouldn't even require that much money. It's just, I don't see how my life improves. Like IM bano ya NM raho, it's not going to change much. ऑल्सो फिर बाहर जाओ भाई, इंडिया में ना टफ टूर्नामेंट्स होते नहीं, हैव टू ट्रैवल अब्रॉड टू प्ले। इतना खर्चा करो भाई, इट्स टू, इट्स अ मूव पॉइंट फॉर मी पर्सनली। ओके से सेकंड, बलवीर सिंधा सेकंड शक्तिवान बोथ, ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? ओके सेकंड, अरे भाई आपकी फेवरेट ओपनिंग कौन सी है? आई थिंक आई लाइक द लर्नर सिस्टम भाई, फेवरेट ओपनिंग। टाइम करते बाद 90+30, सो 90 मिनट्स मिलेंगे स्टार्टिंग में with 30 second increment, and then you finally have a 30-minute gain on the clock after 40 moves. Plug earned 1.1 crore in one tournament. Yes, so he earned I think 70 lakhs something, right, at Norway Chess, and I think 50 lakhs from the government of Tamil Nadu. So kafi, that's crazy. 1 crore for GM, this much, probably more also, Ravi. I think it's about, you need money for two things. One is the coaching, which is very expensive, and second is the travel. If you live in Europe, you already save on one of the expenses, the travel, because you don't need, you can just travel by bus and reach the city, and it's very cheap. But India se Europe jana, then staying there, it's very expensive. It just isn't worth it. So what time could you prefer? Of course, Norway chess, man. No draws at all. I think Norway chess is the goated time control. I absolutely love it. And कोई extra time भी नहीं है 40 move के बाद. I think more and more people should adopt that time control in classical. Okay, he's still thinking, Yakubov. Perk defense is interesting. I think it's not bad. Many top players play it nowadays sometimes, but I think it's something which you should play after you have mastered some other openings. Because of center में claim नहीं कर रहे अपना. So I would suggest starting out with chess, beginners के लिए it's not the best opening. It will give you some horrible losses and you start hitting chess. Living in Europe leads to more cost. Yeah, but somebody who's already living in Europe, let's say you are a GM from, I don't know, France, you have to travel to Italy. You can take a bus, 20 euros, reach Italy, play a tournament, come back. And because you earn in euros, your family earns in euros, it's easier to justify somehow. But I think for other people, you have two expenses. One is the travel cost and one is the coaching. Both are expensive. By the way, Arjun gets up from his chair. I think he's kind of happy with what he has in front of him. Yakubov soch rahe. Apparently, the best move is b6, which makes sense to put the bishop here and pressure e4. Also in sync with the move rook to b8. I think यहाँ पे pin नहीं है anymore. But I also like this move king h8, जो engine scream कर रहा है. And the plan is not to actually go f5, but to actually play f6. And which is interesting because usually you would not play this move in most cases, but यहाँ bishop b2 पे है. If the bishop was here, I'm pretty sure this would be much more risky. So f6 just to cement this center, and now you can think about the development of this bishop on c8. So very interesting choice. कि by king h8 and f6, या फिर b6 and bishop b7, and yeah, you can also play f6 directly. I think doesn't change much, but you can just not reveal your plans. कभी ना कभी king h8 खेलना ही पड़ेगा, I think. ये जीएम लोग कितने लाइंस कैसे याद रखते हैं भाई? हो जाता है एक्चुअली. Believe it or not, I think me and Prakha were looking at this line. By the way, we recorded a video with Saga Bhai yesterday on this. ये gambit में we looked at so many lines, and surprisingly, I remember a lot of it. For example, just want to show you knight c6, knight f3, queen e7, knight c3, knight e5, bishop f4. नहीं sorry, क्या था लाइन? हाँ, bishop f4 यहाँ पे, sorry, bishop f4, queen b4, bishop d2, knight c, queen b2, knight c3, bishop b4, rook b1, queen a3, knight b5, bishop d2, queen. यहाँ पे rook d1 is the only move. Rook d1, king d8, knight g5, knight h6, knight c3, queen a5. Like ये सब line मुझे याद है. This is one variation. So once you, I think, look at it with a friend, I think it becomes very easy to remember, I think. And zero because this was too much actually. We went into this too deep for no reason. Joel तो कभी खेलने नहीं वाला था ये सब. Yo Jacob, what's up? How did you get your title? I think I got my title after crossing the year of 2200. Both my titles come from that accomplishment. At one time, Arjun is highest after Vishy Sir. Why he left behind Plugin Arjun? I think he's not behind Plugin Arjun right now. He's still India number one. He did lose a bunch of rating though. But I think it is also a trend which has been followed by many players. Right now, we seem to be going through some rating deflation also, जहां पे there is only one player who's above 2800, and that is Magnus Carlsen. And he also at Norway lost 18 rating points in one event. So if Magnus played another Norway chess tournament, had the same result, he would be 2805. So it's like, I feel like, I think 28 से अब रहना बहुत मुश्किल है. So right now, Arjun is at 2759. And I think that's not bad at all. He's world number 9, pretty decent. And if he wins today, he could again be world number 8. So let's see क्या होता है. Do you teach chess? Bhai, you can, not personally, you can check out my content on Instagram and YouTube. वहां सीख लो भाई. That's the easiest way to learn. प्लीज चिको भाई, मुझे मॉडरेटर बना दो भाई. मॉड बनने के लिए आपको सालों साल आना पड़ेगा भाई. ऐसे नहीं बनते मॉड. मॉड इज अ प्रिविलेज. टिकू वैसे, अरे बाप रे, ये क्या सवाल पूछ लिया भाई. ये खतरनाक सवाल है भाई. Get Tanya for commentary. Bhai, Tanya will definitely join us, I think, for big events. Let's say candidates, may she joined us. She might join us for the World Championship also. I don't know if she's playing the Olympiad. We'll try to get her there. But like major events, we'll try to get Tanya for sure. I think Tanya has other commitments also. So I think har bar lana mushkil rehta hai. And by the way, I think we are going for a move by Yakubov after a long time. I'm still thinking what the move is. It seems like it's something on the queen side he's playing. So maybe b6 is the move he's going to play now, yeah? Pawn to b6. Come on, let's go. Who is the strongest player in India currently? I think it's on paper, it's Arjun. And not even on paper, I think. His results have kind of justified it, 2759. Prag is very close. I think Prag gained a bunch of rating in Norway chess, so he's just 2 ranks behind Arjun. But I think the guy out of form is Ukesh. And to be honest, इस साल एक बंदा इसकी फॉर्म में होना बहुत जरूरी है. It is Gukesh indeed. So I don't know like how he comes back to form now. सालों साल आने के बाद भी मैं नहीं बना मॉड. तब से हूं जब टिक्कू भाई के 50 से भाई 200 हफ्ते तब. आई थिंक 100 पे आर्यन नायर नामक आदमी आया था एंड 200 पे आप आए थे, मुझे याद है. बट या मैन, ग्लैड टू हैव यू भाई. ये क्या है भाई इंस्पायर जी, कि इससे कोई इंस्पायर नहीं हो रहा यार. ये अश्लील शब्दों से कोई इंस्पायर नहीं होगा. हु इज द वीकेस्ट प्लेयर एवर? आई थिंक वीकेस्ट प्लेयर एवर का नाम कोई जानता नहीं है भाई. B6 प्लेड ऑन द बोर्ड, काफी लॉजिकल. एंड बिशप यहाँ पे हिलेगा. कुड कम टू A6 also, by the way, not completely out of the picture. Also bishop P6 at some point also possible, not right now, but काफी interesting चाल यहाँ. Also knight could now come to A5. Like that's not the worst plan in the world at some point जब E5 is defended. समय नहीं भाई, समय इज वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग. एंड अर्जुन बाय द वे कैमरा की तरफ देखते हुए, एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर उसको पता भी नहीं वहां कैमरा है. ही इज जस्ट कैलकुलेटिंग द बोर्ड एंड द पोजीशन इन हिज माइंड, हर जगह देख देख के. ठीक है भाई, इतना कैसे बोल लेते हो? इतनी बातें कहां से आते हो भाई? कहीं से तो निकलती हैं. आई डोंट नो कहां चुपके बैठी हैं, बट कहीं से तो निकलती हैं यार. जब वो कि क्यों नहीं खेल रहा ये टूर्नामेंट, डर गया मैं इसका जवाब देने से. मुझे पता नहीं भाई क्यों नहीं खेल रहा है. आई थिंक ही विल डू एट द लास्ट मिनट, सो आई डोंट नो क्या सीन है. Salvai, do you think Vidit is just still surprised? So I just see him lose. Yeah, the thing is, you've not seen him play actually for a long time. In fact, the last tournament he played, he won. And that was India Rising. By he's in the finals of India Rising. And if he defeats Benjamin Bok on 4th of July, he's going to be qualifying to the EWC. So I think he's in great shape. It's just he doesn't play as often nowadays. He's gotten into AI and vibe coding and so on. So iska matlab ki his time management is a big problem in classical chess. And that's why we saw him lose yesterday. He would have drawn that game otherwise. So hopefully this experience is going to get him back in form. And I already know, I think Vidit ने किसी interview में बताया था कि he's playing a bunch of events now. Nodirbek told me this, in one of our calls, कि Vidit is playing, I think he's planning to play the Olympiad. He's planning to play, I think, which was the event? He's playing a bunch of events this year. So he is playing a lot. So I think he will be back in form at some point. Who is the lowest ranked world champion ever? यार ये सवाल मत पूछो मुझसे यार. ये तुमने टफ सवाल पूछ लिया, बिकॉज इसका जवाब मुझे पता नहीं है. बट जो नाम दिमाग में आ रहा है मैं कहना नहीं चाहता. Sada, who is the weakest GM right now? Yeah, that's not a correct question, I feel, because usually the weakest GM होते हैं, that's somebody who's like 80 years old and still playing chess. For example, I played somebody in 2019, I think. Yeah, 2020 I played somebody who was a GM but was rated lower than me. He was 2120 or something, and he was like 75 years old or something. So I won against him, but that doesn't really count as a win against a GM, right? Because he's not in his prime now, not even close. भैया खेलोगे 1v1? भाई यही करते हैं भाई, हम लोग खेलते हैं, इन लोगों को चिल करने देते हैं हम लोग. By the way, Rook B1 played by Arjun Erigesi. Usually, I think Rook B1, I don't know how much sense it makes because the pawn is now defended. But okay, you bring a rook to a half open file. It's not a bad move at all. I think काफी logical चाल है, especially when it's not clear where I want to develop this bishop. Also, rook e1 में कई बार takes bishop b4 can be mildly irritating, especially with bishop a6 coming. Rook के पास शायद square ही ना बचे. So rook b1 काफी interesting चाल. It's not a bad choice at all. What I reason Mikhail Tal, bhai, Mikhail Tal was an absolute legend, man. Like उनके style जो था खेलने का, I think it's very hard for anybody to replicate. I think he's been an inspiration for so many chess players across the world. And in fact, मैं लाटविया गया था एक बार लाइफ में बहुत साल पहले. And I think it's a beautiful country also. ऐसे घर काफी cute बने होते हैं वहाँ पे. And I think he's somebody who, like, I think every chess player knows. Yeah, like it's one name जिसकी games आपको inspire करती हैं. Do you think anyone can do like Tal got his? I mean, GM is tough, man. It's not easy. I mean, you've asked Sahaj by this also पहले. I think GM title के लिए बहुत मेहनत लगती है. At least 10 years of hardcore effort, I would say. तब जाके GM का आप सोच भी सकते हो. Do you know I am Vishal Sareen? Yes, I know I am Vishal Sareen. I think he's one of India's best coaches. I think I don't know if he's coaching somebody nowadays, like some top player or not. But I think he's coached Tanya. He's coached Sahaj, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong on this one. Hopefully, I'm not. But I think so. I think so. Like most of Delhi players, he might have coached at some point. वैसे ऋषि के OTB खेलेंगे यार. I think I met him once during the World Cup. Whenever we meet next, we'll try to play a game. उस टाइम उतना टाइम मिल नहीं पाया. वैसे ओके हो गया है. ताल का खेले कभी नहीं भाई. ताल नहीं भाई, ये मौका नहीं मिला. आई वॉज बॉर्न वे लेटर. नॉट वे लेटर बट लेटर. अपनी वाइफ को भी कमेंट्री कराओ. नहीं यार, यू डोंट पुट ऑल योर एग्स इन वन बास्केट इज माय थॉट प्रोसेस. I find your insights and commentary interesting. Thanks. Thanks, Ajay, for the kind words. Really appreciate it. He is my coach. Oh, nice, bhai. Can you guess a player from the famous moves? For example, e takes f6. But it depends. Is the position unique? If the position is unique, then maybe I can guess some stuff. But random position, like ये position है. If you showed me this game after 10 years, I would not remember this because this is not that crazy. But मान लो कोई queen sack करके रखा है या कोई insane move हो चुकी है, then I will remember it likely. Like there's this move that I think it was Topolov or no, it was Alexei Shirov who played like bishop h3 in the endgame against Topolov. Sacked a bishop for nothing, for free in an endgame and won that game. So like वो position no chess player will ever forget, yeah, because it's crazy. FM Abhishek Das, I've heard of this name actually. I don't remember. I've heard of this name, I think. Yeah. I think I know the player. I know the player. Not like personally, but I've seen him in a tournament before. Sahupo कौन है भाई? Who's Sahupo? Who's Gukesh's second? Really? भाई Sahupo को जी कौन है भाई? कभी नाम ही नहीं सुना. देखो भाई, अगर मैं 3 years में 2200 पहुंच जाऊं तो should I continue as a career? Maybe I'm 16 right now. भाई, I went from 1800 to 2200 in just 1 year. So, and then I got stuck at 2200 for 3 years. And then I was like, okay, let's not do this. By the way, camera गायब हो चुका है, so let's have the board set up वापस. Yeah. So I would say it's not a guarantee. I think you will need at least a lot of resources, either financially or time-wise. It's not easy. I think you will need a lot of knowledge. I think I have a lot of knowledge now, which I didn't when I was playing. If I had it, I would prepare differently. And I think वो experience से आता है, interacting with top players. सहज वैसे interact करता हूँ. Every day I learn something. कि भाई अच्छा, he learned this way as a child. Oh, I never learned like this. तो ये चीजें सीखने को मिलती हैं when you interact with top players, I think. And वो experience बस तब नहीं था. How many countries have you been to? I can tell you how many airports I've been to. Maybe around 40. But countries में actual घूमने के हिसाब से भाई, that's a very very small number. Like चेस प्लेयर्स नहीं घूमते भाई. आई एम टेलिंग यू, गुकेश, पराग, विदित, अर्जुन, ये सब लोग दुनिया भर में मतलब 100 कंट्री होके आ जाएंगे. बट घूमने के लिए एक्चुअली कुल मिला के 5 कंट्री गए होंगे. वो भी वीडी गया होगा भाई. I can tell you these guys don't do round. Like it's very normal for a chess player to go to a country and not like they could go to France and not look at the Eiffel Tower. Like ऐसे होते हैं chess players. And I was also like this. Although देखा था Eiffel Tower देखा था भाई वही देखा था बस. By the way, very good question. वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप कहाँ होगी? आई सॉ दिस आर्टिकल कि इंडिया में होने के चांसेस कम हो गए हैं. लाइक बिकॉज द प्राइस टैग वॉज वेरी हाई, लाइक दे कुडंट जस्टिफाई इट. सो इंडिया में होने के चांसेस कम हो गए. आई रेड सम आर्टिकल, कुड बी रॉन्ग, बट एटलीस्ट मैंने कोई न्यूज आर्टिकल पढ़ा तो था. Meanwhile, by the way, why does Nepo have an edge? अरे बाप रे, let's have a look at this. So knight f2 के बाद knight c6 हमने लास्ट देखा था, bishop e3, f5 काफी लॉजिकल, and now d takes c5, best move played by Ian Nepomniachtchi. Now this is still, I think, a balanced game, and now VD has a choice. Does he want to take on e4? Does he want to play f4? If you take this pawn back as it is, after, I don't know, like ef5, at some point, bishop c5, white is just a pawn up. I think VD is close to loss. In fact, rook b1 is plus 1.2 for Ian Nepomniachtchi. So going back, I think यहाँ पे dc5 के बाद he has to push the f pawn, either take on e4, which kind of challenges the center, right? How do you capture back? If you take with the knight, for example, it's not possible. This is pinned. And if you take with the pawn, this looks a bit weird, right? f5 खुल गई. I have knight e5 now, attacking the bishop. Knight g4 aa raha hai. This is not, convincing at all. So bishop e4 makes the most sense. But then I have knight f6. And this is tricky because if you put the bishop back, let's say bishop c2, then c4 pawn is hanging. And if you play bishop d3, then knight e5 again. So I think VD has played something very, very ambitious. I like it for VD actually now, the more I look at it. So f takes c4 looks very, very interesting for Vidit Gujarati. And marne ke baad, white has to take with the bishop. And knight f6 ke baad, he has to give this bishop. He has to now play castles. And ये खेलना उतना आसान नहीं है. So yeah, maybe Vidit is still prepared, yeah, but time-wise, आधा घंटा पीछे already. That's what worries me, bhai. That's what worries me. The time management again. Do you know GM Machu ji? Yes, भाई माचू जी का नाम हमने सागर भाई की स्ट्रीम पे देखा था मैंने पहली बार. Oh, look at this. He plays f4. So another ambitious try. And now if you put the bishop back, then bc5 and Vidit is just better. So f4 ke baad, the only move for white is pawn to g3. Wow. g3 is the only move. And if you take, I take, rook defended and knight say, queen g3 pe rook h3 is the move. Allowing queen g1 and now bishop f1. And the idea is knight g4 trapping the queen. Wow. भाई क्या ही opening preparation है. And play g3 by Nepomniachtchi. Why crazy? Can we go full screen? Wow. Crazy, insane opening preparation by both the players. I hope Vidit has seen this g3 move. अगर नहीं देखी तो भाई complete shock होगा उनके लिए. Kind of beautiful, I agree. He plays it indeed. भाई लग नहीं रहा है वीडी ने देखा है ये चैट. Question to you. Do you think VD has seen this? At first glance, देख के नहीं लग रहा है कि उन्होंने देखा है. I am a bit worried for VD now. ऐसा, this is the calculation phase, not the recollection phase, if it makes sense. Yeah, I don't think he's seen this chat. And if he's not seen it, then this is going to be tough. By the great question by Niranjan Bhai, who is the best upcoming young player from India under 16, like Yages and Faustino? I think we know of some players. Adit Kapil is one player. Iska naam hai recently suna. There are many youngsters like this. Ek aur tha, I can't remember the name. Shit. Yeah, my memory is so bad. But there are many youngsters who are like 13, 12 years old, 14 years old, and who are like 2400 or so. So these guys could be 2600 in a couple of years. They might not replicate exactly what Yages has done, because वो आज तक history में एक ही बार हुआ है, but they are huge talents, I think. So Ilam Parthi also, of course, he's been there for a while now, so he's not a new name at all. By the way, look at Nepo, यार, standing in front of the chair, बंदा पूरा chill कर रहा है. Hopefully handshake करेगा लेकिन. इलम पार्थी की स्पेलिंग गलत है लेकिन भाई, it's one name. Vidit will not save this. I don't think this is lost at all. He can just play queen f6 actually, attack c3. And if you take on f4, let's say you take with the pawn, queen c3 check, bishop d2, and now queen d4 he has to find. C takes, a takes. And okay, white has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Black has, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, white ka king thoda open hai. This structure, which was very strong, is now a bit broken. Dark squares, pe, the queen has some influence. King side is not safe even on g1. I have this d5 break completely breaking open everything. Bhai, he takes. He's taken the pawn. He doesn't know the opening. Oh my god, he's gonna play queen. He's gonna take this pawn. Now he has to take. Now queen f6 is not possible because there is e5 chat, I think. And that means he has to take the g3 pawn. Wow. Bhai, crazy line, crazy line. He takes that pawn and now rook h3 only move for Nepo. He plays it in a second. By crazy opening prep, by UzChess suddenly, sharpening up as an event. By sab, and now queen g1 check and queen g2 are the two moves for Vidit Gujrati. He's borderline lost right now. By sab, kya tough hai chess. And now he has to find this check. Of course, king move nahi karenge. I mean, king e2, I will trade queens. And then white's attack is over because chat down rakho, rook and bishop are converging on h7 right now. That's a huge attack building up, right? So, आपको bishop f1 खेलना है, saving the queen. And now the only move for Vidit Gujrati to not lose the game on the spot is queen g6. If he doesn't play it, knight g4 पे queen को bye-bye. It's over. So queen g6. And now chat, the best move for white is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. And I think Nepo will know this. There are a bunch of moves. You can play queen d7, pick up the pawn. You can play cb6. I mean, logical moves. But the best move is rook to a2. Beautiful. Idea, knight d3, rook g2 and rook h2. Oof. Absolutely stunning plan. And I think Vidit Gujrati ने एक line खेल दी है, which I think Nepo is better prepared in. And look at that half stare from Nepo. Yeah, he understands कि भाई Vidit ने गलती कर दी है. And now queen g1 check is what Vidit has to find. Push that bishop back to f1. Force it to move back ताकि h7 hanging ना रहे. Otherwise, there could be huge tactics incoming. आपके हिसाब से who is the GOAT? Mikhail Tal, Boy Fischer. I think GOAT to Magnus Carlsen है भाई. I think both these names are contenders for that title, but not Tal. I think Tal still had flaws. When you look at the GOAT, you have to look at somebody who's an absolute best player of all time. Tal would be the most exciting player of all time, most ambitious player of all time, most, aggressive player of all time, but not the best player of all time. Fischer does fit that, description, but I think he did it for less amount of time than Kasparov and Magnus. So I think maybe Kasparov and Magnus are better names, but I think Fischer also could be one of the ones, players to keep under that list. So why Vidit under huge pressure? एक 30 second का detour लेते हैं अर्जुन की गेम का, then we'll jump back. By the way, no moves by Yakubov after rook to b1, so he's already out of prep. And now time-wise, he's in the same soup as Vidit. Look at his clock, 54 minutes. Starting में, he was the one playing quickly, but now Arjun has confused him in the opening, and now he doesn't know what to do. So Arjun, clock पे आराम से ahead, like 23 minutes ahead. So things looking great for an Arjun Agassi win today, chat. बड़ा मजा आएगा देखने में. But for now, we have to jump back to the video game. Nepo खड़ा है भाई. Nepo खड़ा है भाई सामने कुर्सी पे. बाप रे, he's like, he knows. He knows Vidit has fallen into his prep. Bhai sahab. Interesting moments in this game, chat. Vidit Gujrati under serious pressure after losing yesterday. Because of less time on his clock, he's under pressure again. And again, look at the clock. He's like, what? 34 minutes behind. Come on, Vidit bhai. Come on. You need that defense. You need to find queen to g1 check here. Did I say Sahaj? Did I say Sahaj? Of course, bhai. We're all missing Sahaj bhai here, but I don't know if I said Sahaj bhai, but I meant Nepo bhai. Nepo bhai standing. चले गए Nepo bhai. घूमने चले गए. Have you ever heard of Mr. Pihu? भाई ये trap में हम, Sagar bhai has taken enough bullets for all of us. So we're not going to fall into these now. अच्छा सहज बोला क्या मैंने? वो आदत से वो गाना था, कौन सा था? आदत से मजबूर टुडु 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 आदत से मजबूर. भाई वीडियो भाई, come on. एंड यू नो व्हाट, यहां पे उनको सोचना चाहिए. He should not hurry. He's been thinking for what, 4 minutes now. He should at least take 5 more minutes and then play. Because yahan jaldi karenge na, he could be just lost. For example, Queen G6 खेला. The most logical move, E5. खत्म. हो गया. घर जाओ. Queen G1 check and King E2 भाई is the best move. Queen D1, Rook D1, H6 is hanging. And if you play H6 here, chat, कौन कहता है रानी के बिना अटैक नहीं कर सकते? कौन कहता है रानी के बिना अटैक नहीं कर सकते? दो रुक हो तो हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. वाह वाह भाई इरशाद. सो वही बात है भाई. तो यहां पे नाइट G4, रुक G1, नाइट H6, दिस इज ऑल फॉलिंग अपार्ट फॉर Vidit. So I think going back, he has to find check, force the bishop back, and then go back Queen G6. Very important. मिस्टर बैंका की तारीफ हो रही है, काफी इंटरेस्ट लगता है आपके फेवरेट प्लेयर है वो. रोज उनकी गेम्स आप देखते हैं लगता है. We will lose so much rating in this tournament. By if he loses this game, he's gonna fall below 2700, and I don't want that to happen at all. I want all the Indians to be in shape. I want all of them to be of 2700 for the Olympiad. VD does not belong below 2700. He's a very very strong player. साहिल ने बोल दिया अर्जुन 90% विन है तो जीतेगा एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ द लास्ट 3 years. अरे भाई भाई भाई, लेट्स होप सो ही विंस. अच्छा 9 दिन जीतेगा. अरे ये क्या है भाई, गजब बेइज्जती है यार, कमाल है. नहीं अर्जुन जीतेगा भाई, ही विल विन टुडे 100%. 100 नहीं बोलना चाहिए बट या. एनी न्यूज अबाउट शुभी? व्हाट न्यूज अबाउट शुभी? क्या न्यूज आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं हमसे शुभी के बारे में? By the way, VD is so stressed. Look at him. He's not moving a muscle. उसकी मतलब कुर्सी भी शेक नहीं कर रही. आई थिंक ही इज इन एब्सोल्यूट शॉक. आई डोंट थिंक दिस इज हिज प्रेप. एंड जस्ट टू पॉइंट आउट चैट, देयर हैव बीन 0 games on chess.com in this position. Going back, let's see when the last game, like when were we last in theory? ये थी position जहां पे D6 खेला था ब्लैक ने. एक गेम थी इस पोजीशन में. But after F5, you are already in completely uncharted territory. And I think this is on his own right now. And Nepo घर की prep में है. Wow, this is so tough. Shubi is number 5 in women. I think that we heard yesterday, but I think uski average kam hogi. So I don't think she's going to qualify to the Olympiad team this year. But also I think she might have gained 250 points. Her level might not be 2450. कई बार ऐसा बहुत बार हुआ है. In fact, there was this famous case of Aditya, I think from Haryana, he was from my state. He went to like 2600 or something, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 2600 he went to, right? Like he gained 400 points, went from 2200 to 2600 or something. Like it was insane. And then he lost those points gradually. So I think great news for Shubi. Congratulations to her. But because rating average ऐसे काम करती है, she might not make it. She might not make it still. I'm checking though what her rating is right now. 24. Yes, her rating is 2426. She's world number 33 in the rankings. So if the months considered were, let's say July, August, September, yes, she would make it. But she would not make it because average months कोई और count होते हैं. By the way, नेपो भाई slow motion में चाय पी रहे हैं, मतलब slow motion में ऐसे चाय पी रहे हैं भाई. भाई क्या ही ओपनिंग थ्योरी खेली है, लाइक मतलब कैमरा रिलीज करने लगे. Sethuraman winning in future section, can you check? By future में Sethuraman खेल रहा है. See, I didn't know that. Really? Wow, that is a surprise. I'm going to check that. But futures is for youngsters, right? Why is Sethuraman playing in the futures section? Like futures by default should be like the future. He is playing and he is winning. Wow, interesting. We'll check that game at the end. Last में देखते हैं. V looks lost. His time is also getting low. I absolutely agree. I think this is a very, very tough game for Vidit Gujarati. Actually, he should not lose 2 games in a row. Show hands game also. By hands game, I mean, काफी hands on घुसना पड़ेगा उसमें क्योंकि काफी complicated है. And we have this E5 pawn. I would say let's look at this at the end because it feels like it's a very complex game. I think end game में घुस सकता है बहुत जल्दी. So we'll look at this later. Meanwhile, ये game एक नजर मारते हैं. So Madaminov, Sindarov second against Nicholas, who won yesterday by defeating Hans. And feels like कि 1, 2, 3 versus 3, 3 pawn, maybe a draw, but knight h3 पे rook h3. So white is still kind of having hopes. Knight g4, f3, knight e5, takes with check. King f5 खेल सकते हैं, knight check आ रहा है, so maybe king has to go back. Yeah, still I think fighting on, white fighting on for an advantage. Look at the time that white has gained a lot of time on the clock. So we'll come back to this. Going back to the game of Nepo again, jahan Vidit is thinking this is the, oh, look at Vidit, by the way. He's holding his head. Let's go full screen. He looks really stressed right now. Vidit under pressure on the clock. 45 minutes for him to play 25 moves. And he's out of prep in a sharp position. His king is under fire. This one is going to be tough. Wow. Check this. Check this line. Queen g1, king e2, queen d1, rook d1. And but why would he play knight f6? He's not going to play knight f6. I think he's going to play knight e5. And I'm going to take the bishop, taki there is no attack. And next I will pick up this pawn and then play knight f6. So I think the move knight f6 is very cooperative, I think. By the way, he finds queen g1 check. Best move by Vidit Gujrati. Now bishop f1 is the only move for Ian Nepomniachtchi. And you know what? यहाँ पे क्योंकि वो प्रेप में है वो बहुत जल्दी खेलेंगे. I don't expect him to take too much time. By the way, quick look at the Arjun game. Not much has happened after rook b1. Finally, rook to e8. Khela Yakubov ne, so not much has happened at all. Arjun will play rook e1 or something very quickly. So going back to the VD game because that's the sharp one. यहाँ पे देखते हैं क्या खेलेंगे यहाँ पे Ian Nepomniachtchi. Crucial moment. Bishop f1 only move. अगर नेपो प्रेप में नहीं है तो he could go wrong here, but I think he will find the best move though. I don't think he plays king d2 or king e2. Come on, come on, come on. Team will be same, I guess. Only Tanya could be replaced. Yeah, I think Tanya has not played her games because I didn't see her play any games at all. So she might not qualify. But technically, I mean, I would love to see Tanya play, but also we might have her for commentary. So एक वो benefit तो है of Tanya not playing the Olympiad. And hopefully Humpy plays now because we will need the experience. Because we remove one experienced player, we need to replace one experienced player. नेपो मूव क्यों नहीं कर रहा? बिकॉज वो बैठा नहीं है कुर्सी पे एक्चुअली. सो कानून के हाथ लंबे हैं बट नेपो भाई कानून का पार्ट नहीं है अभी. सो आई थिंक टफ रहेगा इतनी दूर से खेलना मूव. पहले आके बैठना पड़ेगा फिर खेलेंगे. भाई जब ये उस कॉन्ट्रोवर्शियल जोक मारता हूँ सवे भाई मेरी शक्ल लगा देते हैं भाई. I'm chopping I know. By the way, Bishop f1 played in a second. So Nepo भाई still in घर की prep. घर का खाना घर की prep हमेशा हमारे टेबल पे आनी चाहिए भाई. That's the best part. Okay, now we're in the pressure. By the way, only move queen g6 or the game is over. He can resign. He can literally resign otherwise. Only move. Only move. Come on, Vidit भाई सोचना नहीं. इसमें क्या सोचना है भाई? ज्यादा बकवास मत कर सीधे कमेंट्री कर. Hey, Fines, let's go. भाई video open in the chat. भाई Fines the best move. Yeah, come on. Give him some credit here. Are there already tournaments of casual players or do you need to facilitate it? No, you can absolutely play casual tournaments. There are many clubs across Delhi NCR, across Mumbai, across multiple cities in the country. You can find these clubs. One way to look at these clubs is go to chess results, chess-results.com, filter by your state and look at कि आखिरी 3 महीने में कौन कौन से events हुए हैं, अगले 3 महीने में कौन कौन से events हैं. That's the simplest way. वहां पे आपको unrated events भी मिल जाएंगे. But you can also be rated events. Those you can find on aislift.in/calendar, I think. So you always have the opportunity. I've played these events, by the way. Gurgaon में कोई club है, I forgot the club's name. I've played some random events there. हमेशा मजा आता है. In fact, if you remember Aryan Vashne, who became like a grandmaster recently, he used to play these rapid events for years. 3 से 5 साल तक सिर्फ ये rapid events खेलते थे. Used to win every single time. 2100-2200 rating ही थी उनकी starting में. And then he started playing Europe में and went to 2500 सीधा. So playing these rapid events can give you a lot of experience because आपकी openings details में जाती नहीं है. You get to learn these openings very well and then you can improve the chess play. You analyze these games and also make some money on the side. Yeah, so it's always fun. Aryan played. See, I know. I've played tournament. Like मैं खेला था rapid event. मैं second आया था. Aryan came first. He defeated me in that tournament. So I think, yeah, he's very strong. By the way, now Ian Nepomniachtchi को game move निकालनी है, and that is rook to a2. That's the best move. He's thinking. So that tells him maybe he's out of prep. या फिर he has seen both of these moves. Rook a2, queen d7, cv6. I think cb6 also makes a lot of sense because it's like a nothing move. Yeah, after taking on b6, I can play these moves again. लेकिन अगर मुझे रुक a2 खेलना है, then cb6 doesn't make sense. Why? Because ye khelne ke baad rook a2, if I want to swing my rook, then the a3 pawn is now attacked. So if I really want to swing my rook, then I don't want to take on b6 and open up your rook here. So very important detail, agar nepo ko pawn marna hai, then he can for sure take this pawn, all good, attack the bishop. But if he wants to go for the most ambitious line, yeah, yahan pe rook lana ho, then he has to not take this pawn. Very, very important detail here. Rook b1 is natural, also natural, I think. It's a natural move, but it's a queen side plan, right? मतलब depend करता है को कहाँ खेलना है. Do I wanna attack black's king? In that case, rook b1 makes no sense. Do I wanna go for a strategic long-term advantage on the queen side? Then of course, rook b1 makes a lot of sense. So it depends on what Nepo's plan is. I think this is a very good move, by the way. Pins the pawn and also threatens to take it and attack the bishop again. So very logical move for sure. ये कैमरा क्या हुआ? ये कैमरा हैव बीन इंस्टॉल्ड बाय वेग देसाई. वेग देसाई ने कैमरा इंस्टॉल करे हैं. एंड अगर आपको पता है वो अभी कहां पे है तो आप दो और दो ऐड कर लोगे, और नहीं पता है तो भाई सर के ऊपर से जोक. टिकवाई स्किन इज ग्लोइंग आफ्टर मैरिज. व्हाट्स द सीक्रेट टिकवाई? ओहो, ग्लो कर रहा है क्या? रियली? माय स्किन के रूटीन अभी बनाएंगे वीडियो, टिकटॉक वाली, वो स्किन के वाली. वो एक पूरा बर्तन लेंगे, उसमें पानी डालेंगे, मुंह डालेंगे उसमें, फिर तो बनाएंगे, वो भी रहेंगे, पूरी वीडियो बनाएंगे भाई इंस्टाग्राम पे. आई होप देयर इज नो बेड. अरे 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 भाई भाई, ये क्या है भाई? ओके, गोइंग बैक टू लाइव पोजीशन. बाय द वे, क्वीन जी6 के बाद पहली बार नेपो सोचते हुए यहाँ पे, एंड देखते हैं क्या होगा. Meanwhile, going to Arjun's game, oh, still no moves by Arjun Erigasi after rook to e8. तो सोचते हुए यहाँ पे क्या करना है? And I think the move is why not rook e1, right? That's the move. Why not rook e1? Because you want to defend the pawn. I think the problem is at some point this might be a little bit irritating. Not much actually. So rook e1 feels very logical to me as the most obvious move. Bishop कहाँ develop करे? Because bishop g5 पे f6. That's the move black anyway wants to play. So maybe I'm not sure. And threat है pawn takes pawn and rook takes pawn in some cases. Not necessarily because knight hanging है. So I will move the knight and the knight could be hanging in some cases. But at some point, this could be a threat. So yeah, rook e1 feels very logical for Arjun here. Going to the game of Mr. Vidit Gujarati, and now having this position, and I look at this position, I feel like कहीं ना कहीं पे थोड़ा pressure बनता जा रहा है चैट, and now Ian Banerjee on his own, and जहां पे वो on his own आते हैं ना, वहां पे I think गलती के chances बहुत बढ़ जाते हैं. यहाँ पे I think गलतियां बहुत है. Tournament format, good question. Tournament is 9 rounds straight with no rest days. Time control is 90 plus 30. 40 साल के बाद 30 मिनट्स मिलेंगे. एंड सिंपल है भाई, 9 राउंड के बाद जिसके हाईएस्ट पॉइंट्स होंगे ही विंस द इवेंट. लास्ट टाइम प्रग ये इवेंट जीते थे इन अ टाई ब्रेक वर्सेस नोदिरबेक एंड सिंदारोव. इस बार प्रग नहीं है, अर्जुन है एंड विदित है. देखते हैं कौन जीतता है. साल भाई, आपको ये जोवियल नेचर बहुत अच्छा लगता है, ऐसी कमेंट्री करो. अरे भाई भाई बिल्कुल भाई, ऐसे ही रहते हैं हम लोग लाइफ में यूजुअली. बाय द वे, ही टेक्स द पॉन. सो नेपो भाई टेकिंग अ लीफ आउट ऑफ विदित्स बुक कि भाई प्यादा मिल रहा है तो ले लो. ही टेक्स दैट पॉन. सो क्लियरली किंग साइड प्लान तो वो नहीं खेलने वाले. मतलब विदित का किंग बहुत खुश है भाई. पेट चैटर, पेट चैटर क्या होता है भाई? अच्छा, मैंने किसी को पैसे दिए चैट करने के लिए, तो अच्छी बातें लिखो भाई. अगर पैसे दिए हैं तो मेरे बारे में अच्छी बातें लिखो कम से कम. ऐसे कैसे? मैं काउंटडाउन क्यों खेलते हैं? अब खेलेगा. आई थिंक नाउ इज गोना प्ले अ बंच ऑफ इवेंट्स. आई एम फॉरगेटिंग व्हिच वाज. सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ही इज गोना प्ले दिस. Then he is playing, I think he's playing one more event, I'm forgetting. Then he is playing the India Rising Finals. Then he's, I don't know if he's playing Chennai GM, most likely not. Then I think he's playing a bunch. आ रहे event, आ रहे हैं उसके, फिक्र मत करो. Vishay Soviet Union was a legendary battle by Vishy sir. I think I saw that Judith Pulka documentary. वहाँ पे there were a few clips of Vishy sir, during his earlier days. It was very nice to see him there with Aruna ma'am also kind of standing together during these tough, strong events. Kasparov bhi tha. Crazy memories for them, I'm sure. Tikwai, Arjun, Progi in Prague, who's the favorite? Tough question, yaar. Very tough question. I think Gukesh has given us so many memories. लाइक वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में वहां पे सेलिब्रेट करना. समय भाई हमारे प्रोड्यूसर भी वहां थे. आई वॉज देयर, तानिया वॉज देयर. हमारी पूरी टीम थी आई थिंक चेसकॉम इंडिया की वहां पे. एंड आई थिंक इट वाज सच अ मोमेंट कि वो बार के साथ साथ जब रुक F2 आया था, लाइक द इंटायर ऑडियंस स्टूड अप ऐसे धीरे धीरे करके ऐसे. दैट मोमेंट आई थिंक इज लाइक अ core maybe for all of us. कभी नहीं भूलेंगे. So I'm going to say Ukesh because of that, the positive memories. But in terms of pure strength, right now, I think Ukesh is struggling, man. There is no doubt about it. हांगकांग वाला हम कवर नहीं करेंगे चैट. वी डोंट हैव द कैमरास एंड एज आई मेंशन लाइक बहुत इवेंट है. उसके बाद बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप, जागरेब जीसीटी, चेन्नई जीएम. सो इट्स गोना बी वेरी टफ. ये इवेंट भी बड़ी मुश्किल से हम लोग कवर कर पा रहे हैं, बीइंग ऑनेस्ट बाय द वे, बिकॉज आई थिंक वही मेरे गले की लगी हुई है. Everybody is tired, to be honest. Like I think, but we're trying our best to give you the live coverage. Meanwhile, यहाँ पे विदित को पे पॉन मार लेना चाहिए, because the last thing you want is a protected pawn on the 7th rank. So भाई इसमें सोचो मत विडी भाई. And if we can have the cameras glitchy ही हो, एक बार लगा दो. But he should take this pawn. I think ये वाला pawn नहीं चाहिए. ये we can't allow this at all in any case. Knight A7 नहीं मारना है मुझे. I want this knight on C6. अच्छा, he's not at the board by the way. Where is Vidit Gujarati? भाई he has no time to chill. भाई उसका वॉशरूम ब्रेक के लिए भी टाइम नहीं है यहाँ पे. He just lost 3 minutes. By the way, look at this. टाइमर 3 मिनट से चल रहा है and VD not even at the board. भाई these are crucial 3 minutes. भाई जब नेपो सोच रहा है तब जाना चाहिए था. गले कैसे लगी हुई है. अरे भाई कमेंट्री से यार. एंड ऑफ कोर्स लाइक पे चिल्ला चिल्ला के अरे भाई ब्लंडर मत कर. फाइनली भाई 3 मिनट पूरे पानी में डाल दिए विदित ने. बट दैट वाज अ वेरी वेरी आई वुड से कॉस्टली वॉशरूम ब्रेक फॉर विदित. 3 मिनट कॉस्ट किए उनको. नाउ होपफुली ही टेक्स बैक क्विकली. या दिस शुड बी ऑटोमेटिक. सर मैं निक्कर पहन के कमेंट करिए. ऑफ कोर्स बहुत बार यार. लाइक आई लव वेयरिंग शॉर्ट्स. गर्मी इतनी है भाई. चैट जहां यूजुअली आई विल आस्क द लोकेशन. यार कहां कहां से यू आर ज्वाइनिंग. इस बार आई विल आस्क द टेम्परेचर. हाईएस्ट टेम्परेचर आपके यहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है आजकल भाई. टेम्परेचर बताओ डिग्री सेल्सियस में. मुझे फ़ारेनहाइट वाला ड्रामा नहीं चाहिए. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, 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 come on. वीडी भाई सोच क्या रहे हो. 45, 41, 45, 69. ये बंदा तो फ्राई हो गया, ऑमलेट बन गया इसका. 100, 44, 40. See, it's very high everywhere. Yeah? It's very hot everywhere actually nowadays. So, shorts पहनना is not a bad idea, in my opinion. मेरे यहाँ आंधी आई है, बारिश. अरे लकी ब्रदर, यू वेरी लकी. कहाँ से हो. Black has less time than white in every game. I think that's a coincidence. That's actually true. Black is kind of struggling in most of the games, but Vidit has the least time. By the way, 40 minutes for Vidit. Why he has to play what? 23 moves in 40 minutes. Bro, that's so tough in this position. Because कल उसकी एक एंड गेम थी, एक काम सी एंड गेम थी. आज वो नहीं है. आज इट्स वेरी शार्प पोजीशन. बाय द वे 600 वॉचिंग टच कर चुके हैं. चैट डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. लेट्स गेट मोर पीपल इन, बिकॉज ये इवेंट हाइप अभी उतना नहीं लग रहा है, बट आगे जाके बहुत खतरनाक होगा. बिकॉज दिस इज अ गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर विदित एंड अर्जुन टू गेन अ लॉट ऑफ रेटिंग. Arjun can rise up in the ranks every game. Every game he wins will give him one ranking spot. He could literally be world number, I don't know, 3 by the end of the event. If he wins this event, he could be world number 3 by the end of it. So super crucial event, and Vidit finally takes that pawn. Thank God. बलोचिस्तान 45 डिग्री. अरे बाप रे भाई. मैं ओके, नथिंग टू से भाई. टुडे विदिति कौन है भाई. विदित विल लूज 37 रेटिंग्स. नहीं नहीं भाई, आई होप ही ड्रॉस दिस वन एटलीस्ट. नोइंग कि नेपो सामने बैठा है, आई वुड लव हिम टू विन एक्चुअली. आपकी कौन सी कार है. आई डोंट ओन अ कार बाय द वे. आई डोंट नो हाउ टू ड्राइव. दैट्स द सैड पार्ट. सो आई एम डिपेंडेंट ऑन उबर एंड ऑल दीज कंपनीज. आई डोंट नो हाउ टू ड्राइव. कभी सीखूंगा यार, बट इट्स नॉट हैपेंड येट. सर भी यार यार आई ट्राई टू गेट हिम एट सम पॉइंट, बट गोना बी टफ फॉर दिस इवेंट. बट देखते हैं. ठीक है, मुझे लगता है. अरे बाप रे भाई, पॉलिटिक्स. लास्ट टॉपिक आई वांट टू डिस्कस. ओके, मीनवाइल, do you know how to cycle? Yes, bhai, I know how to cycle. Chess 24 India आपका है, हाँ भाई, यस। दादाजी पुश्तैनी जमाने से चलता आ रहा है। Chess24 इंडिया चालू किया था उन्होंने तब 1940s में आजादी जब मिली थी उसके उन्होंने Chess24 इंडिया चालू किया था, यस। नेक्स्ट चैलेंज फ्रॉम निधि, विथ हैज टू विन हिज नेक्स्ट गेम बिफोर, अरे यार, अरे ऐसे नहीं होता। आई वुड से द चैलेंज कुड बी he has to finish a game with more time than his opponent. I think that's the challenge. It's not about the result. I think result अपने आप आएगा if he has more time on his clock. See, Vidit has reached peak. He can't seem to push himself. I disagree on that one also. I think he has full potential. उन्होंने दिखाया था वो potential अभी recent India Rising event में. I think जहां पे he crushed a bunch of top players. By the way, Queen D7 नेपो भाई प्याते के भूखे उन्होंने मार दिया वो. And he's taken that pawn. And now, of course, the bishop is attacked. So Rook F7 feels like an automatic move, I think. You to attack the queen. Then, of course, this you can double these rooks later on the F file because the pawn on F3 is weak. And let's keep in mind, chat. Big, बहुत important सवाल. White का king कहाँ रहने वाला है इस गेम में? I don't see a natural home. I don't see a home for the white king. Like he has to stay on E1, I think. There is no home on G1. F1 पे तो अभी बिशप ही बैठा हुआ है. There is no home on the queen side. So I feel like the white king is perpetually weak. Like till the end of the game, it will likely have to stay on E1. And you can imagine like it could be a target for the black pieces like queen F6, queen C3 aa raha hai. Your queen G1 is always there. Knight F6, knight H5, knight F4 could be a plan. Knight A5, knight B3 could be a plan. Rook A3 is always pressure. Bishop A6 could be an idea. Knight D6, knight C4 could be a plan long term. So I think it shows better for white, but practically if it plays the best moves, this could be really serious for Yan Apunachi. Yes, good question. That's why I think. Do you think it would have good chance to do weak king? Absolutely. उनको बस moves बढ़िया खेलने हैं. Like if he plays the best moves, Nepo is gonna face a lot of pressure here. Piece stacking coming at some point. Yes, right now, ये knight on F2 is defending everything. It makes it tough to sack a piece. But कभी ना कभी हो सकता है. Like E4 पे कुछ bishop sack, this opens up, कुछ यहाँ पे कुछ गंदी check. Like it could happen. ऑटो चलाओ टिकू भाई, बिल्कुल भाई. That's the side hustle. इतनी गर्मी में ऑटो चलाना. Prag got $50,000 today. Yes, 50 lakhs he earned. Why? More than $50,000. Crazy. It's always nice. I think, in fact, when Vidit and I think, if I'm not mistaken, check, correct me if I'm wrong. When Divya won the World Cup, she got 3 crores from the Maharashtra government. Then VD and Divya both got, I think, 50 lakhs or something when they qualified for when they won the Olympiad or something. Like they had for preparation for the Olympiad, like 40 lakhs or something, I think, from the ASF government. ASF also they got some money. So ये बहुत अच्छी चीज है भाई, इसकी होनी चाहिए. When a youngster looks at Divya earning 3 crores from the government for winning the World Cup, it inspires their parents also, not just the child, right? भाई 3 crore में मिल सकते हैं to win one tournament. Okay, let me put my child into chess. It's great. Rook A7. Yeah, Rook A7 is, I mean, first of all, it's an awkward square. Like, why would I not prefer Rook F7? And second, Rook A7 is Bishop B6. And you will attack the Rook. So I think that's the problem. Also, it's an awkward square in general. Like, I would rather keep the Rook on 8. Even as if there's no Bishop B6, yeah? Somehow, yeah, I don't like this. And the Bishop can't really move. Like, यहाँ पे, it's an instant attack on the Queen. The Queen has to move. यहाँ पे, I'm not really threatening anything. Like there's no discover attack. Like कुछ है नहीं यहाँ black के पास threat. Even if there is no bishop b6. वो अलग बात है. This is just losing on the spot because rook move करना पड़ेगा. I will take the bishop next. So going back, rook a7 idea similar है, but rook f7 here is the better move by far. 3 crore Maharashtra government. Exactly. That was the point. And it's nice. ऐसी चीजें होनी चाहिए यार. That's how people get inspired to play chess. If Vidit loses rating, will be disqualified from the Olympiad? I don't think so because the average ratings count hongi, they were likely for the months of April, May, and June. And VD has done this very smartly. His rating change will happen in the month of July. So that likely does not count for the ratings. By the way, Rook F7, best move played with it. And now only 2 moves for Ian, Queen D2 and Queen D1. He plays Queen D2 instantly. Nice move. And now VD has to find Bishop A6. Very, very important move, Bishop A6 he has to find. He might go knight e5, but apparently with the idea of knight f3, but there is f4 which is very strong. Now knight g4 attacking this and this. And now rook to g3. And this spin is rather awkward actually for Vidit to handle. And now he has to find only moves. I don't want to get into only move territory. I want bishop a6 and f4 now, I mean, makes no sense. And if knight d3, now there is apparently e5 with the idea of bishop c4. So if you take directly bishop c4, for example, there is knight f4 attacking the queen and the bishop. So you can't do it instantly. That's why e5 first and the bishop c4. So bishop a6 would be a very, very nice move if VD can find it, but not easy actually. There's so much to do. You might think knight f6 is a good move. You might think rook d8 is a good move. So many tempting moves here. Arjun won. What? Okay, let's go back. Bishop e3 is last what we saw, and rook e1 khela Arjun finally. h6 played, logical move. Bishop e3, okay. I think takes is still not a big threat because I think there'll be some knight d2 and the knight will be hanging. So that's not a problem at all. So that's why he plays bishop e3, and now queen to f6 played. I mean, don't see it as winning. Maybe white is slightly better because ye develop nahi hai. And this tension, I still have the center, right? And if you resolve the tension, it's in my favor again because I get 2 pawns in the center, you will have 0. So this tension actually plays in white's hand. So I kind of like Arjun's position, but it's slightly better. Nothing dramatic. Nothing dramatic right now. Chat is baiting you. I agree. Chat is an absolute master, at doing this. So going back, I think going to the game of VD again. But let's look at one brief look at the Nodirbek game. Jahan pe I think we saw it till here. Knight d4, b5 खेला ममिदयारोव ने, a3 and now rook to d8. So काफी crazy line यहाँ पे चल रही है. Opposite sides castling. So बहुत तगड़ा attack यहाँ भी लगने वाला है. इस पे भी नजर रखेंगे. And also Madaminov, who by the way after rook b3, knight h2 still has great chances to push in this game after rook to h3, and he's now second. And look at the clock time difference. Look at the clock time difference. 1 घंटे का almost difference है, by the way. So going to the game of VD now. Jahan he's thinking 34 minutes for Vidit Gujarati. Bhai Sahab, 34 minutes. That is very dangerous to play 21 moves, man. VD का task बहुत tough है. Wow. Do you think Nodirbek is having psychological edge over Indians? Maybe over Gukesh a little bit, but not over Arjun and Prag. Prag, though, in fact, I think has a great record against Nodirbek. So I think maybe for Gukesh, yes. I think because he won against him in that 2022 Olympiad, right? Jahan pe Gukesh was completely winning, blunders some queen a7 check or something, loses the game, India loses the gold medal and they get bronze. So that psychological impact, clearly, I think might have some impact, like long-term issue psychologically. Yes, Nodirbek doesn't have a great record against both these guys. Will Uzbekistan pose as a potential winner in Olympiad? Absolutely. I think unke home turf pe hai, unke home ground pe hai, but audience support unke paas hoga. They have very strong players. World number 4, world number 5, dono Uzbekistan se hai, both in great shape. And also that their board number 3, Yakubov, is also playing very well. Unka weakness board number 4 hoga. So I think this is where they have to kind of find a way to neutralize the attack. And if India and other teams can win on board number 4, that can really help beat them. So they have a weakness, and that's board number 4. Tikku Sindarov ki tareef kiya teri. I think not just me. I think that tareef belongs 1/3 to all of us, me, Sehaj and Rakesh bhai, even Tanya to some degree because she's also been here. But it's nice to know ki bhai, he watches our streams. Yeah, that's crazy actually. Even Samay bhai actually, I think broadcasting is perfect. Because broadcast अच्छा नहीं होगा तो भाई कैसे लोग देखेंगे? कोई देखेंगे नहीं. Look at these cameras. अगर Sindarov भाई अभी आ जाए और कैमरा ना हो तो क्या ही देखेगा वो बंदा? वही बात है ना, वो भी परफेक्ट होना चाहिए. What are the possible candidate moves in this position with its game? So I think bishop a6 makes sense because you're attacking this pawn, and white ka plan was then knight d3, knight f4, right? As we discussed, to attack the queen, and the queen is almost trapped, by the way, has no good squares. So bishop a6 to attack a weakness makes a lot of sense. Uske alawa, what I would personally consider is rook d8 because it's a free tempo on the queen, looks very logical. And now white has to anyway play knight to d3 and pin this knight. So this also feels tempting as a black player. Ki bhai, now I can play bishop a6 and now he's forced to, handle this pin. But apparently white can now play queen to h2. And after bishop c4, there is knight to f4. And you have to allow rook takes h7 and enter this absolutely insane variation जहां rook hanging है लेकिन mate in one लगी है. Why queen b2 check king g3? Why? If you take the rook, it is mate. So I don't know if Vidit wants to enter this, and now you have to trade queens, queen h2, rook h2, bishop f1, rook f1, and you are worse in an endgame. Maybe he's happy with this, but he has to calculate this very well, otherwise he could be just lost. ठीक है भाई, झिंगरा लहू पे डांस कर दो. वाह भाई, वाह वाह वाह, क्या डिमांड्स है भाई. मतलब ऐसे के लिए कम से कम 10 करोड़ रुपए की सुपर चैट भेजनी चाहिए तुम्हें. By the way, checking out the game of Arjun, no moves after queen to f6. So इनका time difference कम हो रहा है. It's now 20 minutes. But still, look at the clock for Yakubov. Clearly, he's struggling to come up with a plan in this structure. So Arjun ke chances looking great to win today. And going to the Madhavinov position. By the way, we had a few moves. I don't see them. I see it when I click. Do we have it now? Now we have it. Look at this position. So we have 2 pawns against 1 pawn. But the problem is the king is here. Agar ye king yahan hota na, I think this might be a draw. This might be an easy draw. But with the king here, this might be close to winning. Like rook f2, I will cut off the king from coming back. If you trade, this is, I think, 100% lost. Because I think rook takes king pawn and game is lost. If you keep the rooks on, I can play rook c7. This is also lost. So I think you're kind of stuck. You have to keep the knights on the board. Then I can play king to b2, slowly push these pawns. You can't play king f6 because of knight d4. The knight will be pinned. So I think Madhavinov ke काफी high chances to convert the second win in a row. So he could be leading the event. By Sundaram yaar second जीत रहा tournament yaar, crazy. So going back to the game of Nepo against with, by the way, beautiful move by bishop to a6. Amazing, best move according to the engines by Vidit Gujarati. By crazy. Prag, I think, won like 75 lakhs at Norway Chess, and then he won like 50 lakhs at thanks to the government of Tamil Nadu. So, अच्छी खासी कमाई हो गई. But he played, man. He played such great chess and fully deserved. Bro, is it gonna lose majority of his games? No, he's not gonna lose. I think he looks like he's in great shape. But that's a great find, bishop a6. The only issue is कि time by 30 minutes versus 77 minutes. That's like 2.5 times the time. That's going to be very tough, man. You can see it on his face if you go full screen. But let's go full screen. He had that kind of expression on his face. He's not super happy, I think, because the clock time dictates a story, and that is that Vidit has to think over the board. He was not prepared, and this is looking tough for him. प्रखर ने विनिंग से कुछ पैसा दिया आपको सेकंड. यार पता है, प्रखर इज अ क्लोज फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन, तो I've never discussed this ऐसे crazy with him, so I'm guessing कुछ तो होगा, but I'm not really focused on it. It doesn't matter actually. 2.5 times, that's what she's. अरे बाप रे भाई, ये comments भाई नहीं पढ़ने चाहिए. So what does Nepo play now? My question is, knight e3 we already had a look at, जहाँ पे e5 है. If we pick up this pawn, if we are lalchi and we don't allow rook d8, you can see already knight e5 के बाद it's actually winning for VD. And again, this knight f3 threat, knight c4 threat, it's too hot to handle. So Nepo cannot make a single mistake. अगर एक गलती यहां कर दी, this could be game over. For example, if you play bishop to e2, which looks very natural यहाँ पे, rook d8 के बाद you're again lost. You have to find the only move queen a2. तो 100 साल में निकाल नहीं पाएगा वो. So I think VD practically has great chance to not draw this game, but win this game. But the only problem is the clock. Does he have the time कि अगर नेपो कोई गलती करता है, will he have the time to calculate the refutation of that mistake? That is the only problem in my head. VD has great chance to win this. By the best move played by Nepo, yeah? And now e5, crucial move for Vidit. He has to play it to prevent knight to f4. It's an important move for Vidit Gujarati. e5. He's not reading my message. कौन सा message by? Why did Ramesh sir reveal Prag's team? It's not like he won Canada Championship. यार, I did see some tweet जहां पे he reveals all the seconds, but पता क्या होता है? Multiple seconds might not be full time working for Prague. They might be working with other people. And when you get credit, right, it gives you more opportunities. For example, I think बहुत basic example दूंगा. Let's say प्रखर सीओबी जीतता है and he says okay साहिल ने मेरी help करी थी. Like that improves my credibility also, right? It's like um, it's a thank you for helping him out, so to speak. And these are very low stakes. COB is very low stakes compared to professional chess. These GMs have put in years of their effort, potentially so much time, helped Prague to win Norway chess, the first Indian to do so. They totally deserve the recognition for doing so. I think helping him do so. So I think that's fully deserved. The problem is, however, सीओबी में क्या है कि भाई सबको पता ही है कि मैं प्रखर में हेल्प करता हूं. सेकेंड्स के नाम थोड़े सीक्रेट रहते हैं. So once you do reveal the seconds, उसके बाद other players are going to focus on them very focused manner. So you have to kind of think about that. That's the problem with revealing the seconds for top players. So I don't know why Ramesh sir did it, but there might be something logical behind it. By the way, Ramesh sir started his own YouTube channel. I saw something. He started his own YouTube channel, I think. So if you want to look at professional chess, how India's strongest coach, I would say maybe Srinath and Ramesh sir are contenders for it, but teaches chess. That would be very interesting. Why he wants to know where Sahaj is. Sahaj bhai aayenge for Bullet Chess Championship chat. As we discussed earlier, I think this event has been tough to cover for us, I think overall because of the tiredness and everything, and also the budget restraints and so on. So Sahaj will be back for Bullet Chess Championship. We'll try to get him on some days. If this event heats up, let's say Arjun jeetne lagta hai, we'll try to get him at some point here as well. But dekhte hain. Why do you think so much? That's a very good question. That's the question. Why? Because he has what? 28 minutes now to play 20 moves. When is British Championship? I think it's from 23rd to 28th, something like that. Come on, come on. Come on. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible for Vidit to find these moves. E5 is the move, chat. VD can win this. He has a great position. अगर यहाँ VD के पास 1 घंटा होता ना, I would say VD is the favorite to win this game. Time is a big problem. Can he do so? Can he pull this off? साहिल भाई मुबारक हो, प्रखर ने 2 लाख दिया आपको. भाई मुझे तो कुछ अभी आया नहीं है, but honestly I don't care about the money. I think for me, I shared this with my wife also पहले कि यार I would rather have zero money and Prakhar win COB because it gives me so much content to put. Yeah, like I can share so much. मेरे इस हफ्ते के जो शॉर्ट्स आएंगे ना अपने चैनल्स पे, उसमें से आधे शॉर्ट्स COB पे है. So it gives me so much content because then that content has value. Money is secondary. Why does Nihal Sareen not play such elite events? He does play elite events. I think Nihal की किस्मत खराब है कि Prag, Arjun and Mukesh and Vidit have kind of been ahead of him for a while. So सारे invites उसके base पे आते हैं, and invites usually come 6 months before the event. So I think Nihal ने पिछले 6 में रेटिंग बढ़ाई है. अब उनको invites आएंगे. He was invited to Stefan Memorial. I think that's the event. He played one recently. So वहां पे वो आए थे. Tikku's biggest lie, I don't care about the money. I think everybody cares about money, but it's number 4 or 5 on the list. It's not the reason why I do stuff. Because मैं नहीं करना होता तो भाई मैं नौकरी छोड़ के चेस में क्यों घुसता भाई? I would have done my normal job then. By the way, नहीं! Blunder! गुस्सा आ रहा है भाई, एक बंदे को बैन करने का मन कर रहा है, किसको करूं? अरे यार, Rook d7 looks so natural because he wants to double up the rooks. It's such a natural move in knight e5 incoming. But I think he's missed something, and that is queen to h2. Arre, Rakesh bhai, welcome. Rakesh bhai, what's up? राकेश भाई आ रहे हैं, बट चैट क्या हो गया ये? क्या हो गया ये? कहां क्या से क्या हो गया? समझ नहीं आ रहा है यार. दैट इज सो सैड फॉर विदित गुजराती. आई थिंक ही मिस्ड द बेस्ट मूव. उफ. राकेश भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. क्या लग रहा है भाई? रुक डी7 बिग ब्लंडर बाय विदित गुजराती.
या टिकू भाई, मिस बेस्ट मूव। आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ आ रही है, थोड़ी थोड़ी धीरे आ रही है बट आ रही है।
ओके, एक सेकेंड।
Is Ukesha Prague? No, they are not playing this event. By the way, do you think Vidit can cross 250 or become world champion? I think the first goal is to stay over 2700. And by the way, we have Arjun's camera. If we can have Vidit's camera in front of us. अच्छा क्या हुआ था, क्या हुआ था? Okay, okay, okay. Rakesh bhai, want to get your thoughts on both the games. Let's start with Arjun first because we have his camera. What do you make of this position? I'm going to take you through the opening moves. Also, people who are just joining, C4 opening हुई थी and he castled quickly. एक कुछ opening idea था यहाँ पे. याकूबोव का बहुत जल्दी खेल रहे थे. But once we reached like a novel position, like he started thinking a lot. And Queen A4, weird move actually by Arjun यहाँ पे because Bishop D7 आ रहा है. What was this Queen A4 move?
आई थिंक मे बी ही वाज थिंकिंग D5 है उसके पास,
Hmm.
बट प्रोबब्ली D5 B5,
Ooh.
या इवन नाइट D4 फॉर दैट मैटर।
अरे बाप रे.
आपका F3 का पीस चला जाएगा।
Are baap re. And to be honest, only black can be better here, yeah, with such a uh, queen near my king. So this is not looking great at all. So maybe Arjun making a mistake here with queen to f4. The first step in the wrong direction.
या आई थिंक देखो भाई, ये गेम ना 40 मूव के पहले डिसाइड हो जाएगा मुझे लग रहा है, बिकॉज जस्ट 14 मूव्स प्लेड, और देखो
हाँ.
मतलब 26 मूव करने इन जस्ट 40 मिनट्स फॉर नोडिरबेक याकुबोव।
Agreed. And Yakubov कल भी इतने तगड़े prepared थे against the other Nodirbek and then blundered. So he is known to make mistakes. One is prep ends. Arjun का Queen A4 move reminds me of Vivek Desai का Queen A4 and Queen B3 and then Queen D1 back. So not sure what the idea is here, Rakesh Bhai. So Arjun is thinking now. Hopefully he has something better than D5 because D5 में तो मजा नहीं आ रहा है. Now when I get your thoughts, Rakesh Bhai, on the Nepo versus Vidit game. Rakesh Bhai, did you see that clip on Twitter जहां पे नेपो जी हैंडशेक करते सबके साथ?
या सबके साथ नहीं भाई, सबके साथ नहीं किया।
N-1 he kind of shook his hands with. भाई ऐसा क्या हो गया भाई, उनको क्यों हैंडशेक नहीं किया उन्होंने हैंड्स के साथ? हैंड्स के साथ
भाई,
ही हैंडशेक नहीं किया भाई, बताओ.
और N-1 में वो N नीवा नहीं था वैसे। तो आई थिंक वो उनका बीफ चल रहा था ना, लाइक जो नेपो वर्सेस हांस का मैच हुआ, एंड
हम्म.
दैट एंडेड एट अ लाइक एन इक्वल स्कोर, और फिर हांस ने ऑफर दिया नेपो को कि चलो अपन एक टाई ब्रेकर खेलते हैं फॉर द एक्स्ट्रा अमाउंट। तो
हम्म.
नेपो ने बोला नो नो, नथिंग डूइंग, और हांस ने ना बड़ा चौड़ा चौड़ा ऐसा ऐसे ही लिखा ऑन
हम्म.
ट्विटर। तो आई थिंक उसके वजह से देयर वाज नो हैंडशेक, एंड भाई देख, वी सॉ द रिजल्ट, बोथ ऑफ देम लॉस्ट इन राउंड 1।
या एंड जब उनका मैच होगा तब तो हैंडशेक करना पड़ेगा ना भाई, बिकॉज इट्स इन द रूल्स ऑफ द गेम. तो दैट विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग एक्चुअली.
वो आई थिंक वो कोई दोनों ऑफर ही नहीं करेंगे, ऐसा भी कुछ हो सकता है।
ट्रू.
बट
ट्रू.
या भाई, भाई चेस की दुनिया में ना कुछ मसाला तो आता ही रहता है रोज।
सच में भाई एक वुडन पीसेस की गेम है, इतना ड्रामा होता है ना भाई गॉड. एंड लुक एट दिस बाय द वे, विदित की गेम में राकेश भाई क्रेजी ओपनिंग थी फ्रॉम बोथ साइड्स. एंड आई एम गोना टेक यू
या
थ्रू
आई
वेरी
सॉ।
क्विकली ये मूव देखो. insane like preparation by Nepo as well. ये G3 करके खेलना proper like queen यहाँ पे G3 queen G1. Vidit also played very well by the way. But यहाँ पे पहली mistake उन्होंने कर दी with rook to D7. And now Nepo finds the best move queen to H2 on the board. And Rakesh bhai, this is a huge red flag because now knight F4 आ रहा है and rook H7 breakthrough हो रहा है.
Yeah, by this is honestly not looking good. Or you know, any Vidit fans, भाई I would say पूजा गैम्बिट टाइम हो गया, बिकॉज भाई देखो भाई पोजीशन भी खराब है, और लुक एट द टाइम डिफरेंस, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट 50 मिनट का डिफरेंस है। सो दैट्स ह्यूज, एंड विदित को भी 18 मूव्स करने टू रीच द टाइम कंट्रोल। आई एम रियली वरीड इन दिस पोजीशन, देखो भाई।
अग्रीड. एंड यहाँ पे कोई क्लियर मूव भी नहीं दिख रही. लाइक व्हाट डज ब्लैक डू? फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू डू H6 कि भाई चलो मैं ये पॉन बचा लेता हूँ. वन ऑफ द बेस्ट मूव्स इज जस्ट taking this pawn actually, not even giving a single shit कि भाई pawn क्या है रास्ते में. So मुझे लग रहा है कि वीडी का प्लान इज वेरी वेरी टफ. आई सिंपली डोंट सी अ मूव for Vigrati. Knight f6, for example, to defend this again. Like I mean, knight f4 looks so strong attacking this. At some point, e5 to attack this knight. Knight f4 पे queen हिलनी पड़ेगी. And at some point, ये bishop भी आ सकता है. ये pawn भी hanging है. By very very tough position, I think, for Vigrati. What do you think he plays now in this position to defend?
Uh, bhai, maybe you can just double on the D file, kind of
Hmm.
force your knight to move. ऐसा ये option interesting लग रहा है.
I think knight f4 will be logical to attack the queen. And maybe now queen f6, yeah, threatening this.
हाँ, तो C3 के pawn पे attack. तिरछी नजर.
And if rook c1, अब ये कैसे बचा रहे हैं भाई?
भाई अभी कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा ना मतलब. I don't know भाई. मतलब knight E5 है मेरे पास शायद.
Okay, if I take on h7, you will take my queen. That is very tricky.
Correct.
So I will play bishop e2 first. इसको defend करते हुए, and now I will take.
But now maybe I can do I have time to take on C4 and ignore your threat. So
Bishop की
हाँ
knight.
बिशप से.
So rook h7 पे you will take here. That is very smart. And but apparently यहाँ पे white is winning with knight to h5.
हाँ यार कुछ ना कोई tactical and the E5 knight drops टिको पे.
Yeah,
ये सीन है.
yeah.
You can see
Too
black
many.
कितना
हाँ.
uncoordinated है.
टू मेनी टैक्टिक्स चैट, टू मेनी टैक्टिक्स. राकेश भाई, यहां लग रहा है कि भाई विदित के 23 मिनट आर सिंपली नॉट इनफ टू हैंडल दिस गेम. कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन समय भाई? बिकॉज मुझे लग रहा है यहां पे विदित इज थिंकिंग ही इज नॉट इवन गोना प्ले फॉर द नेक्स्ट 5 मूव्स, राकेश भाई. एंड तब तक 20 मिनट से कम हो चुके होंगे. सो टाइम और पोजिशन दोनों गए होंगे तब तक.
Yeah, and if you go full screen, Tico, I also want to check कि भाई body language क्या कह रही है. Like you see, Nepo भाई कितना chill में है, and Vidit is extremely stressed.
Yeah. And the crazy part is, if he loses this, I don't know when was he last below 2700 chat. He's going to fall below the 2700 rating mark, which is surprising for a strong player like Vidit Gujarati, who recently finished top 2 in the India Rising event, is supposed to play the finals in just about a few weeks from now, could qualify to the EWC. बट कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ पे आज और कल दोनों दिन ही बीन स्ट्रगलिंग. Yesterday also he had a great chance to neutralize the attack against Shaq but couldn't do it, and now he's getting crushed in the middle game itself. राकेश भाई, I mean काफी टाइम बाद खेलना मुश्किल रहता है ना. मतलब like you might have also done this, played after a long time, and then suddenly your brain is not moving that fast, and then you take a lot of time, then time pressure build up होता है, and then you end up losing the game. Yeah.
भाई 100%. स्पेशली ना व्हेन मतलब मेरे साथ होता था जब मैं ऐसे एग्जाम्स वगैरह देता था तो पूरी साल तो पढ़ाई नहीं करता था. जस्ट एट द लास्ट मिनट लाइक मोस्ट ऑफ यू इन चैट. तो फटाफट ऐसे जो भी सीखना है सीख लो. और इट वुड ऐसे क्रिएट अ बफर. मतलब 3 महीने का गैप होता था. एंड देन व्हेन आई यूज्ड टू प्ले, इधर ना मेरी बहुत बढ़िया टूर्नामेंट जाती या फिर बहुत ही घटिया. देयर वाज नथिंग इन बिटवीन. वो बोर्ड का
Agreed.
टच एंड द टूर्नामेंट प्रेशर, इसके लिए काफी लोग बोलते हैं ना, इवन इफ यू आर लाइक स्टडीइंग फॉर अ कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम या कुछ, ब्रेक नहीं होना चाहिए. सो यू कैन एटलीस्ट प्ले लाइक अ रैपिड टूर्नामेंट संडे वाला, just to get the tournament feel. So, but
Yeah.
yeah, I think I'm really worried. And you're right, bhai. I don't remember, bhai. Vidit के नाम के आगे हमेशा 2-7 ही होता था. I don't even
Yeah.
remember 2-6 कभी लास्ट देखा था हमने.
भाई दैट्स गोना बी हार्ड फॉर एनी चेस प्लेयर टू डाइजेस्ट, राकेश भाई, कि आप वापस 2600 में जा रहे हो. एंड आई डोंट नो, लाइक he's mentioned in interview कि बहुत इवेंट खेल रहे हैं वो इस साल. So he will get the opportunity to again kind of catch back. And I'm checking actually his classical rating. Last वो 2600 में कब थे? And we have to go back all the way to 2019 January, when for a brief moment he was 2695. Very very brief moment, I think. So पूरा 7 साल पीछे जाना पड़ रहा है भाई. Very tough.
भाई 7 साल पहले, मतलब भाई, मतलब गुकेश 12 साल 13 साल का था भाई, कोविड भी नहीं आया था 7 साल पहले तो।
Why,
सो
good old days. Good old days, man. Good old days. But yeah, gonna be tough for Vidit. By the way, he's still thinking Nepo ये कुर्सी ज़्यादा confident लग रही है Vidit से मुझे. I'm hoping he can find the best moves. The best moves are not clear at all, to be honest. Rook d8 is what we saw as one of the options. Queen f6 is the option as well to attack c3. But दोनों options tough लग रहे हैं. By the way, 20
आई
मिनट से
लाइक,
कम already.
ओ यस, बिलो 20 मिनट्स भाई। एंड आई आई मैं रुक डी क्यों सोच रहा था, क्योंकि उसकी पिछली चाल रुक D7 थी। सो
Hmm.
बिकॉज ही प्लेड रुक D7 ऑन द लास्ट मूव, आई थॉट ही विल हैव सम आइडिया
Hmm.
of that. So as he falls below 20 minutes, देखो भाई, not just like, of course we love it, and now we all three of us live in the same city, Mumbai mein. But
Hmm.
apart from that, I'm also a little bit worried about Team India, टिको भाई। भाई
Oof.
गुकेश का फॉर्म नहीं बन रहा, विदित इज ऑल्सो लुकिंग आउट ऑफ टच, ओलंपियाड में कहीं लेने का देने ना पड़ जाए इन द सेम कंट्री उज्बेकिस्तान।
भाई और ऊपर से उज्बेकिस्तान एंड यूएस विल बोथ हैव reinforcement बिकॉज यूएस के लिए हैंस इज प्लेइंग ऑलरेडी सो ही इज इन पीक शेप एंड ऑल्सो हु नोस हिकारू माइट प्ले ही मेंशन्ड ड्यूरिंग द कैंडिडेट्स कि भाई आई माइट प्ले द ओलंपियाड तो वो खेलेंगे तो यूएस टीम विल बी एब्सोल्युटली गोटेड एंड ऑल्सो उज्बेकिस्तान टीम राकेश भाई वर्ल्ड नंबर 3 and 4 आर बोथ फ्रॉम उज्बेकिस्तान नंबर 4 and 5 sorry. So it's very, very strong teams in front of us. Let's not forget China there as well. I don't know Russia plays or not. So आसान नहीं होगा इस बार.
भाई आसान बिल्कुल भी नहीं होगा। इनफैक्ट इट इज कंफर्म दैट रशिया विल बी सेंडिंग देयर टीम्स। सो
Wow.
बिग कंसर्न। एंड भाई वो सब छोड़ो भाई, उज्बेकिस्तान इज द होस्ट कंट्री। नॉट जस्ट दे विल हैव 3 टीम्स अलाउड होती है होस्ट नेशन को, बट वो छोड़ के भी भाई दे गॉट लाइक अ अपार्टमेंट प्लस कार फॉर विनिंग द ओलंपियाड इन 2022 इंडिया में जो हुआ। तो यहाँ पे भाई होम सॉइल पे जीतो तो सोचो क्या क्या ये दे देंगे वो।
अरे
सो
बाप रे.
दे विल बी सुपर मोटिवेटेड।
भाई ये तो है अगर पता हो कि गवर्नमेंट से करोड़ों रुपया आना है अगर हम जीत गए राकेश भाई आई मीन यू वुड इन्वेस्ट एवरी सिंगल सेकेंड या टिल द ओलंपियाड लाइक आई वुड डू द सेम लाइक आई मीन इट्स क्रेजी कि इतना कुछ गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट करती है दैट्स वेरी नाइस टू हियर एंड इंडिया में भी करती है आज ही प्रक को 50 लाख रुपए मिले राकेश भाई फॉर विनिंग नॉर्वे चेस.
या तमिलनाडु के चीफ मिनिस्टर एंड इवन मूवी स्टार विजय से। एंड आपने देखा होगा, दिस इज द एग्जैक्ट थिंग जो ना फॉरेन जीएम्स या टॉप लेवल के प्लेयर्स देख के उनकी जलती है, टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट विद यू।
हाँ हाँ.
स्टीमन का ट्वीट देखा था, भाई वो बेग कर रहा है कि कोई तो स्पॉन्सर कर दो चेस, मतलब अमेरिकन मुझे। बट उसको
हम्म.
कोई सपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा है। ही इज एक्चुअली इज आल्सो नॉट जस्ट जेलस, बट इज आल्सो हैप्पी टू सी भाई चेस में इतना
हम्म.
सपोर्ट आ सकता है
हम्म.
गवर्नमेंट का।
Yeah, yeah, agreed. I think उन्होंने अदानी का नाम स्पेसिफिक लिया था. So that for him it's a great deal that एक बिलियनर बैठ के चेस में इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है and अदानी himself I think tweeted it out and so on. But I think वही है कि like I think चेस में पैसा आना चाहिए. That's great because everybody makes more money. The sport grows. Without money, unfortunately, things can't really move forward. And yeah, I think in front of us we have Vidit Gujarati who has really I think brought a smile to us all. Rakesh Bhai over the last 4-5 years has been the pillar of Indian chess, both in terms of playing over the board, in terms of commentary, in terms of content. But Aj, I think this is going to pinch him. If he loses this one, 2600 में जाना वापस, it's something he might have never thought कि होगा while he's playing chess. Yeah, like it's something you don't want to go back, in life. You want to move forward always.
या एग्जैक्ट। और ऑल्सो भाई ऐसा नहीं हुआ है कि ही इज लाइक 50 years ओल्ड या कुछ, थोड़ा
हाँ.
एज का इशू है। ही इज इन, ही शुड बी इन हिज प्राइम इयर्स टिकू भाई।
Agreed. I think that's what happens जब थोड़ा सा practice over the board नहीं होती है, as we have seen with Magnus Carlsen himself, जो online बहुत खेले, over the board थोड़ा कम खेले, and then suddenly he lost 4 games. I think at Norway chess, तो वो भी struggle किए. I think it's kind of understandable. Vidit Gulati going through the same issues, and look at his time भाई लोग 16 मिनट में खेलने हैं उनको 19 moves. राकेश भाई ये कैसे होगा?
भाई मुश्किल लग रहा है। इफ यू कैन जस्ट शो चैट वंस अगेन, रुक के D8 सोच रहे थे हम चैट,
हम्म.
ताकि ना D3 के नाइट पे थोड़ा प्रेशर डाले। The knight
Knight f4.
moves to f4 और queen f6 सोच रहे थे c3 के pawn पे attack, but rook c1 के बाद
Yeah.
we didn't really get any nice move for black because knight e5 doesn't work. Knight h5 का scene था नहीं, bishop e2
Knight
करके
e.
knight h5.
हाँ, yes.
So
Now knight
let's
h5 is on the board.
just if we stay in this position after rook c1, I feel kind of a zugzwang है, मतलब h6 भी खेलो तो भी खराब है, that pawn becomes a
Hmm.
hook.
Hmm. Yeah,
So भाई
everything is a hook. Agreed.
क्या ही करें मतलब, and that is the reason actually why Vidit is thinking. What does our silicon monster friend suggest, Tiku bhai?
By Silicon Monster जी कह रहे हैं the only move here. By the way, these moves are all great. He has to find g6 because luckily for him, this rook
अच्छा.
defends h7. So
Oh, yeah,
it's not
yeah.
possible to break through instantly. Like I was thinking if this is possible, yeah, because queen takes पे there is rook g3, h takes पे कुछ घुस सकते हैं. But these tricks are not working. Black can just take and queen है यहाँ पे, रुक नहीं. मैं भी बेवकूफ हूँ भाई. दोनों रुक पड़े हैं वहाँ पे. For some reason रुक के शेड मार दूंगा, but not really. So these things are not really working. So इसका
He is
मतलब कि
about
white
to
has oh he's about to play,
play.
yeah.
भाई हाथ किया था उन्होंने आगे, बट फिर से पीछे ले लिया, एंड दैट इज द नर्व्स, टिकू भाई. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ही नोज कि मैं 2600 के कागार पे हूँ.
Yeah.
सो यू कैन सी दैट 13 मिनट का टाइम मूव टाइमर, टिकू भाई.
भाई आधा टाइम तो एक चाल में ले लिया एंड दैट टेल्स यू हाउ टफ दिस पोजीशन इज चैट. सो विदित
या
गुजराती इन ह्यूज प्रेशर. वी आर जस्ट राकेश भाई लाइक वी बीन कमेंटेटिंग फॉर दिस 2 घंटे हुए हैं कमेंट्री को, 2 घंटे से कम. एंड विदी हैज जस्ट 14 मिनट्स ऑन द क्लॉक. लाइक आई मीन इट्स सुपर रेयर. या अब तक तो हम अभी तो नॉर्मल चेस चल रहा होता है मिडिल गेम विद नथिंग हैपनिंग एंड वी आर ऑलरेडी लुकिंग एट क्रेजी आइडियाज. एंड लुक एट दिस क्वीन एस6 प्लेड. And now the best move for white is rook takes h7, going all in already.
भाई रुक मर रहा है कोने में आपका.
हाँ, crazy no?
अभी
Rook
तो
h7, queen c3 check, king f2. Look at this variation. Queen takes a1, and now the best move is e5.
है.
Why insane?
है भाई, e5 क्या चाल है यार.
Blocking the queen, basically, I think.
बट यू आर रुक डाउन ब्रदर.
Yeah, you can also play this check, by the way, which is more human. King f7. Now queen h5 check. King e7, and again you have to find this move e5. I don't think Ian finds all of this. Very unlikely that he takes on h7. I think he's going to play something like rook c1. Yeah, the move we saw just to defend this pawn.
Yeah, bhai, it's. I mean, Jan is a super calculator, but one thing he does really well is to put the opponent into more time pressure. You know, of course, वो देखेगा calculate करेगा, but उसको e5 की चाल थोड़ा मुश्किल है. So maybe he just plays rook c1 and वो होता ना कि भाई put the ball in the opponent's court. कि भाई मैंने
Hmm.
तो बचा लिया विदित, अभी तू क्या करेगा फिर से.
Agreed. I love that move. Super calculator indeed. The Shakuntala Devi of chess. Ian Afunachi. क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे? Rook c1 के बाद.
देखो भाई
I
रुक
think
c1 और अभी
हाँ
विदित ने अगर रुक d8 डाला and knight
हाँ.
f4 and we go back to that position which we were
Yes.
analyzing earlier.
Yes, and now g6. So we could still transpose into that variation. Now,
Yeah.
Nepo is considering this move for sure, but it's very hard to
हाँ,
play it, chat. It's very hard to play it because rook दे रहे हो, कुछ भी गलती होगी calculation में, you will be lost. You won't even get a draw then.
करेक्ट भाई. 55 मिनट का एडवांटेज है निपो को. सिर्फ प्रेशर मेंटेन करना है और वो जीत जाएगा थोड़े. और पोजीशन भी बेटर ही है, ऑफ कोर्स 1+2 है
Hmm.
ऑलरेडी. So he doesn't
Yeah.
need to do like anything crazy, I feel, and just play out the game, and he should be bringing home the win.
Okay. Wow. And by the way, chat, let's have a brief look at Arjun's game before some things vanish. And this is where we left it last, bishop d7. And
Maybe
now
Tiku bhai, we
knight.
can go full screen and focus
Ha.
on the players a bit, and then come back to our
Yes.
faces.
Yes. So rook d8 played, defending the bishop. Taki ab knight takes d4 is more of a threat. And now queen c4 sidestepping this. Knight to a5 attacking the queen. And Rakesh, maybe the last few moves have been good for black. Yeah, bishop developed, rook developed, knight developed, and the position now looks kind of even, I think.
Easily, I feel black can also take over if Arjun is not careful. Thoda,
Hmm.
so आई थिंक ओपनिंग बैटल ऐसा बोल सकते हैं कि ब्लैक हैज स्लाइटली वन बिकॉज कंफर्टेबली इक्वलाइज्ड। कोई वीकनेस नहीं है अपेरेंटली, ऐसा दिख नहीं रहा है ब्लैक के पोजीशन
हाँ,
में।
कोई वीकनेस दिख ही नहीं
I-
है राकेश भाई।
हाँ, आई थिंक वो उड़
दिख ही
गया
नहीं
ना वीडियो में। हाँ, ओके ओके ओके। सो मे बी वी कैन जस्ट कम टू आवर फेसेस देखो है,
रही या।
और we can still yeah keep analyzing. So भाई हाँ, ब्लैक के पोजीशन में लाइक वी वर सेइंग कोई वीकनेस नहीं है, सब कुछ प्रोटेक्टेड है, सब सही है, एंड दोनों रुक्स इन द सेंट्रल फाइल आल्सो। आई फील याकुबोव हैज वन द ओपनिंग बैटल हियर। योर थॉट्स?
अग्रीड अग्रीड। आई थिंक यहाँ पे वाइट के पीसेस लुकिंग वेरी एक्टिव, बट कोई भी कुछ क्रेजी कर नहीं रहा है। दिस इज ब्लॉक बाय द पॉन, दिस इज ब्लॉक बाय द पॉन, नाइट f5 इज नॉट रियली अ ह्यूज थ्रेट एट ऑल, रुक ऑन b1 इज ब्लॉक बाय द पॉन एज वेल। सो पोटेंशियल है वाइट की पीसेस में, बट राइट नाउ दे नॉट एबल टू यूटिलाइज इट। एंड टाइम वाइज भी नेक टू नेक चल रहे हैं, 38 minutes वर्सेस 37 minutes। एट वन पॉइंट आई थिंक अर्जुन हैड लाइक 25 more minutes, सो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं मिस हो चुका है। देखते हैं क्या होगा। मीन राकेश भाई, जंपिंग बैक टू वीडी, जहां पे यान इज स्टिल थिंकिंग। दिख रहा है हमें वहां पे यान जी कितने क्रेजी दिख रहे हैं राकेश भाई। सो व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ दिस? डज ही फाइंड रुक टेक्स h7? इज ही गोना कंसिडर इट फॉर एग्जांपल एटलीस्ट? क्या सोचेंगे उसके बारे में?
आई थिंक कंसिडर तो करेगा, बट रुक C1 के तरफ ज्यादा लीन करेगा। एंड आई थिंक इफ ही हैज लाइक अ 15 मिनट थिंक वो रुक H7 मारेगा। बट नहीं तो रुक C1 खेल के फटाफट वीडी को और टाइम प्रेशर में डाल।
एंड राकेश भाई, आपने नाम सुना होगा, मदर मीनोफ। ये भाई हमारे सिंधारों के साथ इंडिया आए थे ड्यूरिंग द वर्ल्ड कप, राइट? लाइक मतलब खतरनाक खिलाड़ी हैं। उनके सेकंड, he's at a 2480, 2490 something. He yesterday defeated Ian Nepomniachtchi crushingly, दो डाला। एंड आज ही इज प्लेइंग निकोलस थिरुरु, हु आल्सो डिफीटेड हैंस इन राउंड वन। सो दोनों विनर्स का आपस में मैच, एंड नाउ ही इज क्लोज टू विनिंग अगेन। भाई ये क्या जादू है इनका? मतलब ही इज जस्ट क्रशिंग एवरीवन इन द ओपनिंग, एंड ही लिटरली हैड 1 hour 37 minutes when he had the advantage. Like इतना आगे निकल गए थे। Look at his clock, look at his opponent's clock. 1 hour 23 minutes and 11 minutes भाई। What is happening?
भाई दिस इज क्रेजीनेस। और भाई सोचो, आई थिंक उज्बेकिस्तान अनाउंस्ड देयर टीम, ही इज गोइंग टू बी देयर फिफ्थ पुट, मतलब रिजर्व प्लेयर इन केस
Ah,
एनी हेल्प इज नीडेड। सो भाई उज्बेकिस्तान की टीम इज लुकिंग लाइक द टीम टू बीट।
भाई he will be the perfect second, no? Like पांचों की हेल्प करेगा, एंड देन चार स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर्स, खतरनाक टीम होगी उज्बेकिस्तान की चैट। एंड राकेश भाई, इन दिस पोजीशन, हाउ लाइकली डू यू थिंक अ विन इज गोना हैपन? हाउ लाइकली इज इट अ ड्रॉ? क्या लग रहा है?
आई वुड से लाइक 60% ड्रॉ होगा, बट 40% चांसेस फॉर अ वाइट विन एज वेल।
हम्म।
मतलब अगर ये किंग अब मैजिकली उठा के B6 या क्वीन साइड पे डाल दो ना, तो ड्रॉ के चांसेस काफी बढ़ जाएंगे। बट
हम्म।
बिकॉज ये किंग थोड़ा कट ऑफ है, इट्स लाइक व्हाइट के पास 3 पीसेस है चैट और ब्लैक के पास 2 ही है। बिकॉज ये
हम्म।
किंग इज नॉट कंट्रीब्यूटिंग, सो मैं नाइट C4 खेल सकता हूँ, किंग C3 जा सकता हूँ। प्रॉब्लम है नाइट ट्रेड करोगे देन द किंग इज कट। तो
या।
वो किंग की पोजीशनिंग की वजह से आई थिंक थोड़ा चांसेस ज्यादा है। लुक ऑल द क्लॉक सिचुएशन टेक ओवर नॉट लुकिंग गुड फॉर निकोलस।
या ये तो बहुत मुश्किल है। आई डोंट थिंक ही इज होल्डिंग दिस प्रैक्टिकली अगेन बिकॉज ऑफ क्लॉक। या एंड आई थिंक यहाँ पे बेस्ट मूव इज रुक टू h7, which is also not obvious at all. Why is it the best move? So rook f5, rook c5 आ रहा है अभी, that's the reason why. But overall very very tough position. So Madaminov 2-0 जाने वाले हैं। एंड मीनवाइल लुक एट अर्जुन्स लास्ट मूव, क्वीन तो मतलब पूरा ही घर आ गई। मतलब वो आपने मूवी देखी है राकेश भाई, क्वीन? Like she travels the world, makes new friends, whatever, but then she lands up at home at the end, and I'm like, भाई ये क्या हुआ फायदा फिर क्वीन f4 क्वीन c4 करने का, जब f1 पे आना था तो?
आई थिंक वो क्वीन A4 वाली आइडिया जो थी ना टिको भाई, ही प्रोबेबली मिस समथिंग देयर।
हम्म।
और अभी ना उसको बचाते थोड़ा इम्प्रूव करते करते ही इज गॉटन इट बैक होम नाउ। बट
हम्म।
या आई मीन आई वुडंट से कि अर्जुन की पोजीशन इज बैड इन एनी वे, बट ही इज जस्ट कीपिंग अ फाइटिंग पोजीशन। वो बोलता है कि चलो आई एम रेडी फॉर अ लॉन्ग गेम, आ जाओ।
एंड राकेश भाई एंड चैट, सवाल आपसे बिफोर वी गो टू द वीडियो गेम, व्हाट डू यू थिंक नेपो प्लेड? रुक c1 और रुक h7?
माय प्रेडिक्शन इज रुक C1 बाय नेपो।
Chat, what do you think he played? Any guesses?
कुछ तीसरा ही खेला क्या? ओ
Why
भाई
he took he took that pawn. Nepo bhai आज is not in the mood for half measures. He's like आज पूरा मतलब बोलते हैं ना like इसे घर तक ही लेके आऊंगा पूरे अपने पीसेस खत्म. Like rook h7 played sacking an entire rook राकेश भाई.
भाई, और मुझे लगा एटलीस्ट ही विल हैव लाइक अ लॉन्गिश थिंग 10-15 मिनट वाला। भाई ने, विदित ने इनफैक्ट ही थॉट फॉर 15 मिनट्स, नेपो ने 5 मिनट में बोला कि हाँ रुक एट एंड ई5 डा 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 डा, ले ले रुक।
डरा डरा भाई दिस इज क्रेजी बाय द वे हाउ डज ही कैलकुलेट सो फास्ट बिकॉज वीडी के पास 11 मिनट यू वुड एक्सपेक्ट हिम टू टेक लेस टाइम बट नेपो 1 घंटा 13 मिनट लेके बैठा तब भी 5 ही मिनट सोचा ही कुड हैव थॉट फॉर एन आवर एंड स्टिल बी ऑन इक्वल टाइम विद इट बट ही डजंट थिंक इट ऑल.
और भाई ऐसा रुक C1 फास्ट खेलता तो समझ आता, ही इज सैक्रिफाइसिंग अ रुक,
हाँ
ही इज गोइंग ऑल इन बेसिकली कि क्वीन C3 नहीं चल रहा है उसके ऊपर। कूडोज। और भाई मैं बोल रहा था आपको कि ये सुपर कैलकुलेटर है, एंड वो बैठा भी नहीं था बोर्ड पे व्हेन वी हैड कैमरास अ लिटिल व्हाइल अगो, तभी
वाह.
तो एटलीस्ट विदित अकेला बैठा था बोर्ड पे। बट या भाई, विद एवरी पासिंग सेकंड दिस इज लुकिंग डिफिकल्ट फॉर वीडी भाई।
Yeah, don't underestimate Nepo. बिल्कुल भी नहीं. Very strong player, two-time candidate winner. Shakuntala Nepomniachtchi, clearly very very strong by मेरे हिसाब से तो. And now Rakesh bhai, he has to take the rook, right? I mean, anything else, you kind of getting an
नो,
attack
आई
anyways.
आई
हाँ
वाज थिंकिंग D3 उड़ा दो, तो रुक D3 यहाँ पे,
हाँ
ताकि ना
also
आपका
looks.
अटैक का वेनम चला जाए।
And now you take the bishop or the rook because दोनों option है.
हाँ दोनों है, आई थिंक आई कैन टेक द बिशप, क्योंकि थोड़ा
Okay.
क्वीन, आई डोंट नो, दोनों चलेंगे इनफैक्ट।
Actually, Queen h5 is actually apparently very strong
ये तो
here.
मेन हो गए। ओके, सो मे बी आई
Yeah.
टेक द रुक, या फिर एक नाइट E5 की भी चाल है, ठीक है भाई, आफ्टर रुक D3 बिशप
Ah.
D3।
I like 95 actually because if you go wrong, then I'm basically potentially even playing for a win because मैं एक और piece game में ले आया chat. I think black needs more pieces. खाली queen कुछ कर नहीं पारी. But I'm guessing now there is no time for queen h5 because knight d3 is check. So rook h8 check. King यहाँ पे एक और check. And अब क्या खेल रहे हैं हम राकेश भाई? Are we running away?
भाई और सोचो, ये सब नेपो ने सोच लिया है इन दैट 6-7 मिनट्स।
भाई कैसे सोचा ये सब उसने? And now king d6, rook d1 खेलना है only move. What?
नो वे भाई, नो वे। और भाई लुक एट वीडीज क्लॉक, in only 11 minutes and he has to navigate through all of this craziness.
He took that rook. He took that rook, and now will be revealed ki whether Nepo has seen the plan. He has to either give this check, play a couple of checks. भाई क्या बंदा है यार ये? How is he playing so quickly?
भाई वो सुन सकते हैं क्या हमें, या कुछ सीन है क्या ऐसे? हाँ, भाई if he plays E5, no, I lose my mind. If he
भाई
plays E5 that quickly.
there is no way he plays e5 chat. Chat, do you think he finds e5? Next move he has to play e5. Yes or no? भाई this is crazy. भाई इतना बढ़िया कैलकुलेटर मतलब यार it's insane राकेश भाई like मतलब I'm really impressed.
Insane. By the way, Queen H5 check के बाद does
Hmm.
VD have G6? Like just hear me
Ah.
out. Queen H7 check को मैं बोलूंगा A1 की क्वीन पूरा स्लाइड मारते हुए
Ah.
G7 पे।
वेरी नाइस मूव. सो मे बी मुझे रूक से चेक देनी है बट रूक के एच7 पे तेरे इज नाइट जी7 आई एम गेसिंग. सो
या
हमारे सिलिकॉन मॉन्स्टर जी कह रहे क्वीन एच6 इज द विनिंग मूव हियर. इफ नाइट जी7 नाउ आई पिक अप द रूक. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट डिटेल. यू कांट मूव द नाइट टू जी7. भाई कितना ट्रिकी है यार.
And if I go Queen G7, let's show that to chat.
हाँ
Chat,
एंड देन
white
या
to play and win. Pin and win, chat. Pin and win. Queen
वेरी
G7 के
इंपॉर्टेंट मूव.
बाद।
वेरी
Why,
इंपॉर्टेंट
this is
मूव.
insane tactics and what a calculation by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
भाई ये अगला कैंडिडेट जीतेगा भाई. इसे मुझे डर लग
भाई
रहा है अगला वाला जीतेगा ये.
भाई मतलब दिस इज द पावर ऑफ आप 2 बारी कैंडिडेट जीतते हो, 2 बारी आप वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की तैयारी करते हो, भले हार जाओ, बट भाई प्लेयर तो तगड़ा है, भले ही मतलब उसको बाकी की चीजें होटल वगैरह मजा नहीं आया, तो भी प्लेयर तो बढ़िया है।
भाई राकेश भाई, आई बिलीव लाइक लाइफ टफ होती है तो यू ग्रो एज अ पर्सन. तो अगर
हम्म।
कुछ है, कुछ सोने में नींद नहीं आ रही है, तो यू विल ग्रो एज अ पर्सन. आई फील लाइक कहीं ना यू विल ग्रो एट फ्रॉम इट. You will learn something
करेक्ट।
from it, I think, Rakesh bhai, and he's learned a lot. And now the question is,
करेक्ट।
what does VD do? G6 या King E7? King E7 is the better move. वहां पे white को E5 निकालना है. That's a tougher move to find. So practically, maybe King E7 is the better choice, yeah?
या भाई, E5 ढूंढना मुश्किल है, बट द स्पीड एट विच नेपो इज प्लेइंग, मुझे लग रहा है वो भी ढूंढ लेगा इन द नेक्स्ट 2 मिनट्स।
And it's the only move. Anything else, and guess what? VD is better. So he has to find E5, Rakesh bhai. I mean, कैसे सोचा उसने इतना जल्दी, ये तो नेपो और भगवान ही जानता है. But only move E5 and it's the best. You feel like bishop check आ रहा है, queen check आ रहा है. There's some other ideas as well. Knight घुसा सकते हैं अंदर check देने के लिए कहीं पे. But no, E5 pawn push. Wow. भाई VD played G6. No.
अदरवाइज
भाई ये क्या आवाज थी?
C6।
But okay. हाँ आवाज आई कुछ. चैट में कुछ आवाज आई क्या? ओ नो, राकेश भाई गए.
भाई
खत्म.
खत्म। इट्स -4 नाउ। एंड भाई कोई ना कैसे यार।
Like, how did he not play this? How did he not play this? I'm confused. Like, how can he miss rook h7?
यहाँ पर भाई वो एक मीम है ना भाई, सांस तो लेने दे।
सही में
वीडी का
यार.
रिएक्शन यही होगा कि भाई टाइम प्रेशर है, पोजीशन की लगी पड़ी है, नेपो इज जस्ट कमिंग एंड फायरिंग दीज बुलेट्स इस AK-47 के हिसाब से
भाई
इन लाइक
साहब, भाई साहब.
30 सेकंड्स।
एंड नाउ आई एम थिंकिंग यार, मुझे भागना है. भागने में मैं एक्सपर्ट हूँ. तो किंग टू E7 खेल दूं अगर मैं यहां से. इज दैट अ मूव राकेश भाई?
भाई
यहां पे क्या
चेकमेट है ना,
खेलोगे?
क्वीन एफ8
कैसे?
चेकमेट है। एक
क्वीन
नहीं नहीं
F8 किंग D8 में? अच्छा, ओ नाइट ही मर रहा है भाई. खत्म.
क्वीन E8
सब
और
कुछ खा
A8
गए
का
भाई.
रुक भी मर जाएगा आपका, सब
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 कुछ
मर
खा गए
जाएगा।
भाई. इतना खाना तो मैंने बुफे में रखा भी नहीं था, उससे ज्यादा खा गए भाई. खत्म. लाइक नेपो जस्ट एट एवरीथिंग मैन. So what do we do now, Chad? This is over, yeah. This is completely over. We're going to lose 2 games in a row.
भाई एक्चुअली आई वांटेड टू bring up this that I don't remember last time when Vidit Gujarati started an event with 0 out of 2। मतलब
Hmm.
मेमोरी में तो
Yeah.
नहीं रही है।
Yeah. Chad, इसका मतलब Vidit is under huge pressure. Will take a miracle actually to survive this. The best plan is to sack the queen, apparently. According to the engine, just take down C4, rook G7, knight G7. Hope कि इस एंड गेम में कुछ हो पाए. Maybe that's what he has to go for now. But of course, he's not going to go for it with a happy smile on his face. Rakesh bhai, we'll come to this in just about a minute. But Arjun is now apparently better again. After Queen F1, Black थोड़ा overextend कर दिए. Played pawn to G5 and after knight F3, knight C6. Arjun again has some hope. भाई थोड़े weaknesses, some tasty squares to utilize later on.
या आई थिंक बट भाई वीडी का गेम तो मुश्किल है, बट इंडिया के सारे होप्स ये गेम पे टिके हुए हैं, बिकॉज होपफुली भाई अर्जुन एटलीस्ट गेट्स द बेटर ऑफ याकूबोव, वरना इट विल बी अ हॉरिबल स्टार्ट टू उज्बेक चेस आफ्टर वी हैड अ विनर इन Prague last year।
Yeah, yeah. I think hopefully Arjun will be the one to win today and go to the leaders. Of course, Madaminov might still lead, but Arjun ka jeetna zaruri hai. And if he wins, he might gain some world rankings. Rakesh, by every win he has, he might gain 1 or 2 rankings. He could potentially be world number 4 after this event. So, बहुत chances हैं to really gain all the rating he's lost.
या या ट्रू। और भाई ओवरऑल भाई एटलीस्ट आई थॉट प्रग जीता नॉर्वे चेस, उसके बाद ना देयर बी लाइक अ एक चेंज इन इंडिया का फॉर्चून्स, बट लुकिंग टफ। और ठीक है, एक बार प्लीज व्हाट्सएप भी चेक कर लो, बिकॉज
हाँ,
आई
yeah.
विल बी
Rakesh,
बैक
bhai, I know you.
वापस।
Yeah, I know you
होपफुली
have a
तब
call.
तक अर्जुन विल बी बेटर।
तब तक होपफुली अर्जुन का गेम खत्म नहीं होगा. राकेश भाई, थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर जॉइनिंग. वील सी यू इन जस्ट अ फ्यू मिनट्स, हाफ एन आवर और सो. राकेश भाई,
या
ब्रिंग अस सम गुड लक विद द जर्सी इन द नेक्स्ट टाइम यू कम. लेट्स गो.
या चलो सी यू चैट, बी बैक सून।
एंड चैट दैट वाज राकेश भाई, ही हैज अ कॉल। वही मैंने कहा ना भाई, चैट ये इवेंट के लिए सबको लाना बड़ा डिफिकल्ट रहा है हमारे लिए। एवरीबडी हैज अ लॉट ऑफ वर्क टू डू। वी हैव लिटरली स्टार्टेड प्रिपरेशन फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप एज वेल। इतना दूर तक हम लोग सोचते रहते हैं, तो इट्स टफ। बट थैंक्स राकेश भाई फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। मीनवाइल वीडी भाई, क्वीन गई, खत्म, बाय बाय भाई। क्वीन जी7 पे रुक एच7, एटलीस्ट ही फाउंड द बेस्ट डिफेंस, बट दिस इज टफ नाउ। And now bishop takes c4, rook takes
Yeah.
g7, knight takes g7, and the only
Up.
move though for Nepo is knight to f4. He has to find it. Otherwise, VD could have some chances. But this is very easy to find because g6 chahiye mujhe. So this is looking tough, chat. I think
मेरे
Vidit
को ये
Gujarati. राकेश भाई इधर ही हो आप अभी?
हाँ, सॉरी सॉरी, समय में आप मेरे को निकाल सकते हो कॉल से।
भाई राकेश भाई कह रहे हैं मैं रिजाइन नहीं करूंगा, यू फायर मी।
हाँ, मेरे को रिजाइन नहीं करना है, तुम समय पे चेकमेट कर दो मुझे, अगर आई डोंट नो।
Crazy, bhai, crazy. Okay, Rakesh bhai has left. He'll be back soon. But meanwhile, Chad VD Queen gayi bhai. So this is going to be very tough now for Vidit Gujarati. I don't know how he'll manage. And maybe there's some chances for defense. Hopefully we have the camera soon. Do we have the camera, Samay bhai, already? क्या कुछ glitch नहीं हो? But हो. दिखाओ जरा क्या क्या दिख रहा है कैमरा में. By the way, going to the Arjun game quickly. Hey, hey, yes, let's go. हाँ बट ठीक है, रहने दो भाई, जो है टेढ़ा है पर मेरा है. एंड बाय द वे चैट d5 knight as we saw, and now he played d5 attacking the knight, so knight has to move again. ये knight a5 से चक्कर बहुत काट चुका है, इसका मॉर्निंग वॉक का रूटीन बन चुका है एट दिस पॉइंट ये. एंड नाउ knight d2, so basically he is trying to dominate this knight, maybe prepare bishop h3 ideas also. अगर ये bishop exchange होता है then of course the knight can later sit to f5, but also I mean Black is very happy. Yeah? No major problems for Black also. Bishops are okay. They're not active, but they're solid. So right now, I think the game does look kind of equal. The advantage is on the clock, however. अभी सिर्फ 20 moves हुई हैं, and Black has to play 20 plus moves in 27 minutes. That's a tough part for Black. Will Samay go to commentary of World Championship? God knows why. I think it will depend on Samay's availability. If he's there, he might join for some days, but अभी बताना मुश्किल है. Why Arjun is so low at time? नहीं गायब हो गया भाई मैसेज. Oh wow, it got deleted. Can we zoom in Arjun's game? Yes, we can भाई. Zoom in कैसे करें, लेकिन कैमरा ही नहीं है भाई. और मीनवाइल अपनी मायावी शक्तियों का इस्तेमाल करके एक क्वीन प्रकट कर दो विदित के बोर्ड पे. वीडी की भाई उसके ओपोनेंट की. भाई अभी तो वीडी क्वीन वहीं पे है, बट इट्स नॉट गोना स्टे देयर फॉर लॉन्ग. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम अनफॉर्चुनेटली. टिक्कू को दौड़े चढ़ते हैं, इसने सैंडविच चलाना चालू कर देता है. भाई आपका कमेंट पढ़ा मैंने है. ओ ऑन वन ऑफ द डेज व्हेन आई वाज नॉट हियर, नमस्ते भाई लिखते हैं. हाँ हाँ अच्छा है टिक्कू भाई आज नहीं आए. कई बार चिल्ला उठते हैं तो मैं कांप जाता हूं. ये क्या था भाई? व्हाट इज दिस? दगाबाजी करी नमस्ते भाई आपने. भाई आई वाज हर्ट. वेट व्हाट? भाई नेपो भाई तो फ्लॉन्ट कर रहे हैं एट दिस पॉइंट यार. ही इज नॉट इवन टेकिंग द क्वीन. मुझे एक मूवी की याद आ रही है. आई कांट नेम दैट मूवी अनफॉर्चुनेटली, बट नाइट f4 विद द आइडिया ऑफ क्वीन टेक्स g6, not even taking the queen. You can't take this. If let's say b5 queen g6, you can't take this because the queen is pinned. भाई ये तो मतलब बुरी तरह मार रहा है. And now bishop f1 played. भाई queen g6 चेक आ रहा है यार. क्वीन जी6 चेक आ रहा है यार. This is tough, man. This is so tough. Queen g6 check. Now, if you play here, I will pick up the queen with check. So king g8 only move. Now I have to take rook g7. There is queen e6 check. So you have to take with the knight. And now, honestly, king f1 is a mistake. If king f1, knight e5, VD is actually back. So you have to play knight h5 with the idea of knight f6 check. And now Nepo is winning. So last trap for VD कि भाई वो knight h5 ना खेले, king f1 मारे. Let's hope so. Fingers crossed भाई. Fingers crossed. वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप प्रेप फ्रॉम नेपो. भाई वही यूज कर लेता, मतलब काम आ जाती. यहाँ पे वीडी के खिलाफ इसका क्या फायदा? मतलब ये तो गलत हो गया ना भाई. By the way, Hans Niemann is completely winning. Mamadinov is completely winning. Nodirbek is better. So white pieces again having a great result today. Nepo is winning, of course. Only Arjun is the one not winning. Hopefully he's winning soon. CBI Chesscom collaboration again, Habitat for World Championship. I don't know actually. I think I don't know. It could happen. I would love it कि वो हो जाए मजा आएगा. I think it's always nice to have everybody together, like Sagar Tanya joining in, Sahaj Harshit joining in, Mira Mutta joining in. It will be nice, but I don't know. अभी उतना दूर नहीं पहुंचे. अभी तो डिबेट है भाई, कैमरा राइट्स चाहिए, 10 चीजें चाहिए होती है भाई, लाइक इट्स लाइक कहाँ होगा मैच अभी ये भी नहीं पता है, सो वी डोंट इवन नो द लोकेशन, राइट, वेयर इज द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप गोना हैपन एक्चुअली. दैट रियली डिक्टेट्स अ लॉट ऑफ फैक्टर्s. Maybe hope Guki wins world championship. Let's hope so, bhai. That's the dream. We want an Indian world champion. Guki की form चाहिए यार. I think world champion तो चाहिए चाहिए, but we also need Guki to come back to form. Without it, there is no point. There is no point. I think, let's say Guki was not in form, but he somehow still won the world championship. वो feel नहीं आएगी यार. We'll feel like okay, he won against Sindarov, but Sindarov wasn't in bad form. Like हमें चाहिए Guki form में आए and then he wins. That's what we need. नॉट एटिकोवा, योर ह्यूमिलिटी एंड ग्रेस इज योर बेस्ट एट्रीब्यूट. वाह भाई, अभी तारीफ है, अभी मैं जाऊंगा स्ट्रीम से तो कुछ और बोलोगे. नहीं नहीं भाई, आई एम जोकिंग ऑफ कोर्स. आई थिंक आई अंडरस्टैंड कि चिल्लाने से लोग घबराते हैं, बिकॉज ऑल्सो मेजोरिटी ऑफ स्ट्रीम्स वी डू इट्स लाइक मिडनाइट इन इंडिया. तो कोई बंदा अभी सो रहा होगा ऐसे स्ट्रीम देखते हुए, क्या चल रहा है मीटिंग में, भाई सभी बंदा कांप जाए तो अंडरस्टैंडेबल, बट आई ट्राई टू कंट्रोल इट, बट इट्स टफ. ये सारे अच्छे से चेस प्लेयर के नाम ओव से खत्म क्यों होते हैं? बाय द वे, क्वीन जीसस प्लेट, ये मत खेलना भाई प्लीज. प्लीज प्लीज ये मत में खेलना भाई. किंग एफ फन मार दे भाई प्लीज. लास्ट चांस फॉर वीडी. कम ऑन नेपो भाई, हमें भी सीओबी वाला एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा दे दे भाई प्लीज. कम ऑन किंग एफ वन. डू वी हैव द कैम फॉर दिस? कैन वी लुक एट इट 1 सेकेंड एक बार? कुछ आ रहा हो? कुछ भी नहीं आ रहा है. अरे कम ऑन भाई, किंग एफ वन मार दे मेरे दोस्त. खेल देगा नरेश भाई. He'll find it man. He's not gonna mess this up. बहुत खतरनाक है नेपो. Why is this so low at time, back to back and losing badly? Man, I think he's playing after a long while. So his opening prep and time management both are not, great right now. To be honest, like they've not been that great. Nepo आराम से like outplay कर गया opening में ही. Which tournament has more value? Tata Steel Norwich. I think Norwich is by far. Because Magnus plays and the format is so good. It's an activity led to bad performance. Yes, of course, man. That always is a factor. You cannot come back after a break and expect to play perfect chess. It's not going to happen. Sometimes you play very well after a break, but that's usually at the level, जैसे हमारे level, मेरे level पे, or maybe even Sahaj bhai's level. I think it's possible because even GMs do make mistakes. Like they will make mistakes, and you can somehow play after a while, and you can get good positions. But at the top level now, you can't make a single mistake. That's the problem. So I think it's very tough. It's very tough. Chomis Nguki had best results. Rapid it's improved. So if you think about it, he finds his form. Uski peak would be more than 2794. Yes, of course, but the big factor there is finding that form back. That's very important. And by the way, Nepo ke paas only move, as we discussed, King F1 ke baad, if he does play it, Knight to E5, and suddenly Rook T3 incoming, like this is hanging, then everything could be hanging. Basically, we could reach some sort of fortress. For example, let's say Queen to, I don't know, G3 to defend this, then Rook takes A3, this is hanging now. And if King E2, suddenly Vidi is also winning. Actually, he's better. For example, King E1 now, and then Knight can come in, King can move, then this Knight can come in. So tough rahega, but Knight H5 is just a killer move actually. It's just a killer move, man. Liver Doc, bhai, I'm not a Twitter fan, bhai. I hate that platform. भाई क्या नेगेटिविटी होती है 24/7 ट्विटर पे जाओ, बस गालियां पड़ रही होती है इन लोगों को. मतलब बोलते हैं ना, लाइक आई ओके इट्स इंटरेस्टिंग प्लेटफॉर्म, बट इफ आई हैड टू रैंक, एक टियर लिस्ट करनी होगी ना प्लेटफॉर्म पे, तो यूट्यूब टॉप पे आएगा, इंस्टाग्राम सेकंड एंड ट्विटर विल बी लास्ट. मतलब बोलते हैं ना कुकू एफएम के पीछे भी आएगा भाई, वो लिटरली दुरार्थी वाला प्लेटफॉर्म. लाइक इट्स क्रेजी बैड मैन, आई डोंट लाइक ट्विटर. It IIQ is not ready. Bhai, I mean, you have to start playing at some point, right? It's like saying ki bhai, you can't get a job. What? What? Oh my God! Big mistake by Yan Nepomniachtchi खल्लास. भाई ये क्या कर दिया उसने? भाई VD does not have one way to draw this now. He can even win this. But he has no time. 3 minutes for VD. भाई कैमरा आया क्या भाई? Wait, what? भाई, there are multiple moves now. Let's look at all of them. First of all, is just take the pawn, win the pawn, and if you know king f1 now, then the bishop on e3 is hanging. Knight e5 aa raha hai, even rook e3 is a draw. It's equal because I will pick up these pawns. Next could be something like bishop c4, and if knight g7, for example, there is knight e5. This move is crucial. In fact, now white has to play the only move queen h6 or he's lost. Going back, and we have not even looked at the best move for VD. That is knight to e5, attacking the queen. And now, and played! VD has played this. And the only move for Nepo now is queen to h6, or he's slightly worse. He's slightly worse. वाओ भाई, क्या दिया है भाई, मतलब नेपो ने गेम. यार मेरे को पता ही नहीं था उधर भी, मतलब चेक करना पड़ेगा फॉर बग्स. बट ओके मैन, क्रेजी मैन, क्वीन h6. भाई अगर वीडी जीत गया ना भाई, तो पार्टी बनती है भाई. अगर वीडी विंस तो एक बंदे को चेसकॉम डायमंड मेंबरशिप भाई, ऐसे कमबैक के लिए तो बनता ही है भाई. इफ वीडी विंस दिस, ड्रॉ पे नहीं, ड्रॉ तो आई थिंक इज ऑलवेज पॉसिबल विन के लिए, बट विन इज पॉसिबल नाउ. एंड नाउ इफ यू प्ले फॉर एग्जांपल, लेट्स से यू प्ले क्वीन g3, which is not normal move, ठीक है काफी. Now bishop c4, I attack this knight, and if you take on g7, there is knight d3 check intermediate move because ये hanging था. King कहां जाएगा? There is no good move. यहां पे आओगे तो queen गई. And if you play king, I don't know, f1 for example, rook g7, queen somewhere to h2, and now knight f4 check. भाई this is over. King has nowhere to go. rook g2 check आ रहा है भाई. भाई साहब, but with has no time man, he has 3 minutes. Video आएगी, आ रही है वीडियो. Let's keep checking if the video is there. But this is crazy blunder by Nepo. He had played perfect chess. Why? He had 100% accuracy, goes down to 92.8. 100% से 92.8 पे जंप मारी, सीधा छलांग नीचे. What a comeback. Only black is doing this is when Magnus is playing as black. Not really, chat. I think यहाँ problem पता है क्या है? White has no pawns. White has no pawns. ये वाला मेरे हाथ में है. Vidit already found the best move. I already have this under sights. अगर ये दोनों pawn उड़ गए, ये knight तो trade होगा at some point, right? You agree with it? Right? Why bishop c4 now? Vidit, come on, let's go. Come on. He has two moves. He has rook e8 and he has bishop c4. Anything else, he's worse. The plan is to force this knight to move instantly. If you play something random, I don't know, what's a random move? Let's say rook a7, yeah? Just waiting for a move. Then why? Okay, knight hanging. I can't play a random move actually. There is no random move because knight is now hanging. And if you play knight c4, for example, let's say you move the knight here. Now I have bishop d4, threatening this, and you lose. So VD will find this move, chat. I think he will find bishop c4. He has to save the bishop. Come on, VD. Come on, VD. Come on, bishop c4. खेल दो भाई. 2.5 minutes है, बहुत tough है, but खेल सकते हो. You can do this, VD. Come on, VD. You can pull this off. This would be the comeback of this tournament so far, maybe of the entire event. भाई look at this chat, anybody joining in, this was the move. VD की queen मर चुकी है यहाँ पे, and Nepo had to find knight h5 would be completely winning, threatening this fork. There is no defense, रुक देना पड़ेगा knight के बदले, and then he pick this up, but Nepo blunders. And now Vidit finds the best moving time pressure, queen g3. Now he has to find bishop c4 or rook e8, but bishop c4 is the best move. Yes, let's go! I found over the board. And now Nepo is struggling. By Yan Nepomniachtchi is worse now. Let's go, brother. Come on. भाई कैमरा चाहिए, कैमरा दिखाओ मुझे. भाई crazy chess. Insane chess now. If VD wins this, this is going to be crazy. This is going to be crazy actually. This would be an insane boost to his confidence. यही चाहिए भाई to win a tournament. Let's go, video up in the chat, man. What a comeback. And now he's better. भाई rook a3 आ रहा है, bishop e6 आ रहा है, knight d3 आ रहा है, rook f8 at some point or rook f7 at some point. This is dangerous position for Nepo now. And you know what the best move is? Knight g5. Not easy. Not easy at all. This is very, very tough. Oh, he plays it though. He finds it. And now the best move is rook e8, defending that knight. He can also play knight d3. Knight d3 or rook e8. Come on, VD. Come on. Come on, VD. Both these moves look logical. I think rook e8 is tough, but knight d3 does look very logical. It's the most normal move, most easy move in the position. Come on, knight d3 check. And then you put the knight on c5, save that knight. And long-term chat, this is hard for Nepo. I think जीतने के chances तो हवा में उड़ गए. The only way Nepo now wins is because VD has no time any blunders. Like that's the only way. Position-wise, I think this is absolutely safe for VD now. अगर उसके पास यहाँ 20 मिनट होते, he would not lose this. There's zero chance. Come on, come on. Itna time difference, yeah, because VD is rusty, right? He's playing after a long time. That's why the rustiness. Come on, Vidit Gujarati, kar lo chamatkar. VD का time, yes, he has 1.5 minutes. Do we have the camera समय भाई? कुछ check करो ना एक बार. कुछ तो हो. कुछ भी नहीं है. अरे यार क्या कर रहे हो भाई लोग? कैमरा चलाओ उज्बेकिस्तान चेस वालों. ओलंपियाड में ऐसा मत करना भाई. मूव नंबर 34 है. 34 7 मूव खेलने हैं VD को in 1 minute with increment. So 30 seconds add. So he has 3.5 minutes of increment also. But overall 4.5 minutes remaining for VD. Does VD know he's better? I think he knows he's equal. He knows he survived the worst. Like knight e6, knight g5 is a move ki by, I've made a mistake somewhere. Now I have to recalibrate and I have to maybe go queen h3, queen h7 for an attack. 45 seconds for VD. Man, isko Chad, once he won the semi-finals of the India Rising, we were talking on WhatsApp and मैं इसको ये बोला था, मैंने कहा था भाई कुर्सी की एज पे क्यों मजबूरन हमें बिठाते हो भाई? हर गेम में वी आर सिटिंग एट द एज ऑफ अवर सीट. नॉर्मली कभी जीतो ना. एंड देन ही स्टार्टेड लाफिंग, बट दिस इज नॉट लाफेबल नाउ भाई. कम ऑन, रुक e8 या कुछ खेलो भाई. 93 चेक. कम ऑन VD, कुछ और मत खेलना. rook e7 is also possible apparently. Third move for VD possible. भाई 15 सेकेंड खेल VD. Let's go. And now, by the way, king f1 is lost, king e2 is lost, king e1 is not possible. So only 2 moves, king g2, king g1, or Nepo is completely lost. Come on, come on, come on. He plays king g2, nice move. And now he has bunch of moves now, by the way, VD. Now it's not even worse. But the best move here is knight c5, opening up the rook's file. That's the best. But he can also play rook e8, he can play rook a d8, bunch of moves possible. दर्द हो रहा है भाई, अंदर से दर्द हो रहा है मुझे यार. टाइम प्रेशर बड़ी घटिया चीज है यार. एंड नाउ क्वीन g4, ओनली मूव फॉर नेपो. नेपो भाई एक और गलती. आई मीन देखो, नेपो भाई क्वीन h2 अटैकिंग द नाइट, क्रेजी मूव है. क्वीन h3 अटैकिंग द नाइट, क्रेजी मूव है. क्वीन h3 तो बेस्ट लग रही है मेरे भाई, मतलब डर जाएगा मतलब ब्लैक का नाइट। लेट्स गो नेपो भाई। It's not a simple fork chat because queen g4 pe, you have to understand black has knight f6. So I think Vidi is basically offering a repetition because he has no time. But white now has queen to f5, and this is where it's still not, by the way, lost for Vidi. He slashed chances. But yeah, this is not the best move. He had a better position, now he's worse. But queen g4, okay, queen g h3, by the way, chat, black to play. What happens after queen to h3? क्या खेलना चाहिए black को if he plays this? Come on. Why is queen h3 not possible? So ये move possible नहीं है. He can play queen h4 or queen h2, but those are mistakes because you don't have queen f5 in that case. So that's a queen g4 only move for Nepo. Yes, knight f4, and you would lose the queen to a fork. So it's still tricky. That's why you see why he played this. Because queen h3 is a blunder, queen h4, queen h2 leads to repetition. So there's an understanding of why he played this. He wants a draw. He wants to repeat the position because he has no time on the clock. Come on, come on, come on. नेपो भाई एक गलती और कर दो कि थोड़ा सा याद रखेंगे आपको, हम भूल जाएंगे बेड बग्स के बारे में। कम ऑन नेपो भाई। I know he has 1 hour. I think, but Nepo use nahi kar raha na bhai wo time. He's not using his time. That's the point. Like Nepo could aram se think 15 minutes and win this game. But he's playing so fast. There's a reason why he has 58 minutes. Because he doesn't think too much. Oh, he finds it. He finds it. And now it's tricky. So knight f6 हमने देख लिया, queen f5. There's also knight e1 check. Now, if you play king h2 or king h3 or king h1 or king f1, it's a mistake. You have to find the only move king f2 and allow knight d3 check, and now play king g1. Okay, there's a chance. Chat, this is tough. Yeah, he made a mistake. Chat, after knight d1, you cannot play this, by the way, apparently, because there is knight f6, queen f5, and rook g7. He doesn't play knight d1 check. He plays knight f6. Ooh. But he can still play it. He can still play it. Come on. Knight e1 check, VD. Knight e1 check is the move. Knight e1 ke baad, white has to find king f2. That's the only move. That's the only move. Come on, VD. Knight e1 check. Knight e1 check. It's still possible, chat. It's still possible. Some drama still possible because Nepo सोच नहीं रहे. आपने देखा क्वीन f5 कितना जल्दी खेला उन्होंने. Yeah, let's go. Why this cola very deep? भाई मतलब 91 check was the move. He had no time, man. He had no time. अरे यार. लेट्स गो क्या लिख रहे हो भाई? हार रहा है वो. लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो, कुछ भी लेट्स गो. अरे यार, एक सेकंड में खेला नेपो. नाउ इट्स गॉन. कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन? आई थिंक नाउ इट्स गॉन. Yeah, 10 seconds. Looks at the clock. 7 seconds. Takes with the knight. Queen e5 मारेंगे, of course. अरे यार. Now rook g7 maybe last trap. Some hope. लेट्स गो क्यों लिख रहे हो भाई? चाहते हो क्या वो हारे? ये क्या लॉजिक है भाई? चैट भी मुझे ले रही है भाई. चैट ही मजे ले रही है भाई. Rage bait. Array, nice, nice, nice. Rage bait. Okay, so okay. Let's see. Chat, there's still hope because so let's count the materials. So we have knight against knight, bishop against bishop, and we have two rooks for the queen. So why is it so bad? I think it's bad because the king is weak, right? So one check could be checkmate. So for example, if white were to play f4 and defend this knight, for example, it's already a mistake. And now again, after knight d5 or knight g4, Vidi is actually back in the game. So it's still not over. I know it sounds shocking, but material-wise, count the material. It's knight for knight, it's bishop for bishop, it's rook for rook, and it's queen and two pawns for two rooks. Material-wise, dead equal actually. It's dead equal. So some hope, maybe some hope still. By the way, one look at the Arjun game very quickly. Okay, we don't have the camera. Oh, so let's go back to VD now. Okay, Arjun game right now is still equal chat. No major changes. Knight C5 आ चुका है. So Arjun is right now equal. दोनों के पास 21 मिनट है. I think VD game पहले खत्म होगी. So let's stick there and then we'll jump back to the Arjun game. Let's have the camera for VD. Yeah, let's go full screen also. I have to take my BP medicine. ले लो भाई. BP medicine ले लो. मैं भी अपने कैमरा की medicine डाल लाता हूँ भाई. बैटरी चेंज करके. बाय द वे नेपो इज नाउ थिंकिंग. नेपो भाई एक गलती कर दो भाई. इतना ऑप्टिमिज्म चाहिए लाइफ में साहिल भाई. भाई ऑप्टिमिज्म इज इंपॉर्टेंट. यू नो समटाइम्स यू थिंक सम गोल्स आर नॉट पॉसिबल बट यू बिलीव इन इट फॉर लॉन्ग इनफ इट हैपेंस. हाफ ग्लास फुल क्या भाई. यू इमेजिन द ग्लास एज फुल फुल. फुल फुल वाओ. साहिल के प्रवचन कमिंग टू अ चैनल नियर यू. मीनवाइल कम ऑन. भाई वीडियो के पास 30 सेकंड है भाई. कैसे खिलेगा यहाँ पे. लेकिन दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. ये 30 seconds versus 58 minutes. I mean, that just sums the story. बोर्ड पे देखने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. 24 में गुकेश had form, 25 most of it Prag, 26 में कौन होगा. I think it could be Prag or Nihal or Arjun. All three are in great form, by the way. Let's not forget, Prag won Norway chess. Arjun is back in world top 10, and Nihal has the growth of his life so far happening. Yeah, so I would say overall nothing to worry about. Gukesh, however, of course, is another story. Hopefully, he also catches his form, and really, of course, has not played as much. So hard to really judge him based on 2 games. He will play A4. Why? A4 is nothing. I think A4 ka plan is stop B5, which I understand. But I think Nepo might think for something more direct. Like, for example, Bishop D4 I like, which is the Indian's first preference also. So no wonder I like it. But it's also very logical because you're threatening so many black pieces here. So it makes a lot of sense. F4 जो मुझे दूसरी move पसंद आ रही है, which the Indian doesn't like, which is also logical because you cement the knight forever, but the problem is you give the light squares away. So black also gets counterplay. Let's see what Nepo does. What's the next big event? Next big event is Bullet Chess Championship. वहां पे Nihal, Serene and Arjun will be fighting it out. Firuza के साथ and the others. And wow, he plays A4. भाई chat में जो भी था इसने लिखा था. Congratulations भाई. You also have problems with bedbugs. नहीं भाई मजाक करो. They're a very good player. I don't think it's pressure, but time makes a vast difference here. I agree, man. If VD had, let's say, 20 minutes, there's a good chance he still holds this. With 15 seconds, however, it's very impossible. Like, very impossible. Did I say very impossible? It's impossible. Now, second. 7 has to play now. Plays 97. And now F4 only move for Ian Nepomniachtchi. जो मूव मिस्टेक थी पिछली चाल पे वो अब ओनली मूव है. वाओ. And played. Wait, what? हमारे प्रोड्यूसर साहब बता रहे हैं कि अर्जुन एरिगेसी इज लूजिंग. ओके, सो ये थी पोजीशन और यहां उन्होंने खेला पॉन टू F4 जो मूव मेक्स नो सेंस बिकॉज E4 pawn is hanging, F4 pawn is hanging. I think he plans bishop D4, but maybe it's not working tactically. Why close the stream now? Why Sahab, Arjun is worse. Okay, I'm going to focus on one trauma at a time. We'll come to this soon. Maybe his opponent also makes a mistake. So let's come to this later. एक trauma at a time. दो साथ में handle नहीं कर पाएंगे. By the way, he did find F4. Let's go to Vidit's camera again. We don't even have Arjun's camera right now. Let's go back to Vidit's camera. 3 minutes in the bathroom. Exactly. 3 minutes VD wasted in the bathroom. वो कितना काम आते by the way. And by the way, हाँ 40 minutes हो गए हैं. So VD has gotten a 30 minutes. So समय भाई, I think this game could last a while actually. Don't touch the golden pawn. भाई अगर नेपो ने टच नहीं किया होता तो भाई उनको अपने किंग को रिजाइन करने टच करना पड़ता. That's the only move in the position. He played it. And going back to, let's keep VD's camera, but going to Arjun. अच्छा वो रख नहीं सकती, ठीक है. That's okay. हाँ बढ़िया बढ़िया. भाई ये क्या है भाई? Why f4? I'm kind of shocked. This is interesting. Going back, I think moves ही थोड़े से प्लान नहीं था उनके पास. He played queen e2, he played knight c4, सारे पीस एक्टिवेट कर दिए, and suddenly he was like, okay, I have no other plan, I have to go f4. That's the only way. Wow. Why, this is crazy, man. Like Arjun is worse. Not losing, but worse for sure. And again, the thing is, Jakubov also has 18 minutes, so it's not easy. This one, I think, is still kind of debatable. But VD ka to, man, it's looking very tough. बारिश होने पर इंजन अभी ऑन नहीं है, सो ये इंजन थोड़ा डिले करता है. आई कैन ट्राई टू फिक्स इट. लेट मी सी इफ आई कैन फिक्स इट इंस्टेंटली. थोड़ा ड्रामा कर रहा है. लेट मी रिफ्रेश एंड सी इफ इट वर्क्स. बट लाइक वो जैसे इंजन चालू होगा, इट विल इंस्टेंटली शो यू द इवैल्यूएशन. या देयर इट इज. देयर यू सी इट चैट. And I'm guessing bishop d4 is the plan at some point, but I don't think that's enough. I think he's going for the yeah, Arjun ऐसी खेलता है ना, he will play some risky move and he'll hope his opponent makes a mistake, and maybe it works because his opponent has less than 18 minutes now. It might work, but it's a risky proposition, man. It's a risky way to play, and best move यहाँ e takes नहीं है, g takes है, ताकि bishop d4 possible ना हो एक चाल के लिए. You take, he takes, bishop d4, and now very important is queen to g5, keeping this defended. And Arjun ka plan will of course be king h1, rook g1, bishop f3. But I think what he missed or underestimated is bishop g4 here. And now if queen f2, there is knight d3 in the game. I think this is what he missed. आपको queen f1 खेलना पड़ेगा as the only move, and that means you don't have rook to g1. I think that is the problem. By the way, gf4 on the board. Now the crucial moment in the game. Will he find ef4 and then that bishop g4 move? Very important. Otherwise, Arjun is back. Wow. Tough, man. This is very tough. For both players, actually. Okay, so going back full screen on Vidit, if we have that game, f4 was played. I think he's back at the board. Would love to check it out. What is he thinking? पानी पी रहे हैं विदित जाती हुई. जैसे अर्जुन की मूव आएगी, we'll jump back to that as well. Oh, we have it. We have the move Arjun की. Let's get the Vidit camera. Bishop d4 played. भाई बहुत जल्दी moves आ रही हैं यहाँ पे. Okay, queen g5 मत खेल भाई. Because he needs to play bishop g4 and he needs to defend the g4 square with the queen. So queen g5, queen h4 खेलना ही पड़ेगा. And queen g5 is not easy because feels like rook g1 आएगा, मेरी queen trap हो सकती है. So he might choose like queen g6, which is already a mistake, or something else. Queen d6 तो possible नहीं है. क्या ही choose? Queen h4 he might choose, yeah, but that also defends bishop g4. This is tough. This is very tough. And if queen g5, you can't play bishop f3 first because the queen is pinning the bishop. That's why it's so strong. मत निकाल queen g5 मेरे भाई. If queen h4, I will play bishop f3 and then I have this coming. It's very tough. Arjun ka sara plan is based upon him not finding queen g5. Chess master, good point ki Arjun can make a blunder, but I don't think this is a blunder. This is Tal kind of chess. Tal ka chess yaad hai aapko? He would play a certain gambit, jise pawn gambit kiya, and he's banking on his opponent not finding the best way. He's banking on it. This is what Tal did. Now, nowadays, the average player is stronger than Tal's average opponent. That's why it doesn't work as often. But this is exactly what Tal would do. So, it is risky chess. He's banking on his opponent not finding the best moves. And it's fair game. He's thinking, bhai, मेरे पास कोई plan नहीं है. I want to win this game. I'm taking a risk. And if it works, he's a genius. If it doesn't work, it's a blunder. So I think it's a risky way to look at this. I think he's played something ambitious, and this is how he plays. This is how he plays against 20. Oh, although his opponent is not at 2600, he's saying queen g5, best move played. And now bishop g4, only move. Arey yaar. Nikal dega wo yaar, nikal dega. He'll find it. I think he'll find it. Arjun Erigasi will be under trouble after this move, chat, by the way. This is going to be very tough because rook g1 possible nahi hai. Oof. Oof. Tough move. ताल क्या ताली में जाएगा तो बेस्ट मूव होगा भाई, ऑफ कोर्स. ताल के ऑपोनेंट्स कभी बेस्ट मूव निकालते होंगे, एंड एट दैट पॉइंट मे बी दोस गेम्स आर नॉट कवर्ड बिकॉज दे वर नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट? दे डोंट रियली शो ताल्स बेस्ट प्ले, सो वो गेम्स इग्नोर हो गई, and we only see the ones where he wins. But right now, bishop g4 is an important move for Yakubov, who has 15 minutes on the clock to play 15 moves. Right now it's black to play, chat. That's the problem. Black to play. If white to play hota, he would absolutely play bishop f3. Let's say a6. I would not be shocked if white is now better. Look at this. White is winning after bishop f3. White is winning because look at this bishop. You see, 8 चाल का difference है between much worse and completely winning. By the way, VD has moved. Chat is letting us know. So let's have a look. By the way, knight is f4 best move, and now knight f6 back he played. Okay, I think that's a fair game. That's a fair move because basically now he's planning to play on the light squares. But the problem is, chat, ki bishop d4 is just too strong, man. It's too strong. Like ye rook marega. Ye rook marega basically ek bishop ke badle, and then it's lost. The king is too weak. The king is too weak. And by the good question in the chat, ki bhai, after bishop g4, why can't I just put the bishop on f3? What is the problem here? Chat, black to play. What is the problem with this move? आपको देखना है बिशप एक रोल अदा कर रहा था बोर्ड के ऊपर पहले, अब वो नहीं कर पा रहा है एंड उसका फायदा ब्लैक को उठाना है. दैट्स व्हाई दिस इज नॉट पॉसिबल. Important move. What can black do here? Yes, absolutely correct, chat. Mr. K Cross, Mr. Harsha, Mr. Sakata, क्या नाम है भाई? Okay, but anyways, yes, it is rook e4, and ये bishop अब pinned है. You can't take the rook, and this is resigns. Rook e4 आ गया, you can basically resign the game. So bishop 3 is not possible. That's a bishop g4 pay. Queen can't come here because of knight d3, winning the piece, and there is literally no other square. Like queen d2 खेलोगे यहाँ, for example, then f3 is winning. Look at this move. Queen takes g5, takes with, wait, this is check. E4 hangs. E4 hangs. That is also lost. Knight f2 at some point after kicking this bishop back. F2, bishop f3, mate bhi aa raha hai, literally. This is very tough. So going back, I think bishop g4 के बाद queen f1 is the only move, and इसका मतलब रुक g1 नहीं खेल सकते. That's the problem, I think. एक दो लोग फॉर्म में नहीं है तो क्या हो गया? फीमेल कैंडिडेट्स विन, फीमेल वर्ल्ड कप विन, नॉर्वे चेस विन. आई अग्री. आई थिंक इंडियन प्लेयर्स वी हैव इनफ ऑफ दी स्टार्स कि एक दो लोग अगर फॉर्म में नहीं भी है, वी कैन स्टिल गेट अ लॉट ऑफ पेट्रियोटिक मोमेंट्स लाइक प्राग वन. क्या बोलते हैं ये नॉर्वे चेस. वैशाली वन द कैंडिडेट्स. So we have been winning multiple events. Vaishali also won that WR chess का जो rapid event था 2 दिन का. She also won that one ahead of some very strong players. And Bishop G4 on the board. Bhai, this is tough. This is very tough now. Queen f1 played on the board. Arjun realizes he's made a mistake, or at least his plan didn't work. Now what do you do? This is very tough, man. And now I think what black can do is exchange of this bishop, because कल को मैं रुक g1 कभी ना कभी तो खेलूंगा, right? At some point. So bishop g7, trading this off ताकि जब भी रुक g1 आगे तक आए, this is not deadly. My king has the h8 square. Right now it doesn't. And of course I can always play e5, bishop e4 as well long term. So king यहाँ पे दोनों जगह safe नहीं है. So bishop g7, trading this off and just putting the king on h8 is very nice. Sahil bhai, 10-year-old Samartho Mani is 3,000 on Chesscom. अरे बाप रे, that is insane. मैं 2700 पहुंचा हूं इतना मेहनत करके, एंड 10 साल के बच्चे 3,000 है भाई. तो क्या ही बोलूं मैं. By the way, look at this. 12 minute for Yakubov. कोई कह रहा है नेपो ब्लड. भाई नेपो has made a big mistake. Let's go full screen on Vidit. Bhai, look at this. Knight f6, bishop b6, big mistake. And now knight d7 and knight b6. VD is back. समझ गया. ये क्या कैमरा है भाई? ये I think we have broken the 5th dimension. So हम 5th dimension से देख रहे हैं VD को. Left side पे काला काला दिख रहा है because that's like the 5th dimension. Like we are in the universe now, in the world. Very nice. It's sort of folk chat because knight d7 के बाद white can defend the bishop, but knight b6, let's say. Now queen b6 पे f4 is hanging, first of all. So what do you do? Queen b6, for example, rook f4, it's already at least a draw. Like he can win this. Vidit can win this. So you have to play a5 now. And now there is rook d7 only move. This is a tough one. Rook d7, queen b6, and now rook f4 again. So the f4 pawn is important to capture. I'm not sure he finds rook d7, but let's see. पहले knight d7 तो निकाले. It's very important to find this move. Think about why is a world champion repeated putting himself in difficult situations too early. So early, I think he's basically coming up to every event with high confidence. He's playing like 2024, but he's making mistakes. So for example, let's say कि मैं बॉडी बिल्डिंग कॉम्पिटिशन में एंटर कर लूँ, ठीक है, and I train my body and I get in peak shape. I enter a competition, I win. I have that confidence from winning that before. Now I am not in peak shape anymore. Like I have some flaws, I have taken some liberties, I've not worked so hard. Now I have the same confidence, but I'm playing in kind of like in a worse scenario. So I think that's tough because you play the most ambitious move, then you make a mistake. By the लोग कह रहे हैं अर्जुन के ओपोनेंट ने गलती कर दिया अरे बहुत ही उमदा चेस उनको बिशप g7 खेलना था but c6 big mistake and now we can just take the pawn. Wait, what? Free का pawn? Free का pawn? Wait, what? भाई अर्जुन is now better. बिशप f3 आ रहा है भाई. यही होता है अर्जुन के ओपोनेंट के साथ. दे कांट हैंडल द प्रेशर. दे थिंक अर्जुन ने कुछ खेला है मतलब क्रेजी ही होगा. And now it's done. Why? He's better already. That's crazy. So Arjun better and VD is back. भाई comeback loading hopefully, yeah. भाई क्या do you have VD's camera by the way? वो थोड़ा बहुत चल रहा था मतलब. I know थोड़ा dimension चला अलग था but can we check once if it's there? नेपो की शक्ल तो ये देखनी थी. Like is he realizing he's made a mistake? Yeah, we have it. Can we ऐसा full screen तो रहने देते हैं. यही रहते हैं भाई. I can see कोई भी चल के आ रहा है. It's breaking the camera completely. But insane man. That's how VD finds 21 मिनट. देखो अब this is where VD has to be pragmatic. अब यहां पे 20 मिनट सोचेगा ना, like he's again gonna fall in time pressure. He needs to be pragmatic, think for 5 minutes and move. He can't really take 15 minutes here. That's where then he again falls in time pressure. He has to figure out details quickly. जब नेपो कर पा रहा है तो उसको भी करना चाहिए. Come on man, come on VD. 97. Important. For Arjun and Vidit win, then I will donate to, I will search and buy diamonds. Are nice buy. I mean, जीतना मुश्किल है VD का. I don't think he wins this. But if you donate to any cause, I think is usually nice. Verify करो बस सब बढ़िया है. VD does not have 20 minutes. He has 20 seconds. नहीं भाई, he has 20 minutes because he gained 20 minutes after 40 moves. So he has those 20 minutes now. But वो time भी कभी खत्म होगा. Abdus Satarov is winning. Yes. Wow. By Nodirbek is winning, by the way. He had to find f5 shack. He didn't find it. And now White is completely winning with at some point knight g5. Yeah, this pawn is too strong, man. This is typical alpha zero stuff, by the way. Pawn को यहाँ लेके जाओ, end game में ये मारो and game जीत जाओ. Alpha zero के बिना कोई ये खेलता नहीं. This is typical alpha zero stuff, by the way. Very nice plan. So he is winning. Madmadinov is winning. Hans Ziemann is now equal. He spoiled his edge. Arjun, by the way, is now better, slightly better. I think his opponent blundered. And now Vidit की गेम पे चलते हैं वापस. Very important. Knight d7. क्या उनके opponent निकालेंगे वो? क्या Vidit निकालेंगे knight d7? Sorry. If Vidit plays knight h5, I think he'll be lost, man. I think knight h5 का कोई plan ही नहीं है. I think you're trying to pick up this pawn. Like the goal is to pick up the f4 pawn, right? That's the only goal. But now bishop d4. And basically आप यहाँ कुछ भी करो, doesn't matter. I'm gonna mate you on g7 very soon. g7 हो या h8 हो, and knight controls these two squares. So knight f4, king h2. Rook can't come here, and ये mate हो रही है. So it is just over, yeah. Game over basically. So going back, knight d7, only move for Vidit, by the way. Only move literally. What happened to Nepo? Why is playing like this? I think he's playing fast, man. Like इसका तो simple समझ में आ रहा है. He has 1 hour and 24 minutes on his clock. Can we just put that into perspective? He has 1 hour 24 minutes and he's thinking 4 seconds on his clock. क्या चल रहा है भाई ये? Yo Rakesh bhai, welcome back bhai. Turn around. Arjun is now better and VD has come back.
Yeah, bhai. Video was completely busted.
Oof. Wow. And Rakesh bhai, I'm thinking कि knight d7 is the move. 18 minute है. What is your take? Does he find the only move in the position? Because कुछ भी और खेलेंगे, it is +5. And this is just almost equal. So he has no other option.
Also, मतलब क्या ही करेगा ना black? Isn't like मतलब और 97 छोड़ के it's not like ऐसे बहुत सारे options हैं. for VD.
Agreed. And do keep checking the camera. समय भाई कैमरा आ रहा है. राकेश भाई, thanks for joining. I need a 1 minute break. कुछ है, मैं लेके आ रहा हूँ. मैं 1 मिनट आता हूँ. Please continue. मैं बोर्ड डाल के रखा है वाला.
Sure, sure. So, your chat, welcome back. If you're just joining us, round two of UzChess Cup is there. Tiku Bhai will be back with us very shortly, and hopefully, Samay Bhai. Now, cameras भी आ जाएंगे ऊपर तो बढ़िया होगा, उस चेस प्लीज आप इतना बढ़िया टूर्नामेंट कर रहे हो, अगर आप कैमरास भी दे देंगे अच्छे से, सो बहुत मजा आएगा बिकॉज वी जस्ट हैड सो मच फन इन नॉर्वे चेस चैट एंड या प्रग वन दैट टूर्नामेंट एंड बहुत ही मजा आया वेयर ही वन 4 गेम्स इन अ रो टू टेक द टाइटल. आज तमिलनाडु के चीफ मिनिस्टर से मिले, 50 लाख का प्राइज मनी भी मिला उनको. So that's amazing for Prague and for chess. But here in UzChess, round one, Vidit lost, Arjun drew. So hopefully we get a win for the Indians here in round two. I think Vidit ka thoda mushkil hai chat, and like Tiku bhai mentioned just a few seconds ago that knight d7 that you see on the board, the blue arrow, uska matlab hai only move, any other move Vidit plays, and it's -5 for Vidit. Matlab he's 100% going to lose the game if he doesn't find knight to d7. So yeah, let's see if he finds it, and cameras agar aa jayenge, that would be amazing. But I think कल कल भी इशू था उस चेस के साइड से, एंड समय में बोल रहे ही इज ट्राइंग, बट मुश्किल लग रहा है. वील सी कि एटलीस्ट गेम खत्म होने के पहले तो कैमरा आ जाएंगे कि नहीं, अदरवाइज कल से आएंगे. बट या इट्स सभी के लिए ये प्रॉब्लम है, सारे ब्रॉडकास्टर्स के लिए. सो वील सी हाउ दैट गोज. बट या नाइट d7, the only move. If you're a Vidit fan, if you're an Indian fan, आप चाहोगे कि विदित खेले नाइट टू d7. एंड चैट प्लीज नोट, विदित गुजराती विथ अ लॉस yesterday, वो ना 27 को से नीचे आने के कगार पे आ गए. इफ ही लूजेस टुडे, 2019 के बाद फर्स्ट टाइम विदित रेटिंग विल गो टू 2600, फर्स्ट टाइम. सो दैट्स अ बिग बिग चेंज. हम आशा करेंगे कि ऐसा ना हो एंड विदित फाइंड्स 97. But if he doesn't, it's going to be a little bit of a trouble for him to, come back from that. Psychologically, kahin na kahin it starts playing with your mind if your rating drops that much. And of course, I don't remember chat last time with it started with 2 losses in a row. Please note that he had taken a break and वो काफी टाइम के बाद खेल रहे हैं, so maybe that's an issue. But on the other side, he did win the India Rising qualifier and will play the grand finals in Mumbai on 4th July. So I think maybe touch maybe here, but tournament feel wise, maybe he was not yet ready, but hopefully he should be back. And also remember last time, jab Vidit actually had started with a loss was in FIDE Grand Swiss 2023, after which he won so many games, and in fact, he won the tournament ahead of many stars, in spite of starting with the loss. So Vidit has been there, done that, but hopefully he can make a comeback. 14 minutes left and 1 hour 24 minutes chat. Almost an hour and 10 minutes advantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't care. He just wants to play every move fast, put with it under pressure, not make any big glaring blunder, and just keep putting the pressure. Even you can see the last move that Nepo played was bishop to b6. He captured that pawn there. He could have played like bishop to d4, putting the queen and the bishop on the same diagonal, just thoda और pressure बनाने के लिए. But he is greedy. He went for the pawn, which gives with it a golden opportunity. Chat. Knight d7 खेलो, chop off that bishop. Play टिकू भाई, क्या
Let's
time पे.
go! Let's go! Bhai, Vidi giving us hope. Bhai, he is still alive. Still alive.
Still alive. और भाई, और ये नेपो कौन से ब्लिट्स बुलेट मोड पे आया है बंदा, भाई रुक ही नहीं रहा है.
भाई जैसे पुराने जमाने में ना राजा लोग ऐसे वो पैसा साथ रखते थे, लेकिन एक चलने के बाद भी कि अगली जगह में पसंद आएगा, नेपो इसके टाइम बचाया से मतलब अगली गेम में इसको एक्स्ट्रा मिलेगा मतलब. एंड नाउ लुक एट दिस, a5 he finds, now rook d7 only move, this is the crucial move by the way, he has to play rook d7 otherwise nepo is back.
Yeah, point is, chat rook d7 खेलो, attack the queen because you don't want to lose that bishop on c4. अभी knight हटाओगे तो एक ही piece मरेगा, but that bishop on c4 is much more important than that knight on b6.
या बिशप जाएगा तो इस डायगोनल में बहुत चेक्स लगेंगी, द किंग विल नेवर बी सेफ. बाय द वे विदित का टाइम फिर से कम होता हुआ. चैट, डू यू थिंक he finds rook d7, yes or no? Right now he has the time, Rakesh bhai, अभी possible है निकालना.
Zarur, I think definitely possible, and he has to find rook d7 because knight d7 जब भी आप खेल रहे थे, I'm sure Vidit was thinking about this line, and I think he's going to go for rook d7 and hopefully save this game.
Yep, hoping for the same. By the way, rook d7 के बाद it's just plus 0.5. So Vidit is actually absolutely back in the game. In fact, कई बार you never know, yeah, this could turn around in the other direction also. And Rakesh, meanwhile, Arjun is also now better, cleanly better. इसके बाद मार दिया उन्होंने pawn. Knight e6 was the only move. Doesn't find it. Bishop s3, h5, and now rook b2 is the plan. Preparing to swing it at the correct moment, and Arjun is plus 0.8 वाले उनका भाई. Played.
भाई बढ़िया भाई, प्लस 0.8 का +1 हो चुका है टिकू भाई. एंड रिमेंबर दैट क्वीन और किंग हमेशा उनको डर लगता है इन फ्रंट ऑफ अ रुक एंड बिशप. सो काफी बड़ा थ्रेट फ्रॉम अर्जुन है. जैसे रुक टू g2 आ रहा है, पॉन टू h3 भी आ जाएगा इफ यू आर नॉट केयरफुल देयर. एंड आई फील विथ नोडिरबेक अंडर 9 मिनट्स, अर्जुन इज टेकिंग दिस वन. टिको भाई क्या लगता है?
Agreed. And ये pawn क्या perfect distraction है ना. It's like ये c7 तक जा सकता है राकेश भाई. And it's like you're like मारू कि ना मारू या. If you take this pawn right now, it's already a mistake. Now 95. And ये rook attacked है, ये bishop पे pressure, and now I'm going to take on g4 with the piece and play rook g2, and you're going to resign very soon. So I think it's very tough, and Arjun about to potentially get a winning advantage in this game. And बहुत जरूरी है because again he's world number 9 right now. If he wins, he likely jumps to like either it will be like just point decimal below world number 8, or he could even just cross 2 ranks in a row, go to world number 7. So काफी potential है इस tournament अर्जुन के लिए.
Yeah, definitely, bhai. And Arjun is one of those 17 players who have reached 2800. तो 2761 ना, उसको भी मजा नहीं आ रहा होगा अर्जुन को. So hopefully he wins this, and इसके बाद I think he might be playing in the Chennai GM. Of course, उनके ही sponsor का event है. So hopefully we'll get to see Arjun there as well. But भाई ये tournament जीतना is extremely important for Arjun Narigasi.
Agreed. And Arjun is predominantly been the Indian number 1 over the last 2 years. By the way, tomorrow he plays Namidyarov with the black pieces. That's going to be a mouth-watering clash. And also Vidit plays Nodirbek. Let's not forget, Rakesh bhai, Vidit जब India number 1 बने थे, Nodirbek को ही हरा के बने थे भाई.
हाँ, correct. By the way, Vidit did find rook d7 and rook f4. If he
Let's
can switch quickly.
Bhai, this is absolutely fine. No, like, okay, white has some attacks, some checks, but यहाँ पे अगर ये pawn मर गया, I mean, basically black is playing for a win, yeah? There is no chance.
भाई ये तो मुझे you were right actually. If Nepo is not careful और एक दो मूव ब्लिट्स कर देना, उसको ना लेने के देने ना पड़ जाए, because this king on g2 is now equally weak.
Agreed. Imagine if you push the pawn to a6, आपको मुझे queen मारना है, कोई life में stress नहीं. Already it's equal after rook g4 because knight is now hanging. So you have to first save the knight. If you bring the knight back now, मैं पीछे आऊंगा, then bishop d5 is winning already because knight pin हो गया. So your resources are limited. Let's say knight h3 आते हो, attacking the rook as well. That's also a blunder. Rook g7 and now king h2 only move or its mate. So I feel like the moves are tricky for Nepo. He has to be accurate, and at this point draw उनको खुद लेना चाहिए इससे पहले हार ना जाए.
भाई और knowing Nepo, chances बहुत high है that Vidit wins this. देखो,
Hmm.
क्योंकि ना वो एक तो ऐसे ना बहुत एक्सट्रीम एपिक कैलकुलेटर जैसा आपने बोला सुपर कैलकुलेटर, बट एक मोना वो फास्ट खेल देता है.
Hmm.
That is his
Agreed.
tendency. So we'll hope actually it happens. But yeah, Nepomniachtchi is in some danger. I would say 10% chance है उनका ये गेम हारने का.
Agreed. And chat ने अच्छा सवाल पूछा है. Why not queen b8 check picking up the rook? But the problem is the rook can move. Rook can go to
Yeah.
f8, attack the queen. Now rook to check भी आ रहा है. And let's say you play queen to e5, looks like a logical move. Then I black can just play rook g7, like pin the knight. जब तक ये bishop जिंदा है, you don't have a single check on this diagonal. And let's say you try to distract the bishop, I can pick it up. You even give this check, but black can simply play king h8 and कुछ भी नहीं है आपके पास. The best you have is this draw now, repetition. So, भाई विदित का comeback crazy है यार.
Crazy. And I would say also he fought on. नेपो के पास ना कहीं आई थिंक दो तीन जगह पे था एडवांटेज वेर ही कुड जस्ट सिट बैक कैलकुलेट प्रॉपर्ली एंड फिनिश द गेम, बट ही मिस्ड इट एंड दैट्स विद इट्स गेम.
And by Chad Vankar, Arjun की पोजीशन और बेटर हो गई है. बाय द वे e5 he finds. Look at this. Rook b2 के बाद bishop g7 e5 was the only move, Rakesh bhai, and Arjun finds it in just 1 minute 50 seconds. आता है bishop f3, another mistake. Queen f3, queen g4, and now very important. Look at that move. Queen to f1, Rakesh bhai, very tough.
वेरी टफ, बट अर्जुन के लेवल पे आई थिंक इट्स फाइंडेबल बिकॉज आपको ना ये डायगोनल ये फाइल पे ही प्रेशर डालना है पूरा जी फाइल पे. एंड यू आर जस्ट क्लेमिंग कि भाई मेरी क्वीन बढ़िया है एंड योर क्वीन इज एक्चुअली लाइक इन बिटवीन. इट्स अ लायबिलिटी टू ब्लैक राइट नाउ. अगर वो क्वीन
Agreed.
कहीं आप उठा के मैजिकली लेफ्ट साइड ऑफ द बोर्ड C7 पे वगैरह डाल दो, देन ब्लैक इज अ हैप्पी बॉय. बट क्वीन F1 अगर अर्जुन खेलेंगे, so you get to swing that G2 rook to G2 again, and Arjun in the driver's seat. And भाई देखो भाई वो टाइम देखिए, नोडिरबेक के पास है 7 मिनट बट 8 more moves to go. Chat remember 40 मूव पे होगा टाइम कंट्रोल 40th मूव पे. So I think Arjun is going to get a winning advantage before move 40. What do you think, chat? Yes or no? Antico भाई क्या लगता है?
Bhai, I'm hoping so. Queen F1 is very important. Let's not forget, in dono ka hi match very likely could happen in the Olympiad later on, Rakesh,
Yes.
by board number 3 pe. So Arjun, the clear favorite right now. He's rated higher than Yakubov. He has the white pieces. He took some significant risk to get this position. He's not going to let it go. By the Queen G4 is also better for white. But now the pawns are connected. Rook G1 khelna padega, Rook C6. And this is more of a draw than advantage. I think draw ke chances bahut बढ़ जाएंगे endgame में. So attack लगाना है. The king is weaker. Our king surprisingly is quite safe because black doesn't have a light square bishop. Put a bishop here, Rakesh bhai, and white would resign. तो एक बिशप की ताकत आई थिंक तुम क्या जानो याकूब बाबू, मुझे ये समझ में आ रहा है भाई. क्वीन F1 वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल भाई. क्वीन F1 गेट्स द क्वीन आउट ऑफ द वे एंड रुक के लिए रास्ता खाली कर रहे हैं हम कि आ जाओ भाई, लेट्स अटैक ऑन द किंग साइड. सो आई थिंक बिग डिसीजन एंड स्पेशली बिकॉज टाइम कंट्रोल के आसपास है ना हम टिकू भाई विद 8 मूव्स टू गो. अर्जुन के chances बढ़ जाएंगे to find queen F1 because he wants to keep it complicated.
Agreed. And just one brief look at the Vidit game because वहां move आई है after rook takes f4, king g3 was played. A very very tricky move by Nepo because rook g4 हटा दिया, bishop d5 हटा दिया, and now the best move is rook f d4 or rook f8. The rook has to go back to one of these squares. Not that easy, Rakesh bhai.
Yeah, not that easy. And you know he will keep like second guessing with it. वो हमेशा चाहेंगे कि विदित सोचे every move पे. So it comes a little bit more in time rush. हर move के साथ थोड़ा सा और थोड़ा सा और. So Vidit has to be careful of that क्योंकि एक बारी already फंस चुके हैं मतलब वो time pressure के trap में. So rook f d4 मुझे थोड़ा better लग रहा है because now I just want to keep the rooks connected.
Makes a lot of sense. You also have counterplay ready. I think देखते हैं विडी क्या खेलेंगे. This is more defensive. This is more counterplay. Regardless, he needs to come up with a move quickly. 12 minutes left. Jumping back to the Arjun game. क्या वो Queen F1 निकालेंगे? 11 मिनट है उनके पास. He has to play 8 more moves. राकेश भाई, luckily Incan बाकी है. Chat, final prediction. Does he find this move? Yes or no?
Ooh. I think it does. I think it does. लग रहा है ऐसे को मैं.
I'm hoping he does as well. मैं अपना mic change कर रहा हूँ. माइक मेरा change हो गया somehow.
कर लो.
हाँ, now it's fine. Now it's
Chat क्या लगता है? Yes or no? भाई बहुत लोगों को लग रहा है he will actually play Queen F1. और वो अर्जुन के स्टाइल में भी है. It's in his
I
element.
love this camera angle. Look at this, Rakesh bhai. What a camera. ये
अच्छा.
कहाँ छुपा के बैठे थे समय भाई? अभी आया. और I love this. Look at Arjun, by the way, fiercely calculating. ये फोटो है कि वीडियो है? समझ नहीं आ रहा है.
भाई वीडियो ना सेकंड्स टिक नहीं हो रहा है. फोटो है फोटो.
हाँ, फोटो है. मैं भी कहूँ यार, इतना ऐसे.
HD. Come on. गया भाई. जो था थोड़ी देर के लिए आया था, चला गया. बट उसी का स्क्रीनशॉट लगा के अपन इमेज डाल दे क्या OBS पे.
Oh, that's a great idea. I love that. Oh, now we have the video. But Yakubov said, ठीक है, Arjun is calculating. He's about to play something. Queen F1. Come on, Arjun. Queen F1. Let's go! Queen F1. Bhai, beautiful move. Wow. भाई क्या बंदा है अर्जुन. मतलब राकेश भाई, मतलब प्राउड. #प्राउड.
भाई प्राउड इंडीड. भाई उसके तो अर्जुन के तो नाम में ही AI है. तो अर्जुन तो ढूंढेगा ही भाई.
Yeah, and Rakesh bhai, now look at Yakubov's time. I think it is going to be a big factor. What do you think of Yakubov, by the way? Would love to know your thoughts, because he's one guy
अरे
who
बढ़िया.
basically, he's one guy who basically almost qualified to the candidates, right? Like he was 4th in the World Cup, played spectacular chess, but then uske alawa we've not heard a lot about him. Is it because कि बाकी दोनों player इतना खतरनाक खेल रहे हैं, similar to, like Nihal, जैसे we don't hear much about Nihal because the others are doing better? Or is it because Yakubov is more sporadic? Yeah, he will not have this consistent performance. What do you know of this Yakubov guy, and कैसा हम expect कर सकते हैं play during the Olympiad, for example?
I think that's a fantastic point. He's not consistent jitna Sindaro and Abdulsadar for sure. Or, if you remember, काफी जगह पे Yakubov has won these opens, like Abu Dhabi Masters जीते हैं और इधर उधर काफी opens जीते हैं. But like a career defining moment होता ना, that could have been his World Cup 4th place finish, where in fact remember semis में सिंदारोव ने याकुबेव को हरा के ही कैंडिडेट्स में एंट्री कंफर्म की थी. So he's been a little bit under their shadow always, but very very strong player. And कई बार तो ना वो नमस्ते के कंट्रोवर्सी में भी बहुत बार आ जाता है बेचारे याकुबेव. So this is all I know about him.
Yep. I think I agree with you on counts. I think especially कि मतलब वो career defining moment, जैसे गुकेश का कैंडिडेट जीतना, वो एक मिसिंग है. ऐसे प्रक्का नोविचेस जीतना, ऐसे career defining moment. It will be remembered for decades to come. And कई लोग कह रहे हैं, what is wrong with F3? Chat, F3 doesn't really do anything. White can apparently just take on C5 or even play knight to D6, and it's getting very tough.
I love that.
And I think C pawn queen होने वाला है literally. You can't stop the C pawn because queening with the support of the knight. And there's no check, nothing. White has more than sufficient protection here. So White has a great plan in mind, and Black counterplay looks limited. In fact, the best move is rook to G6 and knight D6 के बाद knight E6. This is the plan. He needs to put the knight on E6. तब से इंजन चीख रहा है, the knight belongs on the square.
Yeah, and भाई, by the way, lovely camera angle there by समय भाई, क्योंकि ना याकुबेव की ना पूरी नर्वसनेस HD में दिख रही है.
Oh, he plays F3. He plays F3. Wow, he goes for Chat's move, and now knight D6, the winning move for Arjun, Rakesh bhai.
Of course, भाई एडवांटेज has gone to the roof and chat we love you but आपकी मुंह अगर 2600 का जीएम खेल रहा है that's not good news and भाई this is game over and मुझे लग रहा था टाइम प्रेशर की वजह से ना 40 मूव के पहले ये गेम में रिजल्ट आ रहा है and that's what is happening knight to d6 खेलो अज्जू भाई and it's probably resignable time अगले 5-6 मूव में रिजल्ट आ जाएगा शायद टिको भाई
Agreed. And if he wants something stable, he could just pick up this knight also, because उसके बाद आपका ये counter play का piece खत्म हो गया. This is the piece that can create some counter play, right? Even knight e6 was the plan, right? तब से इंजन कह रहा है knight e6 को. So multiple ways for white. He can even play h3 apparently, just to kick the queen, ask the question, कित्थे चली तू, कहाँ चली? So it's like so many options for Arjun. It's not one move that's winning. There are multiple possibilities.
True. But I think it's in these situations, chat, if you see a nice idea, just calculate and you can double down on it. Like knight d6, जैसे टिकू भाई ने बताया, idea बहुत strong है. Pawn to c7, pawn to c8, game खत्म, टाटा, goodbye.
Yep. And Arjun has the time. He has, by the way, 7 more moves to play in 5 minutes, but उसमें increment add होगा 30 seconds, so 2.5 more minutes. He has enough time. Now he might go for something simple because he feels कि 40 moves से पहले मुझे risk नहीं लेना है. But Rakesh bhai, anything else also might give black some chances to consolidate. So Arjun under some pressure here. Does he want to go for the most ambitious choice? Because knight d6, I think black has to take the rook. I think he has to sack the exchange. Otherwise, there's nothing to do. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, he has to sacrifice it.
बहुत tough moment. Yakubov confident दिखने की कोशिश तो कर रहे हैं, but he knows his body is shaking. By the way, look at it. His entire body is shaking right now. Even Arjun is shaking. This is the nerves of a chess game, chat. It's so tough to play chess over the board because you're always under pressure. The clock ticking down every single move. This is the live position. By the way, we don't have the moves, but I'm putting it manually for now.
Come on.
I'll chat no moves in the Vidit game. We'll come to it soon. He's still thinking. He has 5 minutes now. He's making us, nervy again. Oh, about to play Arjun. What will he play? 96. Will that be the move?
नहीं वो उस तरफ देख नहीं रहा है शायद चैट.
He plays it. Let's go.
बढ़िया भाई बढ़िया.
क्या बनता है यार, गलती नहीं करता यार, क्या बनता है यार. Wow. That timings are not correct because moves are नहीं रही. I'm putting it manually. So Arjun's clock has been running the entire time. You can see on the clock on the left, he has 7.5 minutes. Yakubov has 4.5. I love this angle, by the way, because clock भी इतनी clearly दिख रही है and expressions भी इतने clearly दिख रही है. We should use this angle more often, actually.
I agree. And chat, don't worry. अर्जुन के पास ज्यादा टाइम है. Exact time you can see on the bottom left of your screen in the physical clock. But knight d6 के बाद भाई rook sacrifice, exchange sacrifice has to be played.
Yeah. He has to do it either here or here. I think he has a choice, but he's doing it. He's doing it, I think.
He's about to play rook e7. टिकू भाई rook e7 खेलना चाहता है याकूबोव, वैसा लग रहा है, to stop that c7 idea.
But वो बहुत passive है, I feel, because once you play rook e7, you don't even have rook d6 anymore. So उसके बाद you're basically passive for the entire game. You're waiting for white to do. Why can't I just play this, pick up this, and then pressure f7, and even play rook g3 next, like rook f2, rook f3, rook g3 resigns. Like I don't see why this plan is not working.
You might have just called the last 3 moves of the game.
Man,
बहुत high chances है अगर rook e7 हुआ तो. Yakubov now near the 3-minute mark.
He's pulling on his sleeve. Plays rook e7, the passive move. And now let's do this, Arjun. Come on. By the way, no move in the VD game, chat. No move in the VD game. So the thing has happened. VD has 3 minutes, by the way. 3 minutes for Vidit. Rakesh भाई VD हमारे and rook f2 played भाई क्या बंदा है भाई, गलती नहीं करता है अर्जुन.
भाई मैंने बोला, आपने प्रेडिक्ट कर लिया है. लाइक rook e7 मैंने किया, आपने rook f2, rook f3, rook g3. भाई आई थिंक ना अर्जुन बोल सकता है याकूबोव को कि मेरा ये प्लान है. नॉर्मली चेस में छुपाना चाहता है प्लान्स, बट अर्जुन भी लाइक भाई मैं ये कर रहा हूं, जो करना कर ले।
हाँ, कह के लूंगा किंग, मतलब बेसिकली।
नाइट। भाई अभी 96 लाएंगे, बट आई थिंक इट्स अ लिटिल टू लेट। अगर
हाँ,
96 खेलोगे तो।
चैट करिए, मशीन है मशीन, अप डाउन अप डाउन। सही है भाई। कम ऑन, लेट्स गो अर्जुन भाई, फिनिश हिम ऑफ। चैट, डोंट वरी अबाउट द क्लॉक। क्लॉक गलत है, राइट साइड का क्लॉक गलत है, लेफ्ट साइड पे देखो। ही हैज 7 minutes, हिज ओपोनेंट हैज 2 minutes, सो अर्जुन इज वे हेड ऑन द क्लॉक।
By the way, somebody who's under Maggie time, that is Vidit Gujarati, no moves yet, और सिर्फ 1.5 मिनट के आसपास बचा है।
अरे बाप रे, ही स्टिल नॉट। ओ, आई लव दिस एंगल फ्रॉम विदित। थोड़ा अगर जूम आउट कर पाता ताकि बोर्ड दिखे।
थोड़ा
दैट,
हल्का zoom out।
हाँ, अच्छा यही है। ओके ओके, गॉट इट। Bhai, this is so tough for Vidit. Look at him. You can see his eyes moving across the chest. But I absolutely love this angle, by the way. Look at how fast his eyes are moving, Rakesh bhai. It's like
एंड टिकू भाई, गुड न्यूज, क्लॉक इसमें भी गलत है। इट लुक्स लाइक विदित हैज 6 एंड नहीं, बट पोजीशन भी पुरानी है।
ah, yeah. Yep, yep, yep. Hey,
हाँ,
pawn is on a6, bhai. Pawn is on a6 here. Look at the pawn. It has moved. The position has
पोजीशन
moved forward.
पुरानी नहीं, नहीं है मतलब। हाँ,
हाँ,
इट्स एक्चुअली अ न्यू पोजीशन, और वी डोंट नो। इसके लिए शायद विदित प्लेड अ फ्यू मूव्स फास्ट, बट विदित के पास 6 मिनट है। दैट्स द गुड न्यूज। पोजीशन पता नहीं कैसी है।
हाँ, I see a rook on f4. I see a rook on, ये किंग कहाँ है भाई? कुछ क्रेजी नाइट
जी,
g5 दिख रहा है मुझे। रुक f4 पे ही है,
हाँ,
लेकिन हाउ डज रुक सर्वाइव ऑन f4?
किंग G8 और रुक G7 लग रहा है मुझे टिकू।
हाँ, रुक g7 पर किंग f4 आ रहा है ना भाई। हाउ डिड ही सर्वाइव किंग f4?
नहीं नहीं
लाइक दिस
नहीं, वो
सीम्स टू
तो
बी द,
थोड़े बहुत moves हुए ना इनके बीच में। मैं
हाँ,
करंट
आई डोंट नो।
पोजीशन बोल।
अच्छा, so something like this seems to be the current position to me. Like something like this is, and now king came back. Okay, completely confused as to bishop यहाँ है कहीं पे actually.
बिशप E2 पे है।
हाँ, okay. I think we have to. Do you have the other angle, साईं भाई? उससे पता लग जाएगा।
हाँ हाँ, नेपो की शक्ल देखेंगे तो।
अरे नहीं है। चैट, इट्स नॉट ऑन अस, आई थिंक इट्स ऑन द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स। आई थिंक उन्होंने कैमरा का चक्कर है उनका। इट्स नॉट फॉर आवर प्रोडक्शन, अपनी प्रोडक्शन परफेक्ट है। बट वी हैव द टू बोर्ड्स, अनफॉर्चुनेटली वी डोंट हैव द लाइव मूव, सो लेट्स गो बैक टू अर्जुन फॉर नाउ। राकेश भाई, क्वीन f1, f3, नाइट d6, रुक e7, रुक f2। क्या खेला अर्जुन ने? अर्जुन के ओपोनेंट ने खेला है, he still not played, yeah? He has
या भाई
25
अर्जुन,
seconds.
20 सेकेंड्स। भाई खेल।
8, 6,
7, 5, 3,
by 2, by
प्लेड
2
भाई।
seconds पे he played queen e6, which is just a mistake. Yeah, rook f3, simple move. Wow. This was 35th move, by the way.
33।
35th move.
कौन सा
5
मूव
move pending
पेंडिंग
है
है?
chat.
5 मूव पेंडिंग है। ओके ओके।
Wow, Arjun, by the way, on the cusp of his first win at UzChess. Round 1 उन्होंने comfortable draw लिया against Mokidov with the black pieces. Round 2 with the white pieces, he's played some magnificent chess. मजा आ गया राकेश भाई देख के। वो क्या रिस्क था ना, like when to play that f4 move and take on that gamble. It just worked like magic, as it usually does.
या भाई, अज्जू भाई तो ऑलवेज मिस्टर गैम्बल है। बट वो इतना मतलब कैलकुलेट करता है ना, तो इट्स जस्ट दैट ही आल्सो नोस कि एक तो रास्ता होगा कि जहां से मैं सेफली निकल जाऊंगा ड्रॉ के लिए।
Hmm. But then Nodirbek has won his game, so huge update there. He goes to one and a
ये
half.
वाला नहीं है चैट, ये वाला नोडिरबेक नहीं, अब्दुल सादराव
Yeah.
वाला।
He
भाई
takes up the
प्लेड,
pawn.
लेट्स गो, रुक F3 ऑन द बोर्ड। देखो भाई, अभी रुक G3 में आपके सारे मूव्स करेक्ट आ जाएंगे।
Oh, we have the moves. We have the moves. VDK भी आ गया क्या? Oh, VDK moves भी है. Look at this. What happened in VDK? Rook F8 खेला, question mark, A6, Rook G7, King G4, Bishop E2, King H4, Rook F4, and King H3. Only move found. Bishop A6, and now Queen E6 is the only move for Nepomniachtchi. He needs to find Queen check. Queen takes A6 is a draw. Oh, it might be
वेट अ
worse
सेकंड,
actually.
भाई वेट अ सेकंड, बट वीडी की तो इक्वल थी ना पोजीशन, लाइक ही वाज फाइटिंग.
Yeah, he made a mistake. Rook f8 was a blunder actually यहाँ पे. But okay.
Oh no, यार क्वीन e6 played chat.
Wait, it's gonna be Rook versus Queen, Rakesh bhai. I think it's gonna be Rook versus Queen.
Guess. Oh, can we show that quickly to chat?
Yeah, so Rook f7 is the best move. Knight takes f7. Rook takes and Queen takes. That's a simple Rook versus Queen. There's also Bishop f1 check, King h4, and Rook takes. And why is this not instant draw? King g5. Oh, this is so
Um,
tricky, Rakesh bhai.
he plays it.
Wow,
We
on the
we
board.
will have this variation on the board, Tiku.
Oh, wow. Wow. Rook f7, Queen a6. Now he has to play Bishop f1 check. And
हाँ, बिशप f1 तो मारना ही
played,
पड़ेगा चैट.
played. And King h4 only move. Played. भाई क्या बंदा है नेपो यार.
भाई वो उसको लग रहा है ब्लिट्स टूर्नामेंट है नेपो को. I think the
उसने
reason why this is winning Tiku is
हाँ
King G5 now. और
हाँ
अब King G6 रोकने के लिए अगर यदि बिशप D3 खेलोगे
हाँ
तो ना वो कोई ना
क्वीन
कोई चेक में.
चेक. किंग
हाँ,
g7 क्वीन c3 चेक. एंड
करेक्ट,
इफ किंग
एग्जैक्टली. और
यहाँ पे
किंग
देन
H7 में
क्वीन
क्वीन H3 चेक है.
ही
भाई
प्लेज इट.
खेला यार. व्हाट इफ आई गो किंग G7 दो, कि बिशप को प्रोटेक्टेड रख रहा हूं.
Good question. It doesn't seem to be clear actually. Oh,
Oh,
Arjun has
let's go,
won.
let's go.
Let's go. Arjun Legacy has won his game. Oh my god. After Queen c f3, his opponent just resigned. Let's
भाई
go.
टिकू भाई, मैंने बोला था प्रेडिक्शन ओपी, रूक E7 होगा और आपका रूक F2 रूक F3, गेम ओवर.
भाई साहब मजा आ गया भाई. ग्रेट प्रिडिक्शंस देयर. एंड राकेश भाई इसके साथ ही अर्जुन इज नाउ 0.7 बिहाइंड अनीश. कल के गेम अगर वो जीतते हैं, चैट लुक एट दिस. कल की गेम इफ ही विंस ही विल गो फ्रॉम वर्ल्ड नंबर 9 टू वर्ल्ड नंबर 6 स्ट्रेट, ओवर पासिंग अनीश, वेस्ली एंड विंसेंट. सीधा वर्ल्ड नंबर 6. भाई दैट इज क्रेजी. क्या मस्त गेम खेली यार. मतलब मजा आ गया अर्जुन की गेम देख के.
भाई ब्यूटीफुल. एंड अगेन देखो 40 मूव्स के पहले जीता. ऑल प्रेडिक्शंस कमिंग ट्रू. तो होपफुली टिकू भाई बोल दो कि विदित विल ड्रॉ दिस.
भाई बोल दो कि ये सच है राकेश भाई. दैट्स द क्वेश्चन. एंड वी हैव द गेम. एंड यहां पे बेसिकली चैट क्वीन वर्सेस रुक होने वाला है राकेश भाई. एंड समय भाई इज रियली एक्साइटेड अबाउट दिस. ही लव्स इट. एंड नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज राकेश भाई कि क्या विद को बेस्ट डिफेंस देना आता है. और ही प्लेज ऑन.
भाई विदित को तो बेस्ट डिफेंस देना आता है. एंड लाइक यू मेंशन्ड देयर दैट समय भाई also loves to follow Vidit के games because
या
Vidit always fights till the end, never gives up early. एंड सबसे लंबा गेम ना उसका ही चलता है.
भाई द मेन क्वेश्चन इज विद को ज्यादा प्यार कौन करता है, समय रैना की समय भारती. दैट इज द मेन क्वेश्चन. दोनों समय बहुत प्यार करते हैं वीडी से. एंड मेरे हिसाब से मुझे लग रहा है कि आज समय भाई सो एक्साइटेड. बट मीनवाइल राकेश भाई, what can white do? Like, what is white's plan? Because अगर मुझे दो तीन चाल मिल जाए, दो चाल मिल जाए, I think it's a dead draw, right? Like, you can't really do much उसके बाद. So, what is white's plan to potentially trap the bishop? कुछ आइडिया लग रहा
सोच
है?
रहा हूँ.
टफ है.
टफ तो है. आई थिंक कोई ना कोई चेक दे के जिससे D3 कंट्रोल हो जाए और किंग G6 खेलना है मेरे को बेसिकली. लाइक आइडियली अगर मेरी क्वीन C3 पे आ जाए चेक देते देते, वी कैन मे बी. व्हाट?
Blunder! Bishop G2 the only move! Why
भाई
Bishop G2 खेल रहे with it?
बिशप G2 is so tough, bro, so tough. And
This is
maybe
tough,
we
man.
can go full screen to go bhai, because moment of truth for Vidit Gujarati. Bishop G2 blue arrow. क्लॉक भी करेक्ट है अभी हमारे चैट, डोंट वरी, क्लॉक्स आर राइट. 3.5 minutes फॉर विदित. वो किंग के छत्र छाया में बिशप को रखना इज द की. सो चेक में बिशप नहीं मरेगा टिकू भाई.
Very important, chat. This is not easy for Vidit Gujarati, who sits up in his chair. He, by the way, has 3 minutes on his clock, chat. Very important, chat. Question to you. Does Vidit Gujarati play Bishop G2? Yes or no? Crucial moment. वो अपना कोर्ट एडजस्ट कर रहे हैं. He knows कि गेम होल्ड करनी है. बहुत करीब आ चुके हैं राकेश भाई. बहुत बढ़िया डिफेंस किया है, बट अंत तक डिफेंस करना है. कल भी लास्ट मोमेंट पे फॉल्टर कर गए थे. डू यू थिंक ही फाइंड्स दिस मूव?
he maybe, you want to move the bishop. बाकी देखो a6 नहीं चल रहा है, b5 में मर रहा है, c4 में मर रहा है, d3 में मर रहा है, e2 पे मर रहा है, h3 में सिर्फ नहीं मर रहा और g2 में नहीं मर रहा है. नहीं तो wherever Vidit moves his bishop, the bishop is getting captured in a check. So maybe
That's
by
a
method of elimination, Vidit may just find bishop g2 chat.
That's a very good point. Every single square, there is one check that picks up the bishop. The G2 square is the only one जहां पे नहीं हो रहा है. So Vidit should be able to find it. Don't move the king or the rook bus. अरे यार! It's still close to a draw, Rakesh bhai, but Bishop G2 was insane, man. Let's see. अभी भी गेम खत्म नहीं हुई, chat. अभी भी गेम खत्म नहीं हुई है. It's not over just yet.
Yeah, honestly, मतलब if you ask me white का winning idea, तो I don't know क्या क्या है.
It's not easy at all because chat ये पोजीशन थी. यहां पे क्वीन d6 किंग g8 के बाद व्हाइट हैज ओनली टू मूव्स, क्वीन e6 बैक व्हिच इज अ रेपिटेशन, और सेकंड इज क्वीन b8 चेक, किंग g7, क्वीन e5. अगेन, what does that change? He has to give queen b8 check, king g7, queen e5, king, let's say g8, and now play queen d4 or something. Like, it's not easy for white to also win this bishop. The bishop is quite safe right now, defended by this rook. And if king g6, for example, आप king को आगे लेके जाओ, then rook g7 check saves the day.
Check.
Yeah, constant checks on these three squares. There's nothing white can do. So with it still holding this, I think.
Teku bhai, then why is your silicon friend showing +2, +3.1?
भाई कुछ होगा, कुछ crazy तरीका, like, like check, and then some random move like queen d4, yeah, like, which makes no sense to the human eye. So it might be something very weird, which might not be easy. And now Nepo will find it if he spends like 20 minutes here, but उनको blitz खेलना है ना भाई, वो जल्दी में थोड़ा. So as we've seen in the entire match.
But crucially, chat. Okay, queen d4
मैंने बोला
played.
था भाई. And
Teku bhai,
chat, हाँ.
before we go to chat, crucially 53rd मूव पे लास्ट कैप्चर हुआ है, तो ना 103rd मूव तक ही गेम चल सकता है. That's the good news.
Yeah, that's great news because no pawns, and जो भी capture होगा, that will end the game anyways. So अब 40 में bishop b5 is a draw, bishop h3 is a draw. Two drawing moves for Vidit Gujarati. Don't move the king.
He'll play king h7, Teku bhai.
Yeah, that's what he's playing. Oh man.
And it's human tendency, na? You think bishop is protected.
Yeah.
क्यों हिलाऊं मैं bishop को? What is your winning plan?
And उसका plan भी king g6 है. So king h7 makes a lot of sense actually, like humanly. Chat, this is a crucial moment in the game. And he plays king h7. Now only move for white to push here is queen e4 check. Not easy. Not easy. Rakesh bhai, I think एक चीज के बारे में, he keeps us on the edge of our seats every freaking time. I don't know what is it about his games. हर बार, मतलब बोलते हैं ना, like, you can just you can write on a piece of paper, like, you can bet on this कि विद की या तो लास्ट चलेगी या फिर सबसे क्रेजी होगी. Like, I don't know how he does it. Yeah, entertainment.
True, and of course, we love VD, but Samay bhai is a big fan of VD because exactly यही reason पे जैसे always on the edge of his seat. मतलब fans को, commentators को, even producer को on their toes रखते हैं Vidit Gujarati.
Yep. And what does VD do now? And that's the best move indeed. But what will he do after king g7? It's still not clear. Still not clear.
By the way, Teku bhai and chat, one good thing about chess is it can be solved with just if we have only very few pieces left. So because we have only 4 pieces on the board, there is something known as a table base. Table base is like high-end computers who have calculated till the end. So table base के हिसाब से white is actually winning this But for every win, it takes it like to win this game by accurate play, pura engine play from both sides, it's 34-35 moves. So I think chances high
Wow,
have it to draw this.
that is great knowledge to have actually कि भाई इतना आसान नहीं है. And
Yeah, and just to a quick addition to that point, देखो भाई, क्वीन c6 खेलोगे, अरे ये तो वापस ड्रॉ हो गया. बट इफ यू जस्ट कम बैक, क्वीन c6 खेलोगे तो विन इन 32 मूव्स. क्वीन c2 खेलोगे तो विन इन 46 मूव्स. मतलब आई डोंट नो द लॉजिक, बट
wow,
इट्स दैट टफ.
wow. So it's very and check the crazy part. As long as piece को ये capture नहीं होता, like it's very tough because 50 मूवी है, you don't see and जितना check दोगे, it's an automatic move for black. You don't want to give checks like a patzer. Now queen d5 played, for example, bishop h3 again. Rakesh bhai, but this time it does make some sense because if I get the bishop to f5, how on earth are you ever winning this?
Exactly, bhai. So you really want to do something before the black pieces are all supporting each other.
Yeah. Nepo has so
भाई
much
पर
time. Why
अभी
did
तक
he sit
check.
for 10 minutes? Great question, Rakesh bhai. Nepo सोचता क्यों नहीं है 15-20 मिनट यहाँ पे?
भाई ये राज उसी के साथ चला जाएगा भाई. सभी लोग को यही पूछना है, बट आई डोंट नो, नेपो जस्ट ऑलवेज डज दिस. बट टीकू भाई, अभी बिशप एच3 में ना चेक में नहीं मर रहा है, तो व्हाई नॉट दिस आइडिया? और बड़ा थ्रेट है आपका ऑफ रुक f5 चेक.
Ooh, that's a good point. I think विजित सोच रहा है कि अब तक नेपो कोई इंप्रूवमेंट नहीं कर पाया. So is it worth
हाँ,
taking the risk कि एक चाल के लिए हैंगिंग रहे? Because उस चाल पे फिर व्हाइट दुनिया भर के चेक देगा, क्वीन d4, क्वीन e5. So for one move he'll have to back, but he knows कि अगर मेरे को यहां आ गया बिशप, it's a draw. He knows it. So he's taking that risk analysis कि भाई, do I want to take that risk of putting the bishop hanging? He's thinking he has 30 seconds on the clock, by the way. Plays it!
प्लेड.
Let's go! Best move on the board by Vikrati Bhai. What a defense, man. Finds the crucial move, Rakesh Bhai. And now White has only one opportunity, one chance.
I don't think there is any opportunity or any chance for नेपो now.
कुछ गलत
मतलब
चेक
चेक
पड़ सकती
दोगे,
है बस.
मैक्स चेक दोगे किंग पीछे,
हाँ, let's say queen d4 check I try. What do you do now?
या किंग g8.
King g8. हाँ, वही ना h5 पे आओगे तो गया. So let's say queen d8.
किंग g7.
हाँ, कुछ नहीं हो रहा ना. चेक के बाद king g8. There's nothing happening actually. You're right. There's nothing
Yeah,
crazy happening, Chad, actually. This is one check.
exactly. And if you go king g6 आगे, I can just give
हाँ,
you a check with bishop
yeah.
f5.
Wow. And if king gets 6, there's basically no threat, yeah? Like,
No,
here I have to
this.
be a bit careful. Here I have to be a bit careful. Because
हाँ,
if bishop
you know,
f5,
Zuzan
then there
बन
is
सकता है, like
queen d8
yeah, it's a blunder.
and queen e7. It's winning. So here, I think this is the best try for Nepo then. He has to apparently find bishop d7 here with it. This is the best option for Ian Apumnachi to give this check and then play king to g6.
Because you know, if there is one moment where Nepo should have doubled down on his strategy of playing blitz, is this one. Because when it is down to 1 minute, नहीं किंग h6 खेलो ना, फिर सोचो
हाँ,
आपका क्या जा रहा है.
हाँ. That's a great point.
मतलब आपने पूरा गेम ही ब्लिट्स खेला है, तो अभी के सोच के क्या क्या फर्क पड़ेगा.
हाँ, बिशप एच3 अलाउ करने के बाद क्या सोचना है? ये तो पहले सोचना चाहिए था कि भाई ये आएगा तो मैं कुछ करूंगा.
हाँ.
बाद में सोचेगा क्या मतलब?
और भाई नेपो को पता ना, ये 1 घंटा 14 मिनट अगले गेम में ऐड नहीं होंगे.
वो आई डोंट थिंक सो ही नोज बाय बिकॉज दिस इज क्रेजी. मतलब
एग्जैक्टली.
सो मच टाइम दैट ही हैज एक्स्ट्रा. बेसिकली ही स्टार्टेड विद 30 मिनट्स बाय द वे.
वो है ना कि आप बहुत, अगर कोई पैसे कमा लेता है तो ऊपर थोड़ी लेके जा सकते हो, तो ऐसे ही ये टाइम है. ही कुड हैव इन्वेस्टेड दिस इन कैलकुलेटिंग अ विन, बट नाउ विदित हैज कंप्लीटली इक्वलाइज्ड चैट.
सही बात है भाई. जितना पैसे ऊपर लेके नहीं जा सकते. सो आई अर्ज इलॉन मस्क टू डोनेट $20 million to me and Rakesh bhai. And everybody in the chat also. I think he will have enough money. इतना पैसा भी है उसके पास, I think.
हाँ, मतलब नॉर्वे चेस की चैट भी नहीं है ना,
हाँ,
तो
हाँ. कम लोग हैं तो
आराम से.
इलॉन कैन डू इट.
भाई, और बिकॉज ही इज स्टार्टिंग टू थिंक आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग व्हाइल, विदित को भी वो टाइम मिल गया है टू सी ऑल द चेक्स.
Yeah, he's going for it, by the way. Queen e5, king g8 only move.
Yeah, I think this is fairly simple. King H file में आओगे तो then it's pinned, and yeah, then it gets tough. So
Be
King
careful with
G8
Vidit.
should be an automatic move.
King f8, there's queen h8, picking up the bishop. King to the h file, there's queen h3, pinning and winning. So he has to play king g8. Let's not blunder this. This one is the easy one, actually. He's done the tough part, actually. He's done the tough part.
Yeah, 35 seconds though.
Oof, getting tricky.
Come on, VD.
We dil mat todna, bhai. Come on. King g8. 24 seconds.
Bhai, why is he thinking? I'm a little worried now.
I'm also worried, bhai. मुझसे पप
Bhai,
पप गिरने
10
वाला था
seconds.
लिटरली. Come on.
Bhai,
अबे
हो क्या रहा है?
यार, no way यार, no way, अबे no way यार, no way, what?
Why, VD? Bhai, 15
भाई
seconds again. Rook
भाई rook
F3
f5,
only.
play rook f5, play rook f5, yeah, and now rook f6, preparing this. That's the only try now. Rook f6.
Bhai, 60 move हो गए. They are writing on a new score sheet now.
It's not over just yet, chat, because rook f6 के बाद you can't pick this bishop either way because rook f6 पे queen trap हो जाएगी. So only move for white is queen c7 check.
But गया ना bishop फिर तो.
हाँ, bishop तो गया यार, ये तो खत्म हो गई गेम.
What if I go rook F3 though?
Ooh, rook f3, but I feel like the king is all alone, yeah, should not work.
7 seconds yaar for Vidit. It's getting tough. 3,
G6
2,
played.
1, play. Oh
भाई
my
एक
god.
सेकंड पे खेला बंदा, एक सेकंड पे खेला. Oh my god, he played on 1 second.
But now, Tiku, the bishop is gone. Queen D6
Yeah.
check. Even this check. And the bishop is gone. No, yaar, no. And Mr. Sahil Tiku, you were absolutely right when you said he did the hard part. He defended so well. But
And
the
now
simple
राकेश
blunder
भाई,
would cost him.
क्वीन वर्सेस रूक देखने को मिलेगा भाई. I mean, समय भाई, I know you're excited about this, but I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
want really
correct.
to blunder the bishop yaar.
And now, chat, do not capture the bishop with the king. Yeah, queen check. Now you get the
Yeah.
free piece and the win.
Wow. So now chat, now rook versus queen is not always easy. And capture हो गया है, so timer starts again. So 64
Correct.
moves, 114 moves पे अब draw होगा. So Nepo has exactly 50 minutes, 50 moves, sorry, to win this game.
Correct. And very good point there, Tico. Chat, there is this rule in chess. If there is no pawn push or a capture for 50 moves, then you can claim a draw. So ये होता है like the calculation of the 50 moves.
Yep, king g7. And now
Yeah, भाई,
usually
this
most
is
people keep the rook close to the king, but that also means कई बार इंजन यहाँ कुछ खेल देगा, like rook a5 or rook f1 and it will work, but most people keep the rook very close to the king.
very true, very true. You want to keep it protected, but अब जितना किंग को रुक को किंग के पास रखेंगे उतना व्हाइट के किंग को मिल जाएगा अपॉर्चुनिटी आगे आने का.
Yep. And now we can pin, move the king forward, and look at it. He knows, I think it's all over, yeah?
Yeah.
He's checking his head. Wow.
And exactly, Tico, like queen e5, for example, if you go king to f7, then white के king को chance मिल के आगे आने का, king to g5, and then that's the problem. Slowly but surely the black king will be cornered. आपके rook को force करेगा white to go far, and then you see whether he's not even thinking about the position there, Tiku.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. He's shaking his head. He's not happy. And I think he was one move away, by the way. Like in that position, yeah, he's not happy at all. He's not happy at all.
I think, do you feel he's, I mean, more than, of course, apart from the loss, कहीं ना कहीं वो भी एक बुरा लग रहा है कि 2700 के नीचे आ रहे हो आप.
100%, bhai. I mean, like, think about it. Yeah, Vidit Gujarati, I mean, has been 2700 since 2019 January, and that too he blipped to 2695 for like a 1 month period. So he's been
Hmm.
2700 for a long, long time. Like it's very hard to digest. It's like I don't know, like how do I put it? It's like um आप किसी कंपनी के सीईओ हो एंड देन यू आर आस्क्ड टू काइंड ऑफ बी दैट आई डोंट नो सीटी लाइक उसके नीचे वो दो लेवल नीचे लाइक इट्स हार्श यू माइट गेट प्रमोटेड अगेन बट इट्स इवन दो योर लाइफ इज ग्रेट it hurts because you've been a couple of levels above, I think. So, and also like he's been playing chess after a while, right? He's not played that much. He had a great India Rising. So, काफी time बाद और chess खेलने आ रहे हो. You want it to be a good experience. For him, it being not a pleasant experience will not be um, great. And also like I think it's understandable. Like practically, his time has been the problem, right? I know Nepo plays fast, but itna difference nahi hona chahiye tha. Like I'm sure, like the difference should have been maybe lower. Yeah, 30-minute difference would have been kind of okay, but to have a 1 hour difference means he was thinking too much also.
1 hour क्या भाई, ये तो मतलब इट्स लाइक 75
हाँ,
80 मिनट्स के
true.
आसपास. एंड भाई एंड इन द एंड भाई उसकी स्ट्रेटेजी वर्क करी, ऐसा देखा जाए तो नेपो के.
Yeah, yeah,
भाई एक जो आपने चीज बोला ना, उससे ऐसा थोड़ा बुरा क्या लग रहा है पता है, कि
yeah.
2700chess.com जो है वेबसाइट,
हाँ,
उस पे फिर अभी वीडी नहीं दिखेगा, मे बी फॉर अ डे और टू.
हाँ, हाँ. टॉप 100 में दिखेगा बट ऐसे नहीं दिखेगा अग्रीड हिज नेम इज गोना बी टेकन ऑफ एंड दैट मींस अब 33 प्लेयर्स आ जाएंगे 2700 प्लस पे of course if he wins tomorrow he'll be back but he would love to be
करेक्ट,
back
करेक्ट.
quickly because also he was a bit unlucky he had two black pieces off the bat but I think it's only his time
वो ये ना,
management to be blamed.
that's the luck, Tiku bhai,
Hmm.
when you after playing, if you're playing after like a 6 month break, आपको ना दो वाइड मिल जाए,
Yeah.
suddenly everything is different फिर उसके बाद.
भाई
And
उसका देखो ना मेरे
problem
को
is,
उसी दिन
Tiku, he's playing with Nodirbek
हाँ.
tomorrow.
Oh, that's tough. I mean, look at Madaminov. Got two whites with white. Won the first game. Second game में push
हाँ.
करने की कोशिश कर रहा है. That's the ideal setup to get both blacks. And then, of course, his time management has always been an issue, right? It's not like something which just cropped up because of the gap in play. He's always had that issue. By the way, the only move you can't play is King G6. Chat. If
तो
white
let's,
plays King G6, black to play, what's the move? नहीं ये
नहीं
इसमें
उसके
होता है ना
बाद,
राकेश भाई और मैं hallucinating नहीं इसमें नहीं होता एक्चुअली माय बैड वो सब खेल सकते हैं
नहीं
क्या
नहीं होता है. किंग जी सिक्स, यू
हाँ
गो
होता है
रुक जी
होता है
सेवन चेक,
हाँ हाँ rook g7 and
किंग
if
एफ
king
सिक्स,
here then rook g6 check and it's a
स्टेलमेट.
stalemate.
But Nepo fine, but I think that's the reason when Nepo was thinking a little bit earlier, he smartly
uh,
pulls the queen back to
yep.
e5. Idea hai king g6. Now, like we mentioned earlier, the rook has to go as far as possible from the king, so that to have some chances. But then white can use like a staircase method or just a few correct checks to pick up the rook.
Yep. Vidit knows it's all but over. He's gonna play till the end though, because these rook versus queen and games are tricky. Chat इसमें
Yeah,
usually if you wanna learn this, pick up a YouTube video. इसमें third rank defense होता है, फिर second rank defense होता है. I don't think this is offered the toughest defense. So it's good to kind of learn this end game once in a couple of years, because it's not easy. It's actually not easy to win this game. I think many grandmasters have kind of said this. It's not easy with perfect defense. If you try to win this against a very strong prepared player, you will not find it easy at all.
correct. And some engines have actually, defended it to a draw against very, very strong players like 2600, 2700s as well. सो
Wow.
इंजन ना वो ह्यूमन एलिमेंट नहीं है ना, तो वो बीच में कोई एक अजीब गरीब मूव खेल के ना डिफेंड कर लेता है. एंड नाउ
Now,
किंग F5, आई जस्ट लव दैट टिको, बिकॉज
yeah, it's basically game over. Yeah, because it's forcing the rook to move back. If rook e8, queen f6 check, and it's I think resigns. Rook d7, queen h7, maybe king here, queen g8, king e7, king e5. You're slowly moving to the corner. I don't know.
हाँ, एक एक कदम. F5 rook d7 on the board now, chat. Vidit has 3 minutes, but I think now वो काश वो वाले position में 3 मिनट होते टिकू भाई.
अग्रीड. पता है बीच में क्या हुआ?
भाई
स्टार्टिंग में ही वेंट टू द वॉशरूम फॉर 3 मिनट्स. आई वाज थिंकिंग यार ये 3 मिनट बाद में बहुत काम आएंगे.
अरे यार.
भाई यार.
But
अरे
टिकू भाई, I feel somehow, can you just quickly go to that blunder वाला moment? उसके
हाँ.
भी पहले Bishop h3 खेला वहां पे. I actually was seriously thinking that your strategy was smart कि नेपो ना improve नहीं कर पाया before Bishop h3.
हम्म.
Uh, because he was just trying to push and play on with its time. So
हम्म.
शायद ना वो यही रिपीट करता, यही किंग पीछे खेलता. Maybe that could have saved it.
Yeah, I think that's what he was thinking ना कि which gives him the better chance. I think maybe he couldn't see कि इसके बाद कैसे lost है. And he's like, okay, I don't want to defend for the next 1 hour. And, like, sometimes I would be happy, but I would not be happy. So, yeah, I mean, hard luck
नहीं
for him.
भाई.
And this is a easy blunder, man. This is not something he should have missed, honestly. Queen h2 is not too difficult. And there were some complications here, but yeah, going
I don't know
back.
what he missed also. Maybe I don't know what he missed, but let's come back to the live position
Yeah.
now, chat. Because after the bishop is gone, this king and queen slowly, it's like dhire dhire, step by step. You're going to push
Hmm.
the king to the back rank, improve your pieces, and yeah, see again, queen check.
It's mating 20, by the way. And last capture was on
Last move,
move
64.
number 64. So, yeah, it's far away from 114 by.
Bhai, wait, what is Nepo doing? I can't see it.
वो भी मजे ले रहा है भाई थोड़े से मुझे लग रहा है. He is also unable to find it, I think. Queen d8, okay. Wait, rook e6, queen d5 wins. So that's done. He's
Oh,
forcing the rook. But rook e8, queen f. Okay, this is over, yeah? This is over, I think, now. Vidit resign कर देखा नहीं जा रहा. अरे यार मतलब he has to play till the end ना यार. He has to play. I think you should never resign, especially in these positions. Not really. There's always a chance his opponent makes a mistake. But okay, Arjun won today, Rakesh Bhai. So that means कि Arjun at least is on path to potentially win this event. But Kal versus Nodirbek will be crazy. Like he has to win, yeah.
bhai, but कैसे? मतलब I'm sure at this point Vidit would be happy with a draw as well.
That is true.
वो होते हैं ना, like just stop the bleeding first and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you think.
I cannot. Magnus converted this beautiful Nepo and Rapid, I guess.
And काफी popular है, so it's really advisable, like, chat, if you want to try it out. There are also some ऐसे drills है chess.com पे
Hmm.
where you can play this out against the computer.
Yep.
So do check that out,
Oh,
chess.com/drills.
by finally the rook
क्या हो
goes
गया?
away from the king, and this has to be calculated so well. एक गलत check and रुक गया.
Correct.
Oh, king can't come. No, king can come here actually. Okay, king here, check. King here, check. ये मरेगा भाई. रुक गया भाई. I think रुक गया.
हाँ, ये
लग रहा है.
ये तो गया. But
So,
yeah, chat में लोग पूछ रहे हैं कि why isn't Vidit resigning? Because it's tough ना. You played a good game and then you were so close to a draw. तो बुरा लगता है ऐसे, I think. So that's why maybe Vidit is hoping कि एक blunder कर दे यार भगवान please.
yeah.
But मुश्किल है.
Also, I think it's like ये rook endgame में you never know. Queen versus rook is like ऐसा राकेश भाई ने कहा, like some people have missed this. So you're still hoping कि opponent नहीं सोच पाएगा. Like he'll make a mistake and I think it's an endgame which you should play till the end. I'm kind of on team with it here. Of course, not with rook king h7 वाली team, but ये वाली team.
Conveniently डिसएसोसिएट कर लिया।
अरे नहीं यार, किंग जेट देखना चाहिए था विदित को एक्चुअली। आई फील लाइक
हाँ मतलब उस भाई अपन और इट्स जस्ट मोर प्रैक्टिकल ना, मतलब
हाँ।
इंट्यूशन भी वही बोलता है ना कि पिन मत कराओ।
हम्म।
क्या ही दिक्कत
कल
है, किंग जी6 में बिशप चेक था।
कल भी यही हुआ एक्चुअली। कल भी ऑल्सो ही फाउंड ऑल दीज वेरी वेरी टफ मूव्स एंड लास्ट सेकंड पे ही क्रम्बल्ड, एंड सेम हैपेंड टुडे एक्चुअली। सो
Hmm.
think were nerves kind of talking. He looked at the clock there, 54 seconds, by the way, doesn't have all the time in the world.
He's got to choose, chat. King left या right? G7 और E7?
दोनों में आई थिंक कुछ गलत चेक पड़ेगी भाई। It's only a matter of time. By the way, 28 seconds now.
भाई टाइम से आता भाई, नेपो का ये क्या रिकॉर्ड है क्या कुछ? 1 घंटा 17 मिनट, मतलब
भाई वो शर्त लगा के
करना
आया
क्या
हैंड
चाहता
से।
है?
शैन से शर्त लगा के आया है कि भाई इफ आई फिनिश द गेम वन ऑन द क्लॉक आई गेट एक्स्ट्रा मनी। आई डोंट नो क्या, मजाक कर रहा हूँ बट यू गेट द पॉइंट, कुछ तो है।
हाँ।
हो गया ना किंग, किंग
किंग
F7।
E8 गया। भाई ये तो इधर भी नहीं रुक रहा यार। एंड पॉइंट इज चैट, जस्ट टू शो, किंग E7 या F8 जाओगे तो क्वीन B4 चेक में रुक गया। बाय बाय।
E7, king F6 and rook is gone. Yeah, queen C4 now, king E8. And now very important chat, this square is controlled. So after king E8, so let's say king E8, you can play king F6. And queen C8 is a mate. So there is no check possible from the rook. So this is over, I think. Great check by Nepo.
ओ भाई दैट्स टफ टू फाइंड ना, मतलब वो वाले पोजीशन से।
Yep,
ये तो
yep.
नेपो को पता था इसके लिए, ठीक है।
Played, by the way. This is over. If rook
या
d1, then it is queen a4 check. Rook d7, king e6, and anything else, queen c8 is mate. So this is over. I think we'll resign now.
टफ टेक्टिको टफ।
But Arjun won, I think. That's the good news, chat. He won a very nice game today. So कल की game उनकी बड़ी खतरनाक होगी against Shaq. And of course, Vidit Nodirbek will anyway be a crazy game. He'll have the white pieces. India number one उन्हीं को हरा के बने थे. Can he use that motivation from his past to kind of get that first win under his belt and reclaim what's his?
I
Yeah, that 2700 rating.
Yeah, I don't remember a tournament ever with started with two losses. एक लॉस के
Yeah.
बाद ना वो जीते थे एक्चुअली ग्रैंड स्विस, बट टू लॉसेस के बाद इट गेट्स सो मच टफर बिलो 2700। एंड नोडिरबेक भी आज का गेम जीत चुके हैं टिकू, सो ही इज इन
Oof.
फॉर्म।
He indeed is. And I think King D7, but now it should be a matter of time. I'm thinking which one is the easiest.
इन
Queen D4,
B5 आई लाइक। ओह या,
Queen A4 check,
नहीं ये भी
Queen
स्मार्ट
C.
है ना, हाँ।
Yeah, this is over now. Resigns. ये mate हो, ये पे ये रुक गया, ये पे ये रुक गया. It's over. Yeah, he can resign now. Rook is gone.
भाई नेपो ने ये भी ब्लिट्स किया है, इवन इन द लास्ट टू मूव।
मैं बता रहा हूँ नेपो को निकलना है कहीं भाई. Queen A5 check and that's the rook. Yeah, free rook. He's playing till the very end, but
या
there is no way Queen versus King खेलेगा भाई वो तो. Yeah, there it is. He resigns. And Ian Fibonacci gets his first win of the event after losing the first game, but Vidit suffering two losses in a row. Rakesh bhai, I think Vidit had a good chance, but I think he messed it up. King H7 was the big problem.
Yeah, he was put under pressure right from the opening. फिर middle game में fast खेलते हुए नेपोव ने chance allow किया with it, then he defended extremely well. But now with this loss, with it also falls below the 2700 mark, takeaway, and we only have now 5 Indians about 2700, including Vishisa.
Yep, only five. एक जमाना था जब Vishista was the only one, so only five is still kind of taking me back. कि भाई, it's not a big deal, but of course Vidit, I think, should win a few games now to gain that rating back. That's very important. कल उनका मैच नोदरबेक से है. Nothing will give him more confidence than beating Nodirbek with the white pieces tomorrow. So Both the players analyzing, but Rakesh bhai, overall a very exciting day today, relatively, I think, compared to day one, because Arjun की game, and look at Vidya, he's like भाई यार draw तो था, he's like ऐसे वो emotions दिख रहे हैं उसके, he's not happy at all.
Hmm. But he's not happy, of course, with the result. But this is one thing which chat and we all can learn. Even if you've lost, भाई तो भी opponent से कुछ analyze कर इधर सीखने के लिए है. There's something you can pick up. He didn't like throw the pieces or anything, जो शायद नेपो करता अगर वो हारता तो. But with it की humility is very nice, and भाई kudos to VD. But आज का day belongs to Arjun Erigesi. If you can show the last position of Ajju Bhai's game, Tiku Bhai, what a beautiful game, and prediction OP by Tiku Bhai, because last के तीन move were predicted by Tiku.
उससे पहले ही करने ही दिया ना, पहले रिजाइन कर दिया उसने
हाँ
भाई,
हाँ.
वो कह रहा होगा सिंदर चेस्कॉम इंडिया देखता है तो उसने बोला भाई भाई वो बोल रहे हैं रुकजीत मत खेलियो बट But anyways, I think a huge win for Arjun, who is now one win away from world number 6. That would be huge, by the way, and he's slowly
Yeah.
getting that loss rating back. So kudos to him for taking that risk with F4. It was very double edged. It worked for him, but I think with it, of course, Kalki game will be crucial. Child, round number 3 will be first of all Mamidyarov versus Arjun. That is an insane matchup. And then we have Vidit against Nodirbek. Rakesh bhai, kal maza aayega.
भाई बहुत मजा आएगा विद द वाइट पीसेस टेकिंग ऑन नोडरबेक एंड अब्दुल सत्तार को तो ड्रॉ ही पसंद नहीं है सो दिस गेम इज गोइंग टू बी अ फाइट एंड वील सी विद इट गेट्स ऑफ द मार्क विद अ विन और अ ड्रॉ बट कल तो पॉइंट आना ही चाहिए फॉर वीडी like we and all his fans are wishing for that and in Arjun's game bhai he is in the lead I know do ही round हुआ है but Arjun will try to just keep on building on that momentum so बहुत मजा आएगा thank you chat thank you समय भाई टिकू भाई take it away.
Yep. Thank you, Chad, for joining. And tomorrow we'll be back at the same time with the Indian games, with a Ajju win, and hopefully with a Vidit win as well against Nodirbek. Thank you for joining. We'll see you
And
tomorrow. Huh?
देखो भाई एक सिर्फ अपडेट है कल से यू कैन बी रेडी फॉर सम सरप्राइजेस इन द पैनल बस यही आई लीव यू विद दैट
Oh, wow. Interesting. Let's see what the surprise is, chat. Meanwhile, thank you for joining. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Rakesh. Bye. Sai. Bye. Thank you, chat. Take care and good night.